I'm not getting it on the
to 10. So when it's done,
This is the Athletic Football Show's Draft Night Special.
Are you ready? Let's get it started!
Live in studio from Kansas City. Featuring your host Robert Mays, the Athletics NFL Draft Beast Dane Brugler, and of course, the one and only Nate Tice. Plus, special guests along the way.
The NFL Draft is now officially open.
Welcome to the Athletic Football Show's live coverage of the 2023 NFL Draft. We apologize for a little bit of a delay. I was wiping barbecue sauce off my face. It's been a rough couple of days. Thrilled to have you guys here with us today. The man to my right needs no introduction. He's going to be our Sherpa and our guide through the next 2 days of dense draft coverage. A man who writes the beast and is a beast in his own right. It is Dane Brugler. Dane, it's so good to see you. It is so good to be here.
After months and months of projecting and what's the best fit, how's it going to play out, finally we can react in real time as we find out where these guys are going to go. And we just saw some late movement in the betting odds with number 2 and CJ Stroud. What does that mean? I mean, here we are, the draft's about to start and we feel okay about number 1, but after that, no one knows. And so this is going to be a lot of fun reacting with you guys in the moment with every pick.
Also joining us today, it's my good friend, Nate Tice. Nate, you have been like a kid on Christmas morning for the last day or so. We were all together all day yesterday, and it did feel like Christmas Eve. You were just giddy over the last 24 hours. It is a big day. What are you excited for tonight?
The draft has had a lot of highs and lows personally over the years. Whether it's, just like I just wanted to honor my father today. It was the 20th year anniversary. We missed the countdown right here before we started this live show. But no, I'm really, it feels like Christmas. And also it's fun now that we actually get to analyze and react and have outrage to real things as opposed to mocked things or fake ideas that we have now see, like you mentioned, the CJ Stroud movement. It's just hilarious. Smokescreen season's a lot of fun, but now it's nice to be able to see everything. I see clearly now, and I really, really enjoy that.
Dan, you've done, 10, 12 drafts at this point? Mm-hmm. Can you remember a draft that had this much uncertainty, this much mystery, 15 minutes before we were supposed to kick this thing off?
No, and obviously, this is what the NFL wants. They want the intrigue. They want the ultimate reality show. And you know what? Why do we love the draft? It's because it is a reality show. We don't know. It's the unpredictable nature of it, and that's a lot of fun. And so, in a way, it's okay. We missed our mock drafts, whatever. That's fine. It's going to be even more fun reacting in the moment when a trade happens. Or, the big thing is these quarterbacks. If Bryce Young does go 1, who goes to, who's the next quarterback, and that ripple effect of the quarterbacks affects the rest of the first round. So the quarterbacks, having 4 that could go as high as the top 10, that creates that's really the driver of just the unpredictable nature of this draft.
We probably are going to get Bryce Young at 1. I think we've known that for a little while. But after that, it's anybody's guess. What is the guy whose draft position, where he lands, is the biggest bit of intrigue to you right now, Nate?
Oh, man. Well, the Bijan watch is very interesting. I think we talked about on our show. It's really this is a continuation of that thought. I'm very interested to see where the tight ends all land. Like Michael Mayer from Notre Dame, who I think is
You're a caricature of yourself.
I know. There's a tight end from Notre Dame, but I'm really interested. I am. I'm interested to see where these positions kind of shake out and where the runs on certain positions happen. So, but if I had to go one specifically, I'm going with the Y tight end from Notre Dame. That's Michael Mayer, and I just really think that's the guy to really keep an eye on.
Who do you think has the biggest range potentially outside of a Bijan Robinson in the first round tonight?
I mean, Bijan would be the easier answer because we could
That's
see
why
him
I didn't
go
give it to
8 to 26.
Yeah.
The Falcons to the Cowboys, somewhere in there he's going to go. It'll be interesting, because you have a running back that is a special talent, but when you look at the landing spots and the Eagles, they don't draft running backs in the first round. They could use them, but doubt we'll see that. Do we see a trade? How is that going to all play out? So that's an interesting one. After that, JSN, Jackson Smith and Jigba, wide receiver, Ohio State. He is probably going to be the first receiver drafted and could go as high as, at least right now, with the Titans picking 11. We know they need a weapon. Mike Vrabel loves those Buckeyes. Could see him go 11, but you know what? If he fell to 20 in the Seahawks, that wouldn't be surprising. Or Minnesota. So I think JSN and these receivers, we're going to see him come off the board in that 11 to 25 range. Jordan Addison, USC. I think Zay Flowers will get in there too, Boston College. But where they end up and the order is kind of still an unpredictable part right now.
We're talking about all the mystery, all the things that are changing in the moment. We were at lunch today talking about what might happen with Lamar Jackson. Well, maybe if they trade for DeAndre Hopkins, does that encourage Lamar to potentially sign an extension? Do they get a little bit further down the road on that? By the time we got back to the hotel, Lamar had signed his 5-year extension. The numbers on that, astronomical, as we might have expected. 5 years, $260 million, $52 million AAV, setting the new mark in NFL history. It's about $185 million in guarantees, which is essentially right in line with the biggest contracts that we've seen at that position. All of this talk about how different the Lamar contract would be, how it would reset all these things, whether it was going to be a new barometer. And Nate, it was the same thing we've always seen, is that Lamar got about a 5% markup on the last huge quarterback contract that we saw handed out.
And it's always seems to happen that way. I remember when Derek Carr and Matthew Stafford signed contracts, it was like, okay, Derek signed one, that's a record-setting contract. And then a week later, it was Matthew Stafford. And it was, I think, same thing. I think it was $5 million more. Like it was, honestly, that it was just that quick, that much. And that seems to be every market for every position. And that's why we always go crazy. And it's like, it's a new record-setting contract. And then Burrow's down the street, and Herbert's down the road. And we see all those guys coming. And it's so maybe those might be $7 million more. We can overreact to that, but it just seems funny that felt like it was point A, and we just reverted all the way back to the starting point of what we expected the contract to be.
But that's always so important for the Ravens to get this done now before that Burrow contract, before that Herbert contract. And I mean, if we're being honest, the timing would have been better, 2 years ago. But here we are, and better late than never. You kind of got a feeling when Odell Beckham signed that 1-year deal. Okay, I think we're getting closer. Before the draft, they might draft a receiver in the first round and really change that wide receiver depth chart. Rashad Bateman's coming back off the injury. So all of a sudden, the Ravens are in a much better spot now to compete in that division.
Even if I always thought this was going to happen, I always thought this was the most likely outcome. Even when everyone's like, oh, the relationship is fractured and there's no way, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't think you move on from 26-year-old former MVP quarterbacks when you've built your entire strategy around this guy and you don't have a natural replacement. But I still wasn't allowing myself to get further down the road on certain aspects. Like, what is he going to look like with Todd Monken? And now OBJ is there. It's like, well, we can't start imagining that stuff unless we know Lamar's going to be there. But now it's happened. So now I'm starting to envision the Ravens' future in a way that I wasn't before. So, Dane, I wanted to ask you, do you think this alters or affects their draft plan at all in your mind? Or do you still think the same positions are on the board that would have been without any clarity of the Lamar Jackson situation?
Yeah, I think this was the end game for them. You look at DaCosta in that front office. They have they're very steadfast in their plan, and I don't think that it changed.
You can
Right.
say that.
Yeah. So I don't think this really changed anything. Now, if the right receiver's on the board at
Right.
22, could absolutely see him go in that direction. If the right corner's there,
Right.
cornerback's very much in the mix. We know they love their edge rushers. So for the Ravens, the wide receiver, even with Beckham in the fold, still very much an option, especially if the right one is there. I know they love Zay Flowers. I think that if he's there, that's definitely an option. Joey Porter, as much as we talk about how fun it'd be if Joey Porter Jr. went to the Steelers, it'd be even more fun if he went to the Ravens.
Right.
The team that his dad played against, the rivals there. So, while this deal, I'm glad it happened when it did. I don't know that it changes all that much as we get ready to kick off this first round.
When you draft a quarterback in the first round, you hope that one day you're going to give him that contract that Lamar Jackson got. That is the ultimate goal. You get an MVP guy that is worth paying. That is what the Panthers are trying to do with Bryce Young. That's the guy that they landed on. And I think that we had so many conversations about why he deserved to be that guy, Dane, even though he has that kind of historical outlier status. Why do you think Bryce Young eventually became the favorite to be the number one pick and likely the guy that the Panthers were going to land on?
Yeah, and real quick on Lamar Jackson too. Let's remember he was picked at the end of the first round.
Yeah.
So where guys are picked tonight, that does it. That's the start of the story, not the end. With Bryce, he has been the top quarterback in this draft the whole time for me. I mean, I think he's special in a lot of ways, especially above the ears or above the neck. His ability to see the field, process, be accurate, understand what the defense is doing, and then the body rhythm, the way he moves, it's subtle, but it's all in concert. It's controlled chaos with him. It doesn't look like he's out of control ever. So the size is an outlier. But you know what? You have to, when it comes to quarterbacks in the draft, you have to sacrifice on something. No such thing as a perfect quarterback.
Right.
So with Bryce, you're sacrificing on size. And it's not necessarily a height thing he creates for himself. It's the frame, the slightness that he has, and durability. Can he hold up? But you know what? I'm okay sacrificing on that size. I'm going to bet on everything else he brings.
Right. Nate, why don't you show us a little bit about those characteristics that make Bryce Young such a special prospect and just such a different sort of player than we've seen at the position come out in recent years?
Yeah, and starting off right what Dane said, like that playmaking aspect and everything above the neck, all that brain power that Bryce Young plays with, he was asked to handle a lot. And here we got like perfect visual examples here is that even on the plays where he is doing the playmaking aspect, there are times where he is also doing the things, the mental side before the snap. So right here, even this play against Ole Miss, where he is just walking up to the line, communicating with the offensive line, giving the mic point. Bill O'Brien was offensive coordinator. And yes, I've made jokes about Bill O'Brien as a play caller in the NFL. It's still an NFL offense, and he was asked to handle that. So here he is making all the calls, making all the checks. And after snap of the ball, this is everything that Bryce Young brings to the table. There's been the comparisons to Steph Curry, and his movement and his playmaking ability is where those comparisons come from. So right here, he makes a guy miss in the pocket. And that is what he does time and time again. And yes, we're going to say the size as far as the frame is going to be the big weakness or the big point of consternation, but the height doesn't limit him as far as what he can see down the field. So when he makes a guy miss, he can go through, that looks like a running back right there going through the hole. But you just look at his eyes downfield. He's in attack mode always, just like Steph Curry, always in attack mode, keeps his eyes downfield and creates a first down out of nothing. And that's what Bryce Young brings to the table time and time again. And on top of it, you can just do all those mental sides, and he plays bigger than he's advertised. And you're talking about the height isn't a detriment for him. He's able to throw over the middle of the field. And that's just such a great thing to show. And that's why he's probably going to be the number one pick.
Dan, you talked about how during the college football season, one of your favorite things every single week was waking up on Sunday morning, getting the tape in your inbox, and getting to watch whatever it was that Bryce Young did that week. And now it seems like Carolina Panthers fans are going to have that same experience week in and week out. Yeah,
it was fascinating when Carolina made that trade and they move up to number one, and we're all guessing who's it going to be, which quarterback is it, and we thought maybe C.J. Stroud, could it really be Anthony Richardson? I mean, it is the guy that will be, we think, the moment he's drafted will be the smallest quarterback in the NFL, and he's a complete outlier, and you have to be okay with that. But again, going back to the tape throughout the fall, the amount of plays he made that don't even show up in the box score are just amazing. His ability to create outside the pocket. It's not like he's just faster than everybody else. Right. He just understands angles and understands the timing, and he just has a sixth sense for it. And it's very subtle and controlled. But I think we think of Alabama, we think of these super teams. His offensive line was average at best
Mhm.
this past year. The weapons at receiver, below average. Not even average, below average. Now, he did have Jahmyr Gibbs, running back. Might hear his name called tonight. Fantastic talent. But for the most part, he was dragging that offense up and down the field constantly. But he still showed up in the biggest stages against the best opponents, and he was the catalyst of that offense at every single snap. So I just cannot be more impressed with a quarterback. It's just you have to get past that size.
Absolutely. And that's the thing too, is that like the durability is going to be more of the big thing. But you're talking about the angles, and when we think of playmaking, we think of all the Mahomes plays. That's the one that you're going to go into your brain. Even Jalen Hurts creating out of structure. It's not just scrambling with Bryce Young. Like, he's not that designed runner rushing. It's the extending the plays. And like that throw I just had right there, there's so many where he's hanging in the pocket and just moving in the pocket, left, right, stepping up, stepping back, and then delivering a throw. It's just, even at that 2.5 seconds that defenders have to defend for, now it's 4.5 seconds.
Yes.
That's tiring when he does it over and over and over again.
And receivers are getting open.
Yes.
And he is just a master at that. And in the NFL, where everyone's a little faster,
Yeah.
it'll be tougher to do that, but he'll have to adjust to protect his body.
Yep.
But again, in college, the last 2 years, he faced a ranked defense 13 times. In those 13 games, he averaged 315 passing yards per game and had a 35-6 touchdown interception ratio. So this isn't like he just feasted on.
He took on
Austin
Tennessee by
Peay
himself. Yeah,
exactly. Like, he showed up when it mattered.
Poor
and-
Austin Peay, just taking shots.
Sorry.
Right?
But he won Heisman in 2021.
Mhm.
I was way more impressed with his 2022 tape because of what I talked about earlier in the lack of talent around him and how much he had to do.
Mhm.
So yeah, this is for Frank Reich, head coach of the Panthers, a little different than the quarterbacks he's had in the past. And Frank Reich himself is a big quarterback. So
I think he was open about the idea that he had to be sold on this.
Yeah.
I mean, he talked about they had to talk me into it because you got a 6'4" Frank Reich, you got a 6'4" Josh McCown.
Yep.
You look at the guys that Frank Reich has coached: Carson Wentz, Phillip Rivers, Matt Ryan, all these statuesque guys that were taken in the top 5 for a reason, because they fit the old archetype of what we thought a top 5 quarterback looked like. Bryce Young fits potentially a new archetype for what we think a top 5 quarterback looks like.
Okay, so in the history in the Super Bowl era, we've only had 3 quarterbacks drafted in the top 3 lead their team to a Super Bowl win as the starter for the team that drafted them. So it's only happened 3 times. It hasn't been. We have not had that big success rate.
Right.
But all those guys were bigger quarterbacks: Peyton Manning,
Yep.
Terry Bradshaw, Troy Aikman. Those are the 3. Can Bryce Young get into that mix? When you look at the NFC South, if the Panthers, if they do make this pick, that's the division that's really open for competition. And
not just the South. What's the line that we've trademarked? The wide open NFC.
It is. You've got the Eagles, you've got the 49ers,
And
you've
then
got a lot of question marks. I mean, the Lions are fun. They're up and coming. Seattle's a good team. They're going to get better the next 2 days with the draft picks they have. But they, you look at the Panthers and the offensive line, they add another weapon in the draft. It's easy to talk yourself into Carolina making some noise now that they have a quarterback that you can really get excited about.
Yeah. No, what you mentioned with the offensive line too, that makes me kind of more optimistic about even what I do think is a weakness. Yeah, because the size does show up sometimes, crowd pockets and everything. I think he's going to get cleaner pockets in the NFL than he did at college, which is crazy. When you usually go to a blue blood program like Alabama, it's like, oh, it's kind of easy mode. And the other quarterback we'll talk about tonight, CJ Stroud, he had some of that at Ohio State, but it's kind of, like you said, the averageness around him relatively at Alabama, still win a lot of games there, but the averageness made you more optimistic about what the NFL is like. Guys get hurt all the time. You're playing with backups all around you. The quarterback has to carry a lot of weight because usually if the quarterback's out, it's the classic line with Tom Moore and Peyton Manning, you
just say you had to carry a lot of weight. I was proud of you for, Bryce Young. Is he 204? Is he 190? I mean, that's,
he had to, it's combine weight. He always had to carry, not his actual weight, carrying weight. But that's exactly it, is that when you go to Carolina, it's like, oh, wow, clean pockets. And he's got decent enough receivers around him and a great defense as well. I think they can hit the ground running.
He's fascinating to me because he's going to be such a study in how much creation matters.
Yes.
Creation ability matters. And there's a lot of prospects like that in this draft where there's one aspect to their game where we're going to find out how much it matters.
Right.
With Jackson Smith and Jigba, we're going to find out how much change of direction and feel for certain voids and zones.
Yeah.
We're going to find out how much that matters. It's so many of these guys where they're imperfect, but is there one aspect of their game, one little superpower that's going to allow them to sustain in the NFL despite some of those deficiencies?
Peter Skoronski with 32 and a quarter inch arms. Emmanuel Forbes, the corner from Mississippi State, 166 pounds at the combine.
Miles Murphy's got Whopper hands.
Exactly. So, you look at some of these things that, you wish were not the case, but they are so good in other areas. And Bryce Young is obviously the epitome of all this, being such an outlier size-wise, but being so special in so many other areas.
Kind of tells the story of the draft. It's like him, right? Kind of like the All-Pro team tells the story of the season, the MVP. Like he kind of epitomizes this whole draft, just what he is.
I just think about quarterbacks in the NFL, and you meant one name you didn't mention, but I feel like is kind of just a shining example of this creation, a superpower aspect to his game is Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Right? Like Joe Burrow's 40 probably wasn't very impressive at the combine. Joe Burrow isn't an overwhelming athlete. His rushing ability isn't the best thing about him, but without that creation ability, Joe Burrow wouldn't be Joe Burrow.
Right.
So I think that if we're trying to find a through line with all of the elite kind of top end quarterbacks in the NFL, that ability to kind of conjure something when it isn't there, most of those guys have that at this stage, and Bryce Young has it in droves.
Yeah. It's feel and poise. It's something you won't see any combine number to just to figure out the data, and it's something you have to see the tape and understand what he's seeing, what is he feeling, and what is he doing to find the best solution. And I did comp him a little bit to Russell Wilson, not because of the size. Size has nothing to do with it. It was more because he's a problem solver. Yeah. And that is the ultimate respect I can give to Bryce Young, is he is a problem solver no matter what. And I thought that's what Russell Wilson was all those years in Seattle, is he just found ways, whether it was using his feet, using his arm, he found ways to make plays. And I think Bryce Young's the same way.
Gentlemen, it is officially 7:00, and the Carolina Panthers are on the clock with the number 1 pick in the 2023 draft. Looking at CJ Stroud here on our little draft stream that we got going. We're watching along with you guys. That was always going to be the plan. We wanted this to be just a collective kind of communal experience around the draft.
Right.
No tipping picks, none of that. Yeah. We're going to be watching right along with everybody else. Nate, one of the reasons that we're talking so much about Bryce Young and about this pick is that's the only thing we know. That's the only thing we feel
minus
decent
5,000
about
right now.
Because everything else, all the other quarterbacks that are coming off the board in the top 5, we really have no idea how this is going to shake out. And the betting markets have been an absolute mess over the last week. I think when we recorded a podcast last Friday, Will Levis was not the favorite to be the number 2 overall pick, and then he was the favorite to be the number 2 overall pick, and now CJ Stroud is the favorite to be the number 2 overall pick. It's been
with Will Anderson sandwiched in there somewhere.
It's been so wild, and I think, like you said, Dane, this is exactly what the NFL wants, and I think that's
what we want.
It leads to why I feel like this right now, and I think why I'm just so kind of geeked up and energized by this, because it just feels different than a lot of the drafts that we've done before, including the draft that we did last year, when it's like, when's Kenny Pickett going to go? Sometime in the first round. This is a drastic departure from that.
Yeah. Nobody knows anything, and that's okay. It's okay to say we don't know what's going to happen. Okay. I mean, it's the unpredictable nature of the draft is one reason we love it, and we're going to get that tonight, because based on what happens at 2, that's going to set off a ripple effect. And that's going to determine what happens at 3, 4. And the trades and the quarterbacks. And so we've never seen 4 quarterbacks drafted in the top 9 picks. Will we see that tonight? That'll be an interesting part of this. Will we see a big trade? Texans at 2, we've got a veteran Nick Caserio GM. We've got a first-year head coach, D'Amico Ryans. What do they want to do? Do they want to get that cornerstone defender? Do they want to get the quarterback? Yes, the betting lines have kind of shifted in with CJ Stroud, but is that because we're anticipating a trade at number 2?
Right, exactly.
It's no guarantee that
it's not the Texans. It's just the number 2 spot.
So, and Vegas is not in the business of being wrong, but that doesn't mean that CJ Stroud's going to be the number 2 pick. So we're still figuring things out along the way, and it's going to be a lot of fun to react in the moment to each one of these picks.
Doing the videos on each of these quarterbacks, like I would do at the end of them, like a best team fit. And so many of these guys, I just be like, that makes sense. And usually you can kind of see some clarity as you're breaking that stuff down. Right. Like I'm sure you do with mock drafts. You're going like, oh, okay, tackles actually would make sense here. Or corners would make sense here. For these quarterbacks, I go, yeah, the Colts, yeah, sure. Yeah, that works. The Texans need to sell tickets. Yeah, so that works too. And each one made sense in my brain. So that's the thing. I haven't limited any of them. I haven't taken any off the board. Now we've added more. We're like, well, what if the Bucs trade up? And so now and then we're creating more canon C-A-N-O-N, like in our head, like just going like, oh, that could happen. More fan fiction. And that's why it's going to be so fun to kind of see what the reality of how it breaks down.
Pulling it back to Carolina a little bit, Dane, can you remember a team that was drafting first overall that there were kind of such good vibes and good feelings and just optimism about where they were compared to the conversation around the Panthers here over the last couple months? Because even the general kind of tone of what we're talking about with, oh, the offensive line's pretty good. If they get one more receiver and they got all these pieces on defense, I can't remember a team drafting with a first overall pick, even if they have to trade up to get it, where we were discussing them the way we're discussing the Panthers right now.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think we were obviously excited when Joe Burrow went 1, and we thought, oh, this is big for the Bengals and what that means for that franchise. But they were horrible. Yeah, they were horrible. There was no Jamar Chase there. They needed so much help around him. And the same thing with the Jaguars when they drafted Trevor Lawrence. I mean, they won the sweepstakes that year to pick number 1 and get the guy we had been talking about forever as being the future number 1 pick of that draft, but the Jaguars needed so much help, and Urban Meyer was still head coach at that time. So yeah, this feels different. Where you have a head coach at his second spot, which you learn from that first spot. You learn your lessons. You're better to go. You've got an owner that's very motivated to win. You've got a GM that's been in there a couple of years. Josh McCown's in the mix. I mean, it does feel like there is more optimism now. Do they need to get more talent around Bryce Young being the quarterback? Yes. DJ Moore leaving in the trade to go to Chicago. That's a big void to fill. And then also on defense, they need some more playmakers. And so this is not a team that I think anyone's going to be picking for the Super Bowl realistically, but you can at least feel really good they're headed in the right direction.
I agree. Like a winning record, I think isn't way out of realm here. Like I actually think that's more what I'd lean towards, like a true winning record, possibly 10 wins. And because I do like the defense, and like you mentioned, that maybe one or two pieces there, but they kept that second round pick in that trade.
Yes.
And that's huge for potentially finding a pass catcher. I do like DJ Chark. DJ Chark has a lot of injury history. I like Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen's my age, maybe a year younger, young 33, in case anyone's wondering. But also it's maybe just getting one more of those guys. I like Hayden Hurst. All these guys are fine options, but not that guy that you're like, oh, that's his ace. That's his number 1 guy he's going to go to on third down. And so having that second round pick, I think, is so huge because that's right where all the receivers and pass. There's a run on tight ends potentially. There's just that nice little area to find that pass catcher and get them both in year 1 is a nice potential chemistry. And it's nice for propaganda that they might want to do in Carolina.
It's pick 39, so it's right there. As soon as the first pick in the second round will be 32. They'll be in a good spot to reset their board tonight, go back and say, okay, who is the receiver we need to go get? Or who is that pass rusher? Who's the corner? And so, the Panthers having that second pick, it's not like they're completely punting on this draft after they make this first pick.
It's not the Ricky Williams trade.
Mike Dick is going to play golf, and he's done. He's good. Yeah.
Do you remember that ESPN the magazine picture
with the Brian?
I think it's the first issue. And
they must have paid him a lot of money.
And even beyond that second round pick that they didn't trade to the Bears, this is a team that still has a third round pick. They still have 2 fourth round picks. They still have a 5th round pick. They have enough ammunition, Dane, where let's say there's a receiver that they really like. They can move up from that pick in the second round because they have a little bit of these pieces that they got from the Christian McCaffrey trade.
And for a penny and for a pound, that's might as well just be aggressive with it.
Roger Goodell coming to the podium here for the first time here in Kansas City. A fantastic looking crowd.
Oh my goodness.
At Union Station in KC here.
That they were expecting 300,000.
Eric Stone Street there. He's available for the Chiefs stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my God. See all the Super Bowl games.
For the first time since we took the draft on the road, we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams.
Someone just kept talking
and the Chiefs Kingdom.
And we just sat here in silence for like 4 minutes. We're going, come on.
As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community.
All right, we'll get back to that when the Panthers are actually ready to make the pick, and we're not. I love Kansas City, and I've had a wonderful time here, but we'll save the aggrandizing for Kansas City a little bit later. And so the Panthers absolutely have this opportunity to potentially be a little bit more active in the draft than a team that made this huge move up the board from 9 to 1 possibly would be. And that's what I like about how this has happened with the Panthers is that it's all made sense, the sequencing of it. You move on from the last regime. You go get a Frank Reich. You have all these pieces from the Christian McCaffrey trade. So I think that Scott Fitter has actually done a pretty good job of kind of keeping this team afloat,
Mhm.
keeping this team ready to make these sort of moves, even if in the middle of October last year, Dane, it felt like everything was falling apart for this entire franchise.
Right. Obviously, they move on from Matt Rule. You weren't sure what was going to be happening in the future of this franchise, but I think they did right the ship a little bit. Remember, they brought in Miles Sanders as the new leader of the backfield there. We talked about the offensive line. I was ready to go.
Yep.
It's not like you need much maintenance there. And everything we talked about with Bryce Young, is really important what you said about the Bill O'Brien offense and the verbiage.
Yes.
And I mean, Bryce Young was at the line, resetting based off of what he's seeing. And that's a big difference with a lot of these quarterbacks in college. I mean, they're not, he's not looking towards the sideline to get the call. He's not necessarily, relying on a center to make these calls. He's doing it himself. And, that brain power that you talked about, that's as big of a reason as any why he is that number one pick and why projected number one pick. It hasn't happened yet, but why we think that's going to happen and why it makes sense for the Panthers to do that.
Absolutely. It's kind of funny that you mentioned that with the quarterbacks in the mental side and seeing them set protections or even just huddling sometimes and just calling a play in the huddle. That's something some of these guys have never done.
Yeah.
And when they get into this level, that's usually the biggest jump is the mental side. There's concepts that all translate to every level as far as passing concepts, hand the ball off, footwork doesn't change, but the verbiage, what's put on your plate pre-snap is just it's faster, it's harder, everything's harder, not just the physical aspect, but the mental aspect. And that's what's kind of funny with CJ Stroud. I know we're talking Bryce Young, is that he's considered the most safest one. He was probably asked to handle the least pre-snap just because of the Ohio State offense.
Sheer amount of time just turning around and looking and going back.
And going to the play. Oh.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Is now officially open.
Roger's really happy to get cheered.
Oh, good. Now the Panthers are on the clock. So
there
now
we
we have
go.
10 minutes. They're really making a meal out of this here.
I was wondering why there wasn't a clock. I thought it was just cut
I was
off
wondering if we were going to have to guess how much time
I
was
thait
left
it was
for
cut
each
off
pick.
on the stream, so that's why. Okay,
Good. Now, well, and I'm sure the people in the crowd absolutely love that Patrick Mahomes coming in and doing his rock star thing, and they deserve it. They absolutely deserve that moment.
The Chiefs have the 31st pick, so we'll bookend.
Yeah,
that was
the Chiefs.
perfect.
I think Travis Kelce's got a music festival happening in some way tomorrow.
Did they get a kick line in the Panthers room in the back there?
That's the contingent they sent to all the pro days.
Yeah, that's exactly. That was so many people against the wall back there.
For those of you listening, we just looked at the Panthers draft room, and there were 47 people sitting in that room at whatever the Panthers facility is. And that's not in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I know that much. But wherever the current one is.
It will be really interesting after this pick is made to get the background behind it. Did they know who they were taking when they made the trade?
Right.
Did they have this is who we are going to get? Or were they open-minded? We like this guy, and we feel good about all of them. We'll eventually fall in love with one of them. And to get that background when this is all said and done will be really interesting.
It will be, because that's what happened a couple of years ago when the 49ers moved up. They said the whole Mac Jones, Trey Lance debacle, what was getting rumored and everything. And they said, oh, yeah, we didn't know at the time. We don't know. But I
think the Niners have massaged it a little bit.
Yeah.
Where they've tried to make it seem like it was for Trey Lance the entire time. And I think we've learned since that might not have been the case.
Exactly. They talked themselves out of it. But and then going with the Panthers, what you're just saying right there, that might be what it might be. Like, that's the thing. But it's the whole time I thought it was Stroud. I was like, that just seems perfect for what they are and what they want in their quarterback. And then ever since then, I was like, nope, young, which shows what I know.
I thought the same thing with Stroud. I thought he was the one guy that made sense to everybody in the room. Ownership, coaching staff, GM, everybody can get around
that
him.
People have to remember is just everybody be on the same page.
Yeah, and based on what the quarterbacks go in the next few picks, we'll be talking about that more. But I'm okay with that, because to me, Bryce Young is the best player in the draft. Not everyone thinks he's the top quarterback in this draft, but in my opinion, he is the best player in the draft. So I'm all in favor of the Panthers going in this direction.
Nate, when we did the quarterback podcast this year, we talked about the top 4 quarterbacks. We do it every single year. But the podcast that we bookended that with, that we did right after, was about all of the things that you should have in place that have led to quarterback success stories over the last 10 years or so. And if you want to go down that list for Carolina, veteran center was one of them. They re-signed Bradley Bozeman. He's back there. Continuity with the offensive line coach, pretty much all the pieces on the offensive line. The other aspects of kind of the cushy situation that they've dropped him into Andy Dalton is there.
Yes.
Josh McCown is the quarterback coach there. Frank Reich is there. Now you have Adam Thielen there as a veteran receiver. They have so many different things that are going to make Bryce Young comfortable.
Right.
Like the landing that he is about to take into Carolina is so much softer than we typically get for quarterbacks dropped into a top 5 situation in almost any other circumstance. And I think you have to be a little bit excited about that.
And what's cool is because sometimes there can be too many chefs in the kitchen, all these quarterback-minded guys. And what's cool with Frank Reich and what we've seen with all the different quarterbacks he had in Indianapolis and in Philly was it changed the system. There was carryover what plays they ran, but they went from under center. Oh, Philip Rivers is here. He can't drop back from under center anymore. So we're in the shotgun now. That's what we're doing every snap. So just little things like that. Oh, wow, we have no receivers. So let's use a bunch of tight ends. He has that flexibility, even if it is a quote unquote traditional offense. He has that flexibility as the man in charge to kind of adapt to his personnel. What's nice about Bryce Young, he does that traditional pocket passer things well. He throws over the middle field and all that. So it's kind of, I'm interested to see what he thinks the strengths are. Bill O'Brien kind of runs Bill O'Brien stuff. Like what he was running in Alabama was like, that's the mid 2000s Patriots right there. You know, like late 2000s Patriots right there. But with Reich, I want to see like, what does he think Bryce Young does well? Because I think he'll narrow down the playbook initially to do that early on.
Even if we didn't know, or even if they didn't know who they were trading up for, I commend the aggressiveness.
Oh, yeah.
And I think you understand it. When you think about the way that Frank Reich has lived over the past 4 years, you just talked about all those guys that he had to cycle through. And Scott Fitter had to do the exact same thing. You know, when you've gone through Sam Darnold and Teddy Bridgewater and Baker Mayfield, and you're on this merry-go-round from hell, you want to get off that thing. That's a ride you want to get off of. And I think that's the case for both Frank Reich and Scott Fitter. And I think explains a lot about the motivation that this franchise probably felt to say, is it a lot to give up? Do we know exactly who we're going to take? No. But we know we're going to come away from this prospect with a guy that we can build around because we're tired of this in, out every single year.
Yeah. Copy and paste that when we talk about Chris Ballard and the Colts here. Same deal. And this is a quarterback-rich draft. Yeah. There are several quarterbacks in this draft that you feel genuinely good about as being NFL starters. Yeah. And, especially at the top with Bryce Young and CJ Stroud. Yep. And even Will Levis and Anthony Richardson, do they need a little more development? Yes. But I think we feel good about your chances because you're making bets on these guys. Yep. And I think with all 4 of these quarterbacks, that's why we're talking about them going possible top 10. Yep. You feel good about what they offer and the possible bet that you're making.
And that's, I've kind of got dinged a couple of times. People are like, you're too easy on these guys. You're not, I kind of like all of them.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
They're not perfect.
You don't always.
No.
Last year, you were not optimistic about anybody.
Oh
and I think that was the case with a lot of different people watching the draft.
But like if I had to pick one, it was Desmond Ridder, kind of, sort of. And then these are, it's like, I like them all. Like like I don't want to ding them too much. Yes, they all have one glaring weakness or two, but a lot of them I'm like, yeah, but they have ways to mitigate that or ways I can see a path out of that to improve it. And so that's why it's kind of hard to kind of go, who's your favorite? Because I change for me weekly. I end up as Anthony Richardson because I'm just, again, a caricature of myself, big, fast, strong, can throw over the mountains like Uncle Rico. Yeah, let's do that. But I do think that's what's kind of cool about this is I can easily see all these guys succeeding if the right situation, of course, but it's not where I have to squint too hard with them.
Dan, who of those guys do you feel like needs to be in the best situation? Like, who do you think the players around him, the coaching around him, if we think there's a path to all of them succeeding, who do you think has the muddiest path?
That's a good question because I think you could make an argument for multiple guys here. I will say Will Levis. I think that we saw what happened when he lost his offensive coordinator this past year, and it wasn't an ideal scenario. Things didn't go according to plan, and he still, I thought, kept his head above water. Yeah. But it didn't. It rarely looked pretty, and so giving him an opportune situation, whether it's Indianapolis, whether it's going to be Tennessee, who knows, Houston, giving him talent around him and a chance to succeed with an offensive plan is going to be so important for his success. And you could say that about all these quarterbacks, but I think Will Levis especially, for him to, like you're talking about that path, for him to find that path to success, it's going to be really important for him to have that plan in place from the franchise that drafts him.
It's funny because he's in the most pro offense. I know I just talked about Bill O'Brien, but it has some college aspects RPO wise. And then you watch Kentucky and you're like, that's the Rams. Like that's a lot of Shanahan right there about 5 years ago, what San Fran was running. And you watch that and it's kind of, I agree with you because there's some situations like, I don't think he has that I would say he can create, but he's not creative. Like he can trick shot and everything, but that's not his game. He would rather operate perfectly on time with his exceptional arm talent and throw some trick shots, but he wants to stay in the pocket and do his damage in the pocket. Yes, he's a pretty good athlete. He was used at like Taysom Hill at Penn State, which is when people were starting to praise Will Levis, all Penn State fans are like, really? Really? That guy? But I agree with you that his path, I think in certain situations, I could see him excelling. In certain ones, I'll be like, man, I don't know if that's the right fit for him.
It's why every time we brought up his name, you mentioned the possible connection to like a Ryan Tannehill type career. That idea of, I just want to be a tall, big guy, point and shoot, show me where to throw the football. And that's where Ryan Tannehill was the best.
There's some Carson Wentz in there, good and bad. I mean, yeah, there's
totally agree.
Here we go. The pick is in. Let's do this.
Get the ball rolling.
2023 NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Wouldn't it have been hilarious if it wasn't Bryce Young after we just spent the last 20 minutes talking about Bryce Young?
Oh my God.
Dane, there it is. The guy who was your best player in this draft, the best quarterback in this draft, is headed to the Carolina Panthers. He is a quarterback prospect unlike anyone we have ever seen drafted this high. And hopefully the Panthers are hoping he works out, unlike a lot of the quarterback prospects we see drafted this high.
Right. And, this is a quarterback that obviously we've put a lot of praise on him the last 20 minutes here. But you know what? I understand. I do understand why some have been a little not ready to go all in because of that size. It's something that we've not seen really a quarterback this size in the modern era be able to lead an offense like this. And so can he be that outlier? Right. I think he can, but can he do a better job protecting his body and, not taking those hits? And, he did weigh 204 at the combine, but there's a reason he didn't weigh at the pro day.
Right.
He's going to be around 190 at his playing weight, and that's okay. You have to be okay with that. He's a smaller framed player. This isn't a guy who's going to put on the weight, be 215 in a couple of years, like a Kyler Murray, anything like that. But I keep coming back to, you ask Aaron Rodgers, you ask Drew Brees, you ask any quarterback that has played at a high level in today's NFL, and they will tell you it's still an intangible position.
Yeah.
And Bryce Young brings those intangibles that, some of these other quarterbacks may be a little more of a question mark, but we know Bryce has those. And I keep coming back to, you have to sacrifice something with a quarterback.
Yes.
And I'm okay sacrificing that size for a guy that is so good above the neck, the point guard aspect, creating for himself, and doing it so just effortlessly. It's very natural to him. Everything is natural to him. And so making bets, I'm all in on Bryce Young, and I think the Panthers made the right pick.
I think a lot of the consternation about his size has been about durability moving forward. Can he hold up? And I think there's some validity to that. Kyler Murray has been able to stay healthy. Lamar Jackson is a slighter player. We've seen him get hurt. Tua is a smaller quarterback. He's struggled to stay on the field. My main concern, Nate, is does that size inhibit some of those creation qualities that he has? Because going back to Joe Burrow, one of the reasons that Joe Burrow's been able to do that in the NFL is Joe Burrow is 230.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow's running through arm tackles. If you're not catching Joe Burrow clean in the pocket, he's going to be able to escape and create in some of those ways. And that's my bigger question. Not is he going to be able to stay on the field, but can we see the same version of him if one arm tackle in the pocket is going to drag him down and he can't create the same way he could in college?
That's the biggest concern. I mean, like you just mentioned. So durability is one. And then two, usually because this is the height is coming is thrown over the middle of the field. That's where Kyler, Baker, I'll throw him in there, and Russell Wilson have all struggles throwing between the numbers because they just don't do it consistently. So you can look at their heat maps. It's kind of a joke. It's like a big ocean right there in the middle. And Bryce does that. So it's like, okay, all right, well, that's pretty cool. All right, so you have
Get
the
on those
mental
tippy
side.
toes.
Yeah.
Tippy toes.
He does it. And so it's like, okay, the usual concerns with your size, you kind of, all right, you have answers to like operate as a quarterback within the pocket. But that's exactly it, is those ones. There's a play against LSU. I'm sure it's been highlighted many of times where he is bouncing around in the pocket, running through 5 arm tackles. Okay, one of those guys might be an NFL player, and how many NFL players are NFL players? All of them. They're all literally NFL players. Right. So that is the one thing, is that it's the question mark, because he can probably do it. And I've seen him do it in the SEC, but it's still going to be that question mark until otherwise.
That's the key. If Bryce Young played and, at a group of 5 conference and he didn't face NFL players week in, week out, I think he might not be the number 1 pick,
right?
Because we'd have more questions, but playing at a big school like that where he faced a tough opponent week in, week out, still having the success that he did. And like I mentioned earlier about the lack of talent around him, the way he had to create on his own, Jahmyr Gibbs is an awesome player, but your running back shouldn't lead your team in receptions.
Right.
Like it happened this
Every
past
third down should be going to him.
Exactly. So, yeah, we've seen him do it at a high level in a big conference, and that matters.
I think that's a reasonable point. But the first week that he plays the Falcons, not every team in the SEC has David Onyemata and Calais Campbell on their defensive line. It's a different sort of beast.
It is.
And I think that's worth considering as we talk about this.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And then I know, because it's just one bad hit. It's that play I talked about in the Super Bowl with Mahomes with a high ankle sprain holding off Jordan Davis. And if that situation, yes, Bryce Young had great games against Georgia, but just that specific example, that happens all the time. These guys getting hit and they're getting whacked and doing all this.
So the pick is in for the Texans. So that intrigue about the Texans potentially trading that pick and whether or not that can mean something about CJ Stroud's odds have now gone out the window a little bit. So the Texans are making this pick at 2, Dane. And we're about to see what it is here in a minute. This has been the biggest source of intrigue, I think, for months.
Yes.
Just because we have no idea what this team is thinking, what they're trying to accomplish, what their timeline is. They are such a black box, even in this secretive kind of cloak and dagger world of the NFL draft.
It's easy for those of us on the outside looking in to say, well, obviously they need a quarterback.
Right.
This is who you draft.
Right.
But, this is when you have a D'Amico Ryans coming over from San Francisco. Who knows if that staff really loved one of these quarterbacks. And honestly, maybe they didn't all love one of these quarterbacks, but the owner put his foot down and said, listen, I'm hearing the chatter. Our fans want a quarterback. So let's get together. Who's our best quarterback? Do we love him enough where we can take him? And who knows? Maybe that is a situation here where the GM, Nick Caserio, the owner, stepped in and said, listen, let's get a quarterback here. As much as we do love Will Anderson, the quarterback's the right way to go. Or maybe they said, trust your coaches. Will Anderson is the pick. So quarterback Will Anderson, 2 very different ways you could go here.
Yeah, and both we've kind of argued for or talked about over the past couple of weeks. So
Here we go.
Here we go. We finally get to see it.
Here we go.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select CJ Stroud. Ohio State.
That's
Here we go.
After all that.
After all that, we spent months and months and months talking about all these other guys, what the Texans could do, how crazy the top of the draft was going to be. The 2 guys we thought would be the best quarterbacks in this draft that thought it throughout the college football season, I think even dating back to last year, are the first 2 picks in the draft, Dave.
Yes.
I mean, I just keep S2 testing was such a big topic, and all of that. I mean, just unbelievable. I love I think this is the right pick. To me, CJ Stroud was the second quarterback in the draft. The Texans, obviously, Davis Mills is a nice player. He's not the answer. Right. CJ Stroud gives you that future. I love the pick for the Texans. I love it for Houston fans.
Yes.
The way everything happened with Deshaun Watson, and you felt like they had their guy. Everything happened and played out. Okay, he's in Cleveland now. The last few years has been just not a good place quarterback-wise. Now CJ Stroud's in the mix, who, if you had to put that safe label on one of these quarterbacks, I think he's the guy because of the way he operates from the pocket. How accurate he is, the way he can touch up every level of the field. So this is a great pick for Houston, and the fans got to love it.
Yeah, and he's improved both years starting. And that's another thing. All these guys outside Will Levis, but the other 3, Richardson, Stroud, and Young, they're so young. Yes. They're so young.
Redshirt sophomore.
Yeah, redshirt sophomore. That used to be such an outlier that someone would be that young coming into the NFL. Now it happens all the time. We kind of forget that. But just how much he improved throughout these 2 years. And that accuracy at all 3 levels is his calling card.
Yes.
And throwing and putting the ball exactly where he wants it. He's a dart thrower. But he also I would say the arm strength has actually been, it's good. And that's something maybe because he's so accurate and throws with touch that you don't always see. But then you see certain games where, he's launching a go ball. It helps throwing to Marvin Harrison Jr. Don't get me wrong. But there's also times where he has to drive on it. And the game, which is actually his worst passing game, was the one that I became more of a fan with Stroud, was the Northwestern game. Because he was doing everything he could. The Northwestern DBs were running routes for the Ohio State receivers. They were on all their plays. I don't know if they were stealing calls or signals, but they were on it. Well coached, whatever you want to say. And he was doing everything he could in a 60-mile-an-hour wind game to make plays happen. So that playmaking ability was you saw it first there, and of course you saw in the college football playoff, which is just what you want to see.
I said that's the game that sold me. And trust me, I watched every single one of CJ Stroud's game, and I liked him quite a bit. But my questions were, okay, when things break down, Could he create off schedule? You know, it's nice when you have a first-round left tackle, second-round right tackle.
Yes.
Last year, having Garrett Wilson, Chris Olave, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. I mean, that's as good of a
Jeremy
three.
Ruckert.
Yeah,
Third
exactly.
round pick.
I mean, just all those NFL guys this year with Marvin Harrison.
Yep.
So it doesn't stop there. The receivers go on and on. He was in a very comfortable situation. But when pressure got to him, when things really ramped up, could he answer the chaos? And against Georgia, he did. Yep. He had never faced a defense like Georgia. He had never played on a stage quite like that semifinal game, and he played his best game when it mattered the most. Yep. And that counts for a lot.
Yep.
So, and be able to create, use his legs, those second chance plays. That's what you want to see, because in the NFL, you have to make those plays if you're going to win in the NFL quarterback.
He passed the best player on the field test. That game, you watch that game with the Georgia defense, national champs, littered with Jalen Carter right there, and he's making him miss and a clean shot. And it's just, that's what you want to see. He passed that test finally with all these great players. It's like, man, the quarterback is just carrying this team with all those high draft picks that you're talking about. And that's what's cool, when the times that he needed to, when it was things got tough, the Michigan game as well,
right?
When they actually was doing something, actually creating ad-libbing or extending that play slightly, where you see the polish and the pocket movement, keeping his eyes downfield, and then creating a throw right there. It's that extra half second. It's not the 3 seconds that Bryce Young maybe does, but the fact that he shows that's good. That's a really good sign for what he does in the NFL.
And just a number that I love with CJ Stroud, in his career, 85-12 touchdown interception ratio. I mean, that's
accurate.
He's a 2-year starter.
85 touchdowns in 2 years.
touchdowns
Pretty good mark.
Pretty good.
The Michigan game is the first one that I watched, and you have this kind of dialogue and this discourse about CJ Stroud being somebody that does operate in the pocket, and you want to see a little bit more creation. And the Michigan game, it doesn't happen all the time. It doesn't happen as many times as it did in the Georgia game, but it was probably 3 or 4 plays where he's just doing it enough to know that you can do it. Yes. That's the most important thing. If you've seen it enough to think when the circumstances dictate it, he can create, that makes me feel a little bit better about it, Dane.
I don't think it was ever like he's not a good athlete. It's more of a comfort level, you know, because even going back to high school, he didn't scramble. He didn't have all these big rushing numbers. He wanted to win from the pocket. And you love that. You know, that's great.
Yeah.
You have a quarterback that wants to win with his arm and, you know, sit back, even when everything's happening around him, can make plays down the field. But sometimes you do need to use your legs. Sometimes you do need to find greener pastures, whether that's actually scrambling or just moving the pocket. And so that comfort level, what he did in the Georgia game especially, but also the Michigan game is a great point, showing glimpses of that. It's like, okay, he can do that. It's never that he can, it's just, can he do it more? And I think that he showed that as the season wound down, and maybe he heard some of that criticism and said, you know what, I know what I can do from the pocket, but I know I can create as well. And let's show that a little more.
It's the can or won't. It's like, can he not do it, or they won't let him, or like he just won't do it? And that's the thing. It's like, oh no, you can. The Northwestern, they had the design run. He's running a 60-yard zone read. He's fastest player on the field. And it's like, okay. And another thing with Stroud that he's about 215 right now. He has bigger hands, 32-inch arms. He has a frame I think he can get bigger. And I do think he can get that 225, 230 size. I ended up comparing him to Dak Prescott because there's a lot of similarities.
So
Will Anderson.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We have a trade. The Houston Texans are back on the clock at 3.
Yes.
I think we thought this might be possible, Dane, them moving back up into the top 10 if they needed a quarterback. But now they move back up into the top 10 after getting their quarterback.
Yep.
Wow.
So they were picking at 12. Now they just moved back up and are picking at 3. We'll see what the compensation was, but you have to believe this is for the defensive player.
Yep.
And I mean, Will Anderson, best defensive player in this draft, in my opinion. Here, Houston's going for it. You love it. You love to see it. This is great.
You know what I love about this? We talked about them potentially picking Will Anderson at 2, and the thought was this is a pick for D'Amico Ryans. This is kind of a way to give your coach one.
Yeah,
give him one in year one on the job.
One for me.
And I think there's a lot of danger in that when you need a quarterback and you're playing with fire about where you would find that guy. But now you get the quarterback and you get to throw your coach a bone.
Yeah. Both sides are happy now. It's great. I'm sure Bobby Slovic is great, happy right now, the offense coordinator right there. And I just want to say this before we find out this pick with Stroud is that he does everything well. We already talked about the accuracy and everything. He does check a lot of boxes. So in that Shanahan type offense where the movement ability, him throwing on the move, he's good at it. Like Ohio State ran a lot more sprint outs, maybe doesn't translate 1-to-1 to what the offense he'll probably be in, but he can do it. Like those glimpses, again, there's certain aspects of his game you glimpse at, You look through a frame, you look at a snapshot, and you extrapolate from there. And I think that's why you're optimistic about Stroud. So I'm really curious who this guy is. Probably going to be Anderson, though.
You want to know the trade details?
Sure.
Sure.
Okay. Cardinals get 12, 33,
Okay.
a first and a third next year.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Way to go, Cardinals.
And the Texans get back the third overall pick and 105 this year.
Okay.
That's a pretty good haul for
105
Arizona.
is the first pick in the fourth.
For a
Yeah,
team,
fourth,
for
right.
a trade that's not for a quarterback.
It's just after the comp picks, right? Yeah.
Here we go.
The Texans world at present.
Second pick in the fourth.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the third pick to the Houston Texans. With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr., linebacker, Alabama.
And remember, they have Cleveland's first round pick next year.
Yes, they
So-
still have a ton of picks. And I
Yes.
have to assume that's part of the thinking here.
Yeah.
Is that we have all of this capital. Eventually, it needs to become players. And this is the best defensive player in the draft. There's danger in thinking
Yes.
that way.
Yes, there is.
Because no player is a safe bet. No
Yeah.
player is a sure thing. But coming away with Dane, arguably a guy who has the chance to be the best offensive player in this draft and now the best defensive player in this draft for a fan base, for just a franchise in general that I think was easy to ignore for a pretty long time here. It is impossible to ignore what they've done in the last 20 minutes or so.
And even the last few months, it hasn't been the most optimistic because they lost the number one overall pick.
Yep.
And it's okay. Now we're stuck at 2. We're not going to get our first option. The ownership really stepped up and the front office to make this happen. You get maybe the top offensive player on your board, maybe the top defensive player on your board. Building blocks that you can really just build your franchise around.
Yes.
Guys that are cornerstones. And so this is obviously, it's a big moment for this franchise.
It is. When I did the Bryce Young breakdown again, when I looked at team fits, I said the Texans, why they need to sell tickets. This sells tickets, and I mean that in a good way. It sounds stupid. It sounds major league from the 80s or everything. Talking about the Cleveland team, but here it's like no, they really do. They need to build goodwill. DeMeco Ryans starts with that. The former Rookie of the Year for the Houston Texans, now being their coach, but now getting like guys that actually people know too. The general fan. Will Anderson played some probably Texas A&M over the years, so I'm sure there's some fans that recognize him. But now you're getting true needle movers, and that's what you want to get. I figured that they might go with a guy from Alabama, and they might go with a quarterback. I thought it'd be one player originally, Bryce Young, when they had maybe had the number 2 pick, but now they ended up getting both in just different ways than I originally anticipated. But I love this because they need needle movers, and this is a needle mover.
It's also common sense, right? We talked about if they took Will Anderson 2, would they trade back up for a quarterback? Common sense ring. They went the quarterback at 2. They didn't mess around. They didn't get cute.
Just in case.
You take your quarterback at 2, and then let's go try to make that trade.
Yeah.
They got it done. They get the defensive stud and Will Anderson, who, if he was able to come out last year, he would have been the number 1 overall pick to the Jaguars. I think that would have happened. Now he's a number 3 overall pick here to the Texans. That's if you're another team in the AFC South, you're looking at this saying, Texans got better today.
Yeah,
they got a lot better today. That's this is not ideal for the Texans. Aren't just that other team anymore. That this is something they're building down there.
We talk about the edge draft, and really a lot of people that have watched Will Anderson, especially this year, was how he was used, and maybe not a role that he'll be used at the NFL. He inside shade the tackle, called a 4-eye, and what does DeMeco Ryans and what does he do with defensive linemen? They let them pin their ears back wide and go, and that's perfect. I think that'll unlock him even more. And also what I think Will Anderson is best at, and this sounds very niche, but this is the show, this is why you guys tune in, is when they run games and twists. When he is the penetrator, he is exceptional. He's a true ace on those. That's what they do.
Dude,
that is
so
their
much,
so
just
much
chaos
because they
creation.
only rush 4, and that's their way to generate chaos. And he's amazing at that. I think that's just great.
Did you know? Twitter told me Will Anderson had an off year this year. 17 tackles for loss, 10 sacks. And do you know why people are saying that? Oh, because as a sophomore, 34.5 tackles for loss, 17.5 sacks.
God.
So what he's done the last 2 years as a disruptor is phenomenal. And again, as much as I like him as a pass rusher, I think he's a better run defender.
I agree.
I think the way that he can play the edge and the way he reads, breaks down blocks, makes plays it's special. It's really it's something that I don't think Alabama hasn't had that edge rusher under Nick Saban. This is that guy. This is the difference maker. And obviously the Texans agreed. As much as they gave up, I mean, good for Arizona. That's what Arizona needed. Right?
Yeah,
I mean the trade compensation for Arizona is exactly what you want out of that. to move down for a team that isn't trading up for a quarterback and to get an extra first next year, essentially another first-round pick in the 33rd overall pick, and then only move down 9 spots, it's a huge win for where the Cardinals are right now.
They need it so badly. They don't need just one player. They need dozens of players. They need depth. They need needle movers, whatever term you want to use. Every type of starter, every tier of starter, they need that. And they need it at every position outside of quarterback, which is the funny part about that team. So I thought that was like good for them. Like, honestly, good for them. Like, that's a good way to
argument. It's too much to give up for one defensive player. I mean, it's a lot to give up. When is the last time we saw something like this? Future first-round picks. Teams are moving up in the draft for non-quarterbacks. Sammy Watkins comes to mind. I believe that the Bills went from like 11 to 4 or something like that. Maybe 9 to 4.
It was like 7 to 4.
7 to 4, but it included a future first-round pick, didn't it?
For when the Browns moved back, and then they moved back again. Took Justin Gilbert. We won't talk about that.
That's very important.
But yeah, that's a good call. We don't see it often.
Doesn't happen that often.
No.
Julio obviously is an extreme example, but the Falcons were coming from the 20s.
Yes.
That included a future first-round pick, and I think a lot more. But this is a rarity. So even if we're excited, and this is the bet you're having to make if you're the Texans, right? You are about to win the post-draft press conference.
Oh, yeah.
When you can trap both those guys out, they're going to hang up those jerseys next to each other. That is a big moment for your franchise if you're trying to just incite some excitement. But on a value level, it is a big swing for one non-quarterback in a single draft.
Really
the pick is in for the Colts. Who are we thinking here, guys? I mean,
I hope it's Anthony Richardson.
Richardson, Will Levis.
Yeah.
I mean, both have been connected to the Colts. You could make a case for either.
I hope they go Richardson.
If we get a third quarterback in the first 4 picks of this draft,
they could do with the play calling wise, but
here we go.
Pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson, quarterback.
good on them.
This is awesome.
This is exactly where I wanted
This is
to go.
awesome.
Good on them.
We've talked about this all week.
Yeah.
Potential quarter. It might have been weird just doing the fake show last night. We were talking about this, so let's rehash it here. The idea of Anthony Richardson landing in Indianapolis was so exciting to me because in so many other circumstances, you would have to have a lot of imagination to think about what he could be. Like, how are they going to tweak the scheme around him? Do they have the right coaching staff to be flexible enough and nimble enough to build an offense for him? We have to ask none of those questions about Shane Steichen. The flexibility he showed in constructing the right offense around Jalen Hurts and making Jalen Hurts a lot of money over the last year, those are the exact same ideas that you can graft onto an even better athlete in Anthony Richardson.
We talk all the time about Chris Ballard and what is he like. And I mean, the freakiest quarterback we've seen come along with his size, speed, arm combination. And this is, I mean, who's starting week 1? Gardner Minshew, I guess, maybe?
I think he's out there, man.
You think so? From day one?
I think so. I mean, this team specifically, I thought was in a spot where if they pick the right guy, you just throw him out there and see what happens. And Nate, you've said multiple times during this process that you thought Anthony Richardson was less of a project than some people were making him out to be. What aspects to his game leads you to say that?
Yeah, it's yes, there are things he has to work on, but there are mental side to him, and as far as progression and that pre-snap stuff that I talked about with Bryce Young, he was asked to handle protections, just like we talked about with Bryce Young. To the extent where Bryce Young was doing it every single play, no, but he was doing it certain games. He was asked to do a lot. And again, he got better as the season went along. Play that he would throw an interception on early in the year, they would run it again later in the year, and he's moving the DBs with his eyes. So you already saw the growth there. And as far as like progressing through a play, he was finding checkdowns and doing it all promptly. There's no guesswork here. And I think that's just what's so cool with him was that, yes, he's a freak. He's a true unicorn as an athlete, but those quarterback things, the pre-snap and post-snap stuff, there's more polish there. He's always trying to do the right thing, and you could see him speed up mentally every single week. And again, this is another guy that's coming out as a redshirt sophomore. He's 20 right now.
He's 20 years old.
He can't even have a celebratory
No,
drink.
he can't. Not for another month.
Yeah, for another month after he gets drafted right here. I don't know if he drinks.
He might make it happen.
Yeah, but we'll see. But also just going to the offense, and it was Steichen with his background. We know the Jalen Hurts stuff and what they did there, and kind of making them like a college-y type offense with a lot of vertical elements. His background was with Norv Turner, which is why I bring that up is the heavy play action stuff is what Anthony Richardson ran a ton at Florida. A lot of play action, a lot of down the field stuff. So it's like, well, there's a dozen plays right there. I can tell you that they're going to run every week. And then on top of all the creation, the designed runs that you can do with him, I just think the package of him is it's exceptional. Like he has that top 3 quarterback upside, but I think this is a situation that's like, wow, we're talking about paths. This is a great path for him.
No, there's no doubt. And again, I'll go back to it. As much as we talk about the ceiling and the upside, and I agree with that, I am more encouraged by the floor.
Yeah.
When you have a guy that is this big, that fast, with that type of arm, that really helps.
The rushing buys you time. We talk about this all the time. The rushing buys you so much time. It did it for Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
Right.
It did it for so many of these guys where it can buy you time. And
that raises the floor.
Beyond the schematic similarities with Jalen Hurts and kind of the schematic overlap that we can potentially see, I think that a lot of the things the Eagles did with sports science and throwing aspects and mechanics and the ways that Jalen Hurts got to work on that within the building and some of the stuff that Philly believed in, I have to imagine some of that is going to rub off on Shane Steichen, because that's the aspect of Anthony Richardson's game that we think is the furthest away, right? It's actual mechanical aspects to throwing the football and playing the position, stuff that I think we have examples of getting fixed over time. So if he can fix some of that, and you have the tools and the feel that he seems to, it's truly unlimited what he can be as a quarterback in the NFL.
The feel and the pocket movement, not because he's just such a good athlete, but he truly has that. His eyes never come down, and that's a warning sign. When you see a quarterback's eyes always come down, that's like, okay, they're looking at the pass rush. Yes, you kind of are looking out of the corner of your eye, but you have to feel the pass rush. He already shows that he can do that, but week in, week out. So that's a good box to check. And even the accuracy stuff, because everything was so down the field. Sometimes because he's such a good athlete and so bouncy, his feet would get out of whack. Yeah, like he would just kind of his feet are in the air as he's throwing the ball. It's like, okay, let's not do that. Let's get you planted. Let's get you a little more firmly balanced here. But again, we're going with a guy that has shown that he can help improve a quarterback's play. So again, this is a situation. It's not where I'm just like being optimistic and going like, oh, hopefully everything's going to work out for him. It's like, no, this is going to actually work here. This guy gets it. This guy's worked. Steichen's worked with Philip Rivers. He's worked with Justin Herbert, another guy that had a big arm and quote unquote accuracy
issues. Yeah, it's a great point.
Fix that in a big arm and honed it in and harnessed it. So just because of his background and different offenses that he's shown out there, it's like he's going to make something work with Richardson to get him going.
We haven't even talked about this. Just imagine zone read with Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson coming downhill at you.
Right.
That is going to be something to behold.
Spray footballs if all of your receivers are 6'5" and 6'4". Like he's got receivers that work perfcally for him. Like,
Alec Pierce volleyball player is exactly what you need right now with Anthony Richardson.
This is why I'm really happy. All the Alec Pierce stock I have. Great.
Michael Pittman high pointing out there as well. I mean,
the big tight ends.
Right. Oh, yeah. And with Anthony Richardson, I mean, this is a situation where I'm a big believer in you don't predetermine playing time. Yeah. That's what training camp's for.
Exactly.
But when you draft a quarterback like Anthony Richardson, you have to talk about timeline.
Yep.
When do we think he's going to be able to get on the field and understand the playbook and all that? Because that's key with Richardson, because we've talked about it before. He needs to get on the field.
Yep.
You want him getting those first team reps, getting that consistency down. That's so big for him. And he's going to a team that there's not much standing in his way.
Nope.
So if he shows during training camp that he grasped the playbook and he gets it, I agree. We could see him very early in September.
We've talked about how much optimism there's around Shane Steichen and the new coaching staff, because it's new. We just saw how much work Shane Steichen did and how much he succeeded in Philadelphia. The tone around the front office is a little bit different.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been a rough year or so in Indianapolis, and this is the shot that Chris Ballard had to take. We were always wondering, all right, when is he going to pull the trigger? When are they actually going to make a big move for one of these quarterbacks? And now the hourglass turns over. Like, this is your big move at the position. And even if it's a new coaching regime, I still feel like there's a lot of urgency with the front office and how this could potentially work out.
And there's still some question marks.
Oh, yeah.
They didn't do anything to address the offensive line.
I was just going to say.
No. I mean,
we just have it in our head. Oh, yeah, that's a strength. And it's like, well, last year that was a little rough.
You look at their additions, a couple of nice defensive players. Isaiah McKenzie's, work them into the
That is
mix.
the move. That is the move they made on offense was Isaiah McKenzie.
So not only is this pick important, but what they do the rest of this draft.
Yes.
And it's important to point out, Colts didn't have to move. They didn't have to give up an extra draft capital to go up and get their guy. They stuck at number 4, got their guy, and now it's time to keep building talent around him to give him the best chance to succeed. So this is where Chris Ballard goes from here will be really interesting. I give Chris credit for taking, even though there were question marks about how long before we see Anthony Richardson, the version we think is going to help win divisions. How long before we see that guy? Chris, no matter what, if it's hot seat, warm seat, whatever, he stuck to his guns and took who he thought was the best quarterback.
No, it's great. How about the AFC South now? Like just the quarterback
Yeah,
upgrade that division's gotten overnight. But that's the thing with Richardson, and this is where I keep going back and forth with, because I've been around experience where Dante Culpepper sat for a year. You know, Carson Palmer sat for a year. Different types of Mahomes sat for a year. But also I have heard from quarterbacks also. This might be a little bit of a survivor bias, or the quarterbacks where it worked out go, yeah, I needed those live reps. You know, I needed those bullets flying around me. But I do think with Richardson, he is the guy where it's like, okay, I think he is always trying to do the right thing. So as long as we don't overwhelm him with a huge playbook, I do think he'll be able to handle it down the road. But I do think he just needs those plays just to figure it out. And I think just talking, I think having a vets around him, having guys that been through those live reps, that's what's going to help him the most, that he can just go, what'd you do there? I think that's what he needs the most.
Seahawks pick is in. Here we go.
This player.
With the 5th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon, quarterback.
Oh, no one saw that one coming. Nope.
So when we were talking to Michael Sean Dugar, our Seahawks writer at The Athletic, who hopefully will be joining us a little bit later tonight, I asked him, I said, where does corner fit on the Seahawks list of needs? Because we kept talking about Jalen Carter, talking about their needed edge. I think that's totally reasonable. Interior offensive line a little bit later in the draft. But I was just looking at that other outside spot on the other side from Tariq Woolen and thought they could probably use an upgrade there. And Dane, they took a big swing to try to find one here.
This is not a team that drafts corners in the first round.
No.
They rely on those day 3 picks to go find those guys. We saw it last year. The last time the Seahawks drafted a corner in the first round, any guesses?
Sean Springs?
Kelly Jennings, 2006. So that is a long time ago.
Pre-Pete.
That's pre-Pete, pre-Schneider.
Yeah.
So this is the first time in 14 years that those two have been together leading the Seahawks, that they have drafted a corner in the first round. And we thought 6. That was going to be the first maybe where we see this cornerback run. Devin Witherspoon, all 185 pounds of them, going top 5 overall.
And his attitude and mindset is very Legion.
I guarantee you that's what they drew it
absolutely.
to. Absolutely had
chip
to be.
on his shoulder. But and not just his tenacity and his like willingness to tackle that, like, yeah, he's 181 pounds, but he acts like he's 220. He is extremely intelligent and smart, very aware.
Yes.
He has great eyes when he's in zone. Like he reads the quarterback. That's why he's able to blow up plays, because he breaks on it so quick. On top of he just has great feel for the position. So I think that just that mindset makes a ton of sense. Like it just for what they want at that whole team, whole organization. They love being the island of misfit toys. They love that. And he kind of matches that in a good way, I should say. But also, this is interesting because this might be a Jalen Carter landing spot.
Yes.
And this is that. Now we're really starting that Jalen Carter
5
watch.
to 9 is Jalen Carter watch. And here's the first pick. No Jalen Carter with Detroit now on the clock. So what does that mean? That's another domino to this, no doubt. I mean, Devin Witherspoon, you want guys to get their hands on the football. 26 passes defended the last 2 years. The way he tackles, the way he loves to get involved. I mean, it's not something that a lot of corners. Some corners are a little more finesse. You know, they don't have that toughness in them. He has it. He's a junkyard dog. The way Lovie Smith coached him back in Illinois, and then Brett Bielema. I mean, but it's also not something that a lot of guys can coach out of you. Either you have it, you don't. And Witherspoon has it.
Yeah.
So now we have a defensive backfield potentially with Tariq Woolen, Devin Witherspoon, Kobe Bryant, Julian Love, Quandre Diggs, and Jamal Adams.
That's a good one.
This is
they need some pieces in the front 7, but you can talk yourself into that on the back end.
Watching that Seattle defense last year was sometimes you just had to close your eyes. This helps, no doubt, from day one. Just very surprised that they did this in the first round over a Jalen Carter, over a Tyree Wilson, over some of the defensive linemen that were available. I mean, don't hate it. I mean, this is, Devin Witherspoon makes your football team better. I'm all for that.
I mean, they might just live in 6 DBs, but it makes sense. Especially where I think Jamal Adams now is going to truly be a queen on the chessboard, where they can have him more near the line of scrimmage. I know he's a safety, but now, and Julian Love's versatility to play in the slot. They just have a lot of guys that are useful. I'll say that, but guys that can line up in different spots. So really, there's some more imagination with their defense or creativity that they can have on the defensive end. So it is interesting, but it's I always love when you have a strength on your team, because I do think that's a strength of their defense, because their front seven was so bad, especially last year. But now it's like, let's inject even more talent into the strength. And
Plus,
that's a lot of fun.
You would think if any team was going to pass on a corner, it would be the team that just hit on two day three corners in last year's class. And they said, no, we like this guy that much.
Yeah.
And so that says a lot about Devin Witherspoon, that he enticed this group to go with corner. And we have a trade. Cardinals at 6. They move up from 12 to 6.
Also the Lions.
So what do we think about this with Detroit? Do you think that maybe Devon Witherspoon was their guy? He goes off the board. Think, all right, we want to get out of here.
Very possible.
And now Arizona comes back. Who could Arizona possibly want here that's worth coming back with the state of their roster and the timeline that they're on right now? Do they think
Paris Johnson?
Oh,
tackle?
Offensive line.
I'd be so sad.
They're gonna late round. Oh yeah,
I'd be so sad. I haven't let my real Bears emotions started to infiltrate my brain so far tonight, but we're getting there.
They trade back to 12. Who's picking right in front of them? 9, 10, 11. 3 teams that could very well pick offensive line with the Bears, the Eagles, the Titans.
Yep.
This is a move to go up and get their get up their tackle. If this is just, we're spitballing here. We don't know what the pick is. If you're going to make a move like this, I could understand why you would move up to get, and even the Raiders, they need everything. If the Raiders took Paris Johnson or one of these offensive linemen, that's possible. So, okay.
We have the terms here. So the Lions go from 12 to 6, and they give up pick 34 essentially to do it. Or excuse me, the Cardinals go from 12 to 6. They give up pick 34 to make that happen. They just got pick 33. So
yes, their original second round pick.
So, I mean, they're really not left with anything less than they started the day with, and they could come away with the best offensive tackle in the draft. So I can understand this. I mean, think about the haul they got for moving back and what they had to give up now to move back up.
It just feels like a trench pick. Like to me, even if it's Tyree Wilson, if we're going defensive side, but I just feel like this team, especially the GM's mindset, I feel like he's a big, tough football guy, with his background from the Titans, that they're just going to go, okay, we're going to get trench pick. We're going to start inside out when we rebuilt this whole team.
Monty Ossenford, his first draft as a general manager. That's why we're probably thinking not Jalen Carter here.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a big swing, a big risk to take with your first pick ever as a general manager.
What was the joke that we were saying coming into the draft when we're talking about Will Anderson potentially going there? Just put one in the fairway.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Jalen Carter's just put one in the fairway. That's trying to pump that thing 400 yards, and it's going to go wherever it's going to go.
Driving the green on a par 4. Let's do this.
There's nothing wrong with going safe. There's nothing wrong with going with a player that maybe doesn't have the upside of some other players, but you feel good about what he's going to bring to your team, whether that's offense or defense. So, offensive line makes the most sense here, but I don't know. We'll see what they do.
After this trade, the Lions now have the 12th pick, the 18th pick, the 34th pick, the 48th pick, and the 55th pick.
That's not bad. 5 picks, 55.
That's what you're doing.
I think we want to ascribe this urgency to the Lions because they were so close to making the playoffs. It's like, oh man, they could push the couple pieces, they could get it. They're not thinking that way. They're like, you know what? We know we're going to be good. We're going to build this thing over the next 5 years. We're going to do this thing the right way. That's why Brad Holmes is a better NFL general manager than I would be personally.
Because you just feel so tempted. It's like, let's just do this. Oh, they look
happy. That Cardinals room is pumped.
They look happy.
I want to see the war room that's just despondent after making a pick. But they're just crestfallen.
My favorite was when the corners got selected for the Cowboys before they took Micah Parsons, and they showed their war room, and it went empty after Surtain got picked. And so it was J.C. Horn. Surtain got picked. And so they showed the war room, and then the war room just dispersed once that pick happened because they're like, oh, shoot. What's the backup plan? Micah Parsons turned out okay. It worked out okay.
They did all right there going back up to get Micah Parsons.
You fall into the right thing.
Here we go.
Zone
Cardinals pick is
choosing with, by the way, the Rams pick.
The Detroit Lions have traded the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
Kyler Murray got his guy.
He did.
Offensive line guru, Kyler Murray.
Assistant GM.
Dane, Paris Johnson was your number 1 offensive tackle in this class because you would characterize Peter Skoronski as a guard. What do you think about Paris Johnson landing in Arizona based on the structure, kind of the makeup of their offense right now?
2021 tape, we saw him at right guard, and we were forecasting forward over the summer thinking, okay, he's going to move to left tackle, his more natural position. This could be a big year for Paris Johnson. Spoiler, it was. He was outstanding all year. Really just a few hiccups here and there. That was it. You want a guy with that size, over 36-inch arms, but can still move with the quickness of a smaller player. Paris Johnson gives you that. He also, the intangibles are outstanding. This is,
this is putting one in the fairway.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
he's not a super high ceiling, but
That's
in terms
fair.
of the type of guy you want to build this team out of, this is the type of bet you want to make.
This is probably not a player we're ever be talking about as a top 5 tackle in the league, but he will be a solid starter for a long time. That's how I think that's how we project him. I think that's how the Cardinals see him. And again, we go back to a team that's rebuilding in a lot of ways. This is a good way to do that. A guy that he probably has left tackle, right tackle versatility, but a guy that has a lot of things going for him that, right away he's going to step in, win a starting job, and hopefully you don't have to worry about that position for a long time.
He plays different than what his traits are in a way, because yes, he's tall and has long arms, but he has tenacity. He finishes blocks. Like he has some of that effort and that toughness to him, even though he looks like a guy that maybe sometimes you get some of these pretty tackles and you're like, okay, can you like grind that guy a little bit on the run block? But he has that too. He played guard before.
Especially in Ohio State's off, that zone, a lot of movement.
And that's what's great is because of his athleticism, his movement ability, is that he's great on that zone stuff. He has the athleticism to be the backside blocks. Like you can ask him to do really anything. Double teams he's good at. And then he's improving as a pass protector. I would say he's good right now, but he has room for growth. It's kind of funny. He's like the tackle version of Stroud a little bit. But you can feel fine, safe with him. And it's like, okay, a little bit of upside that you can tap into, and he could be even better than that. So he was my tackle 1 as well, Dane. I really liked him. And Darnell Wright would be the other guy. Those were the 2 that kind of had a tier by themselves in different ways. But I really like this one for the Cardinals, for a team that needs so many players. Let's get, like we said, hit the fairway. Let's build through the trenches. This is a good way to kind of start this rebuild.
This is a quote from the Beast and the draft guide from a scout on Paris Johnson. It's not just that he's coachable. He's a real quick learner and handles playbook complexities really well for his age. So a guy that is not going to be that big jump.
No.
You feel good about mentally, physically, what he's going to bring to your team, and that's exactly what you're looking for, especially in a trade up where that's you give him a 2nd-round pick, an early 2nd-round pick, but you do it for a guy that you believe in, and it's easy to believe in Paris Johnson.
If you look at it just in the aggregate, those multiple trades that the Cardinals made, you essentially move back from 3 to 6, got Paris Johnson, and got an extra 1st-round pick. So even if you're giving up something to move back up, it still is not a bad kind of outcome here in the aggregate. So DJ Humphrey is only 29 years old. He's a left tackle in Arizona and has been. Who knows with new regimes, guys on big second contracts, always uncertainty. But you can slide Paris Johnson in right now to be the right tackle on that team. Kelvin Beachum is still on the roster. Kelvin Beachum, probably a guy that is worth replacing at this stage of his career, but notoriously good dude. Like notoriously good. And we talk about this. Landing in the right room matters when you're a young player. And I think that the success DJ Humphries has had, his own development as a player from where he was early, and somebody that can be a presence like Kelvin Beachum is, it's not a bad spot for Paris Johnson to land as a rookie.
Absolutely. And that pro mindset, and like you said, he's a quick learner, and he works hard. I know you can't, when he's talking about some of his teammates, maybe ask for some more from some of his teammates sometimes. But that's good. That's a good thing. What has been some of the concerns with Kyler is that, what it was written in his contract, allegedly, and all that is what is helpful to have another pro, even though he's a young guy. It's nice when coaches can just go, oh, we can rely on Paris. Our top 10 pick is going to act like the 7th-round pick that's just trying to make the roster. That's a good thing, especially again when you're really starting fresh. You're really at every position, so might as well get ones with a good mindset, has played in huge games, has developed, like he's done. There's a lot of boxes that he checks. So that's, again, for a Cardinals team that they don't need to just hit one on the fairway. They just need to make contact. And this is it. This is a good way to do it.
Sometimes when guys are left tackles and they play left tackle their entire career, you kind of worry about moving them around, needing the other side. He played right guard in 2021. So we know he's functional on the right side. It's a small thing, but I think it's something worth considering.
That matters.
And Dane, we were wondering, when is the tackle run going to start? Is it going to start at 9 with Chicago, and then are we going to see them just kind of in succession come off 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, all that? It started a lot earlier. So now how is this going to shape when the tackles go, what the order of them is? It's a pretty big domino to fall this early in the draft.
No, especially with Chicago coming up here in 2 picks.
Thanks for reminding me.
And so, but look, Peter Skoronski, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright. There's still some really good offensive linemen here. But first up, we have the Raiders, and we there's a lot of different directions they could go. You feel like it's
talking about the Cardinals needing a lot. Raiders similar kind of depth chart in some areas,
especially on defense, where every level they need help. Christian Gonzalez makes a lot of sense here. I think he starts from day one. Could they they're showing Will Levis here on NFL Network. Could they pull a surprise?
Chatting with Liam Cohen.
Yeah,
He's hanging out
exactly.
there. Talking about, this is a potential, is Jalen Carter the right answer here? Because they absolutely need a defensive line.
Very Raiders of them.
Yeah, it would be very Raiders
It
to
would
take
be,
a
yeah.
guy like Jalen Carter. But with the Cardinals and the Raiders, both of them, you look at the defensive depth chart, and you could just go, you can do anything. You can pencil in any guy. I mean, at least the Raiders have Max Crosby. I don't even think the Cardinals have anybody like that outside of Budda Baker. So it's pretty much a blank slate for them on defense. They could go a bunch of different directions. And like you said, if Will Levis is that guy, they need a quarterback in the future.
I actually like the Levis fit. Like, this was actually one of the teams I really was like, this one, from all the teams I looked at, yes, you with the Shanahan stuff with the Texans and everything, but this was the one team I was like, actually, I like this. What Josh McDaniel has asked his quarterbacks to do, a lot of under center, quick hitting, play action stuff. That's stand strong in the pocket.
Yep.
That's Will Levis right then and there. So that was one I actually kind of liked.
Even Skoronski. You look at the right side of their offensive line. I mean, really, the only guy they have that's a long-term player there is Colton Miller. I mean, there's so many pieces of turnover there that position group is in flux. So they could go a bunch of different directions here. If it was Skoronski, if it was Tyree Wilson, if it was Jalen Carter, if it was Christian Gonzalez, I mean, all of those guys, I think, would make at least a little bit of sense with this pick.
Right. And it just, I don't know, there's a different vibe around the Raiders. Last year, it just felt like there was excitement. They got Devontae Adams. They were going for it. They were going to compete. This year, it feels like, okay, maybe we need a little more help.
Throttle back.
Maybe we need some more reinforcements here. Tyree Wilson's still out there. I mean, I was told Tyree Wilson, the medicals, some teams were, good, thumbs up. Other teams, we can't do that in the top 10. So could we see a little bit of a slip for Tyree Wilson, maybe even out of the top 10?
Yeah, that's super interesting with Tyree Wilson because his stock was getting so high that it was like, he might be the first defensive player drafted, and his tape is fun, and we'll talk about him when he does go. But it is interesting now that it's like, there might be a little slide with him when you're talking about the medicals. I really like when you were saying with the corners too, like Gonzalez is interesting because for a while he was looked at maybe as cornerback one for a lot of people, and I think because of his upside and outside ability, his athletic ability as well. That's what the guy looks like when you take
Falcons for pick 8.
They need players.
Here's
so a lot of these
the
guys
Raiders selection.
Here we go.
Kansas
Raiders
City.
pick at number 7.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
We just talked about how this is a player that's really fun because of the traits. You want a long player, powerful player, convert that speed to power. He has all of that. And, he is a little bit of a late bloomer. He started at Texas A&M, goes to Texas Tech. Even at the Texas Tech tape this year, he only had 7 sacks. I think the pressure rate looked really nice. I think that, and the tape was good. But overall, still a player that came along a little bit later than Will Anderson for a comparison. But man, this is how you want a guy to look. Talk about with Christian Gonzalez as a corner. This is what you want a defensive lineman to look at that size, that length, that speed, that ability. He can play on his feet. He could play down. Raiders needed help on that defensive line. He's gonna inside-outside versatility. Maybe stand up a little bit. He gives you a lot of that. So. This pick makes sense.
What's nice is he comes in, he doesn't have to be the ace either. We're not drafting this guy and going, oh man, we need 10 sacks here right away, buddy.
Max Crosby's still there, right?
Exactly. And they signed Chandler Jones last year. No one remembers that. But
you look at the succession of edge rusher moves the Raiders have made after missing on Clelin Ferrell. Every single year, they did something. Yannick Ngakoue 1 year. They signed Carl Nassib to a pretty big contract 1 year. They go sign Chandler Jones to that massive deal. Kind of like the quarterback carousel that those other teams were on. I think they're just ready to get off. Like, we're going to take the best pass rusher available, and we're going to stop the bleeding here at this position.
And the way their defensive tackle depth chart looks like right now, I mean, get that NASCAR package
That's
on.
exactly what I was going to. Yeah, 100%.
Get 3 defensive ends. I mean, you could really mix and match and get creative with how you do that. So, you think about Patrick Graham and that defense, what he might do. You could be creative with a guy like this because, again, he could play on his feet. You want him to kick inside, play over the B gap, he can do that, no problem. He has the power and the length to do it. So I understand why they go in this direction.
Even if Chandler Jones is already on the roster, and you theoretically have 2 starting edge players, I think what you're saying, Dane, this speaks to the timeline that the Raiders were on. This is a long-term thing. This is a multi-year project that they're about to work on. So even if Tyree Wilson isn't a starter from day one with the current makeup of the roster, he's going to get enough work in those packages. And this is a 2024 move, if it's anything.
Yeah. And we're talking about traits and still the upside to tap into. When you're saying when you put on Texas Tech film, right away you go, oh, it's that guy. I know who the NFL player is just right then and there. But you watch him, his balance is something that always stands out with his play. And I mean, of course, his length and just how he uses those two kind of traits over and over again, whether it's again, no tight end could block him. Like anytime tight end had to go against him, he just bullied him. It's good. That's what you want to see. It's the things that you just wanted, like left you wanting more with Wilson was sometimes his get off was a little slower. Sometimes his hand usage was kind of, I wouldn't say lazy, but kind of just like lackadaisical. And so I think those are the things that you think that you can coach up because his traits are just so outstanding.
Last year, the Raiders were 27th in the league in pressure rate. They were 32nd in sacks.
Right.
I mean, they were bottom of the barrels, even though they do have Max Crosby and Chandler Jones. This is something they needed to do. This is the first Texas Tech defender drafted in the top 20 ever.
Wow.
Never had before.
Jeez.
Yeah, we've seen Patrick Mahomes, Michael Crabtree, offensive players come from this program. We've never seen a defensive player from the Red Raiders go this high.
You're talking about the get off being one of those concerns, and the medicals is the other.
Yeah.
We didn't see him test, and there are some questions because of that foot injury. How does his medical just situation and the status of his medicals compared to some of the other guys who came into this draft hurt?
It's funny. I had an interview set up with Tyree Wilson back in November, and at the last minute, I got a call from someone close to Tyree saying, "Can't do it, broke his foot," or there was something there. I was like, "Oh no, this is not good. This is right before the draft season. This is something that really sidelined. We thought maybe towards the end of pro day, but no, we didn't get a chance to see that, unfortunately." But this is where you have to trust the medical staff, right? This is where I know as scouts, you go into the room and you're just kind of hoping that you're going to see the little letter next to the tag. But sometimes you go into that room and the tag's off the board. Yeah. You just gotta cross your fingers that the medical staff doesn't disqualify him. And obviously the Raiders were comfortable with the foot and moving forward what he's going to be able to do.
Shout out to Chris Cortez, the head trainer for the Raiders. But yeah, great guy. So he's going to have his, like, they're trusting him in his evaluation, the team doctors, like you said. But also just the other thing, remember we were doing our all-pro show, Robert, and we talked about Max Crosby. Max Crosby had a phenomenal year, if anyone didn't notice last year. But how many reps he played? Remember we were talking about how many plays, like some of his rates were lower, not just his counting stats, because he was on the field so much. Even, yes, Chandler Jones was a shell of himself last year in his first year in Vegas. Having three guys that you can just rotate and just keep fresh for tighter games in the fourth quarter, that's another benefit to this as he comes along, as we talk about his room to grow as a player. That helps where it's like, okay, we don't need you on the field for 60 snaps, but you better be on there for 40 at least.
No time wasted. The Falcons getting this pick, and we still don't know what it is yet, but it came in pretty darn fast.
Is this Bijan watch?
I was going to say, did they run up there?
It's only 8-10. We can't go with the pucks
and they'll go back to their seat. Yeah.
I mean, Atlanta did a lot of work on the defensive line in free agency. They obviously went out and got Jesse Bates. They made the trade for Jeff Okudah. I think that they really tried to fill some of those glaring holes at some of those positions in March with veterans to kind of give themselves maybe a little bit more flexibility heading into the draft with a top 10 pick. They still need probably some help at one of the guard spots.
Yeah.
Bijan Robinson could be an option. They still need more help on defense.
Yep.
So again, when teams are picking in the top 10, usually a couple different directions that they could go, and Atlanta doesn't feel any different.
Right. The Jeff Okudah trade, obviously you hope he, for a 5th round pick can come in, contribute, but that's not going to stop you from drafting a Christian Gonzalez here.
No.
Right.
They've drafted guards in the 1st round before. They could do it again here with Peter Skoronski. They also need juice coming off the edge.
Yep.
Is this where we start talking about Nolan Smith? I mocked him to the Falcons at one point. So this is a team, and we've seen in the 2 years Terry Fontenot has been the GM. We saw him go tight end with Kyle Pitts in the top 5, and we saw Drake London, a big wide receiver, in the top 10 last year. This is going to be a little different this year.
Okay. So we got the Falcons pick in.
All right, we're going to take a quick break and be right back to break down the Falcons selection here in a moment.
You really mustn't, darling. really mustn't, darling.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Testing. 'All right, we're back. Sorry if there were any audio issues. I'm cracking a little bit for you guys. We're doing our best over here. This is our first time doing this, so please bear with us. Huge bombshell in this draft, Dane. Bijan Robinson goes 8 to the Atlanta Falcons. We talked about this being a potential possibility. Now you drop Bijan into an offense that already has Kyle Pitts, Drake London. Yeah. There's some weapons on this team. Positional value be damned. I am excited to watch this group of players for Atlanta.
When I was doing my final mock draft, I didn't know what to do with Bijan. And so I took the easy way out, put him at 8 for the Falcons because it could happen. I don't know what else the Falcons are going to do. Look, they took him. And you know what? On one level, I get it. When you look at Arthur Smith, head coach, what he wants that offense to be. You look at what they did in the last 2 first rounds. This is not a team that's afraid of going for it on offense. And whether or not those first 2 picks have worked out up to this point, they obviously saw something in Bijan Robinson when you drop him into this offense, and it doesn't matter if it's Desmond Ridder or who's at quarterback. This makes everyone better. I think that when you have the running back conversation in the first round, especially the top 10, you do have to talk about some guys are just a little different. Yeah, Bijan Robinson is a little different. His ability to make guys miss with quickness or power, help in the passing game. Forget the running back route tree. He's running out there running wide receiver routes. Yes. You could throw on Iowa State tape and see him running a post. Like, I mean, these are things that make him an offensive weapon. They're just a little bit different than just being a running back. So I understand why this pick will be met with some doubt, some pushback. But I also understand the Falcons thinking when you add a presence like this to your offense, what that does to the way defenses have to defend you. So I get it, but it's a big pick.
It is. And yeah, I understand the running back value and everything, but Bijan, like you said, is a lot of fun and doing all that. Just the pass catching stuff, the pass protecting stuff. He's a true 3-down back. Like, he can be on the field every single snap and you're fine because he can do the assignment. And like you said, the Iowa State plays, I should say, where he's running a receiver route tree. This is an offensive system that Arthur Smith has put together where it's kind of positionless in some ways. Yeah. And he uses personnel better than anybody. We talked about how many varieties of tight ends that they used last year where they're splitting guys out. That's what the versatility Kyle Pitts.
The Eagles have traded up to 9. Obviously, what's happening as we're talking about Bijan. The pick is in for
the Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
So last year,
The buzz was that Jalen Carter would not get out of the top 10. That's what Drew Rosenhaus told us. He wasn't taking visits outside of the top 10. The Eagles were picking at 10. They decided they wanted to move one spot because they weren't going to let this go any further.
I was told he wasn't getting past 9. Chicago might take him, but he was right. They didn't get past 9. Eagles move up and get him. And look, this is it's a big swing. And we know Howie Roseman loves his defensive linemen, especially in the first round. Jalen Carter, just talk about just on the field for a minute here. His block destruction is special. It's power, it's quickness, and it's skill. It's not just a big guy moving quicker than everybody else. It's someone that understands how to use his hands and that body control that he has. So, and you still feel like there's upside there. Like he's going to get better and better with pro coaching. So this is a big swing, but you understand why they did it. And you have to factor in, this is a guy going to a defense that Jordan Davis, former teammate from Georgia, our first round pick last year, Nakobe Dean, third round pick last year. So you have to believe that those two guys factored into this decision, the comfort level to go up and get a Jalen Carter. So Howie Roseman, I'm sure, talked to both those guys, asked honest opinions. What do you think about it? We drop them into this franchise. We think we get the most out of them. Obviously, they both signed off.
And that's kind of Nakobe Dean's MO, right? Is that the true leader, like true captain type of player, classic linebacker. So I'm sure, at the conversations, he's like, are you okay? Are you okay with Jalen? And he's like, probably sure. Yeah. But speaking of on-field ability, the fact that my best comparison for him is Kevin frickin' Williams. It's like, that's all you need to know. And I mean that realistically. I try to be pretty harsh with my comparisons. Like, I don't know, guys, this is kind of that type of player. Just disruptive and strong. You can ask him to play in any type of defense and it works. Scheme proof, that term for defensive line. And also, like you said, the athletic ability. He also knows when to crank it up. Yes, and there were some talks about his effort. I didn't really agree with that because I was like, look, this guy's 320 pounds. Look how he's moving. He's moving. But he would just, another guy in the brightest lights in the biggest moments, he would crank it up and just win instantly and disrupt a play. There's reason there's CJ Stroud highlights against Georgia is because Jalen Carter kept winning over and over and over against Ohio State. And that's why CJ Stroud had to make him miss so many times. But God, just a guy that's a true difference maker. And this is pretty exciting probably for Eagles.
Fletcher Cox is still on this roster.
Yeah.
So this is, you're going to a locker room with a veteran defensive line.
Yes.
And
Brandon Graham is still there. It's the same guys.
Kelsey, Lane Johnson, everybody there.
We have a team that played in the Super Bowl. It was the best team in the NFC, arguably the best team in the league last season. A couple plays here and there from winning a championship. And they could have just gotten the best player in the draft.
Yes.
That's what just happened.
Going into the combine, Jalen Carter was my number one player in this draft. And then, everything happened. We have to talk about it, obviously, with what transpired after the national championship game, the racing, which led to 2 deaths. It's something that, obviously, as a franchise, you have to be comfortable with. You have to, you do your due diligence. You understand the person. Is this a pattern of bad decisions? Is this an isolated incident of immaturity? You have to be comfortable with when you come to a conclusion about that. And obviously the Eagles felt like, okay, you know what, this is a player who is young, some immaturity, but we feel like with our structure, our franchise, that the reward is worth that risk.
Yeah. And why we're bringing up all his former Georgia teammates and also the veteran leadership that the Eagles have, that makes it a sliding scale. When a person has, quote unquote, character concerns, it's a little easier to tolerate when you're like, well, we got a strong locker room, so they'll fix it.
See that all the time. George Pickens went to the Steelers last year, and it's like, okay, this is the type of team that could potentially absorb a guy like that.
Yes.
And on a football level, the Eagles lost Javon Hargrave this offseason, and then they replaced a guy who hopefully is going to give them a similar skill set to Javon Hargrave. We have a 3 technique that was the most productive pass rusher in college football at that position in 2021. He's a little bit banged up in 2022. Still finished 16th in pressures among interior defensive linemen, according to PFF. On the 108th most pass rush snaps among interior defensive linemen. Even a little bit banged up was an absolute terror and a force in 2022.
There's production with the trades. It's crazy.
And you mentioned the questions about effort. When you factor it, context is so important with this. When you factor in coming back from that MCL injury, you factor in against Ohio State, he had never played that many snaps ever in a game. So, there were times where maybe he wasn't going full go. But this is a player the talent, you can't coach that.
Yeah.
You can't coach what he brings. And so, yeah, you drop this in, and all of a sudden, and throughout the process, it was okay. He goes to the pro day, and he's a little overweight. And talking to a scout that was there, it was like, okay, the first third of his workout was phenomenal. Then that second, and then the rest of it was just his legs gave out.
Yeah.
But when you factor in again context, what he was dealing with at the time, he wasn't able to have a routine where he's working out and being at his best. This is a big swing if you were the Eagles. But if any franchise could do it, you think it would be the Eagles with their infrastructure on defense, the way that the makeup is. And it's also interesting, the Bears, they traded away from Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Is it a question of they were not going to take him there, so they felt comfortable moving back? They weren't all in. But now they're on the clock here at 10, and there's still some offensive linemen out there.
That's always what I thought the pick would be.
Right.
I just felt like they wanted to be able to come away from this offseason saying we have no doubt about the players we've put around Justin Fields. DJ Moore now, Chase Claypool, Darnell Mooney, signed Nate Davis in free agency. Now can we go get a tackle, presumably a right tackle, to drop into this equation? And then even if they're not stars at every level, we have enough to judge him. And we'll see if they decide
in the
that was the case.
2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee.
All right.
I really like it.
He's a guy that Dane, I think, made a lot of money for himself this season. And then even in the draft process, it feels like people got more and more excited about him as they started to dig into it. You watch that game that he had against Will Anderson and what he looked like as a pure right tackle this year. Darnell Wright came a long way to being a top 10 pick.
Former 5-star guy who the first 3 years at Tennessee did not play like a 5-star guy. Go back to his junior tape where he's playing left tackle, and that's not a draftable player. You are not drafting Darnell Wright based off his 2021 tape. But this past year, I mean, you hit it on the nose. Moves back to right tackle, looks like a different player.
Yeah.
You see a guy with movement skills. You see a guy with power, a nasty dude. He wants to bury you, wants to finish you. We just got done talking about what exactly do the Bears need a right tackle. Darnell Wright, you could make the argument that is the best right tackle in this draft.
Yeah, I totally agree. A guy that going into my watch when I started watching the top tackles, I kind of had what you were just describing. I was like, okay, this guy's gonna be a big, sloppy, lazy guy, big classic 330-pound right tackle. Okay, whatever. Yeah, and then you watch him, and he carries his weight easy. And that's the thing too, is Chris Morgan, the offensive line coach with the Bears, and they prefer a zone scheme. He still might not be best in that, but he's still athletic enough that you could do that. Yeah. Like he's another guy that you can plop in and see realistically that he's going to be good in those situations. Watching him against Pitt, and he uses a snatch move. Like he has technique stuff already, like polish as a pass protector with his hand usage. He's naturally strong. He's an easy mover. He's never on the ground. And that's another thing. He's 330 something pounds. You never see him falling over his skis. He's always just balanced and stays within it. Good, strong hands. And of course, the Will Anderson tape, or against Alabama and Will Anderson, that was cool to see because you got to see him kick out of his stance against a guy with true ace pass rushing speed, and he handled it easily. I mean, people have said like that's just the game that got him drafted. There's the whole tape this year was fantastic. That game, just different games, he just showed different aspects, and that's why I mean he had my offense tackle too. I'm a big believer in him. I think he's gonna be a damn good player.
I'm just picturing the first time Ryan Poles sat down and watched Darnell Wright, and just the smile. Like probably can't. This is an offensive line guy, and to see Darnell Wright work, and again, speaking to that improvements that he made this year. Double-digit flags he was penalized last year in 2021. This year, twice.
Wow.
Gave up a grand total of 0 sacks this year.
Yeah.
I mean, he was dominant from start to finish. And so, we think about that Tennessee offense. We talk so much about Hendon Hooker, Jalen Hyatt. We talk about Cedric Tillman. Darnell Wright was really a key cog in what made that offense go.
Yep. No, that's absolutely it. It's awesome because like even there's plays too where he's a puller. And I mean, look what the Bears did as far as the quarterback run game last year. This guy actually, it's conducive to what he does well. If you have him pulling on those counter plays, the QB read counter plays, it's great. He's amazing at those because, again, his movement ability, his natural strength. What my best comparison for him has been like 90% Tristan Wirfs. That's kind of how I picture it.
I'll take it.
I know.
I will take 90% Tristan Wirfs as the
picture
Bears right tackle. I'll tell you that right now.
Yep.
One of the biggest moves of the entire night so far, the Colts deciding that Anthony Richardson is their guy. Here to talk us through the Colts pick and the big swing from that front office. It is our Colts writer at The Athletic, Zach Kiefer. Zach, thank you very much for joining us, sir. You look fantastic.
The Wizard of Oz.
What's up, guys? How's your night going?
We are having a great time. How's your night going?
Hey, they took a quarterback, man. It feels like 7 years in the making.
Why do you think Anthony Richardson ultimately became the guy for Indianapolis?
I think if you look at the three pillars at the top, it makes a lot of sense, right? Jim Irsay wants a running quarterback. First of all, he wanted them to draft a quarterback. All the Lamar Jackson conversations, I kept going back to Irsay wants a rookie quarterback. So start there. You pivot to Chris Ballard. He likes traits, right? Robert, we've talked about this a lot. He
sure
loves
does.
traits. Does anybody have more traits than Anthony Richardson? And then thirdly, this is a bet on Shane Steichen. And I've said this as well. Like, you're betting on this guy's ability to draft a young quarterback who's a little bit raw, but has everything you want physically. Steichen, Ballard, Irsay, it feels like it makes a lot of sense. And then the final box for them to check was, it was the personality. It was the character. And they visited with him a lot in Gainesville the last couple of weeks. And it just felt like they felt really comfortable with him.
Have they talked about, again, the process a little bit? Have you gotten to hear from Ballard at all? You gotten to hear from anybody there after they made the pick?
Yeah. He decided in his mind about a month ago that he was good with this pick. And the biggest amount of anticipation and angst was waiting to see who was trading up to 3, right? And he said someone might be lying in the weeds. And if it was Tennessee, that would have been a bad look if they would have jumped up to get Anthony Richardson. When they didn't, the Colts knew this was the guy. And I heard it wasn't going to be Levis. And they were pretty sure it was Anthony Richardson.
We talked a lot about, Chris has been open about this. I mean, when you draft one of these guys, it's on you. This is the moment when it really kind of turns over, and they had sorted through all of these veteran quarterbacks. Is that sense there now that this is it? This is our big bet at the position. And however it turns out, this is how it turns out.
Yeah, but don't you think this gives them a little bit more time?
I absolutely think it gives a little bit more time, but it still feels
he's
like
20 years old.
it still feels like we were waiting for them to make their big bet, and this is it. And to do it on a guy who has this package of traits and clearly, like you said, fits personality-wise the way that they want to, then to be the next kind of guy in this lineage of Colts quarterbacks just feels different for this franchise in a way. And for it to be a guy like Anthony Richardson, it's pretty fascinating.
Yeah, it needed to happen. And I asked Chris Ballard at the end of our conversation, like, do you feel relief? Like, you finally pulled the trigger on this quarterback. And really, this is what the fan base has been waiting for since August of 19, when Andrew Luck walked away, and they finally did it. But again, Jim Irsay is going to exercise patience here. I really believe that. And remember, Shane Steichen's on a 6-year contract. So there's no real hurry to play him a lot this year. But then again, as you've mentioned, Dane, like, this guy needs to play. He needs reps. He's only started 13 games in college. So that's going to be the interesting dynamic. But if you think about this guy and Jonathan Taylor in the same backfield, that could be fun.
That's fun.
It's fun.
Zach Kiefer, enjoy your night, my friend. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Zach.
All right. A month.
That's exciting.
A month.
Yeah.
And they sat on it.
They did.
And we had such little kind of insight into who they were going to pick, who they preferred at that spot. It was one of the biggest mysteries in the entire draft. They decided a month ago that this is going to be their guy.
Yeah. And we actually had the Titans.
Here we
on the
go.
clock
Titans at 11. Here it is.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronski, offensive tackle, Northwestern.
Passing the quarterback.
I was so
yeah.
I was
It's
way,
just, you know what? Anything. Just anything on offense.
That is so perfect for them. I mean,
is.
they need so much help at offensive line, and this is we don't know what his best spot is, but
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. He is
Left
a good.
tackle,
He, yes,
guard, what
doesn't
say center.
matter. He will be your best lineman at any spot he plays at. All 5 spots he could potentially play at. And yeah, I was dreading. Not against the player, but Jackson Smith and Jigba there. I was like, no, you guys don't need a receiver. You need offensive line. Yes, they do need a receiver as well.
Will Levis?
Or Will Levis. But this is great for a team. Again, they're really rebuilding on the offense. This is a guy that it's a building block, a literal building block. And yeah, he's going to be their best offensive lineman at whatever spot they put him at. This is great. This is a great pick. Like, perfect spot to take him. I love this.
We're starting from scratch on offense.
Yes.
I mean, it's similar to thinking about the Cardinals on defense. I mean, you need something. You need some starting point. He could play guard. He could play tackle. It really doesn't matter. Just one building block on the way to wherever they need to get.
You think of Mike Vrabel, where did he really cut his teeth? New England. What does Bill Belichick always preach? Smart, tough, physical. Peter Skoronski is that. I mean, this is a Vrabel guy. Plug him in on the offensive line. We don't know where. Could it be guard? Could it be tackle? But that versatility gives you options to get the best 5 out there. And that's what they need right now. So, the Titans have more than a few spots they need to address here.
Yes.
But offensive line was absolutely one of them. And Peter Skoronski is as clean as they come.
Yes.
When it comes to a prospect on the field, off the field, understanding what he is, what he does best, and then what he's going to bring day in, day out. So this pairing makes a lot of sense.
Talk about when that run and offensive lineman was going to go. It has started. So now we've got 3 of them off the board, and this is when we could have a lot more potentially in play. So there might be more teams looking for tackles here than are going to be available in these spots.
So 4 offensive linemen off the board, or 3?
3.
Or no, 3. Yeah.
Paris Johnson, Darnell Wright,
out there.
Peter Skoronski. Broderick Jones is still there.
Yep. And there are a few teams here coming up that could possibly take them. And it's interesting with Detroit now on the clock.
Yeah.
We thought maybe Christian Gonzalez at 6. Christian Gonzalez is still on the clock.
Yeah.
That's a possibility for them if they want to go that direction. They want to continue building that defense, which we think they're going to do. But, because this offensive line class, I think it taps out. It's
huge drop off.
We figured we talked about it the other day. We see that run early. It's why Matthew Bergeron made it into my final mock draft. Just because teams need offensive linemen, and so you might take one a little bit earlier than you're comfortable with. But the tackle class, just not a great group this year. You like some of the guys at the top with Paris Johnson and Broderick Jones still out there, but then it just falls off a cliff.
The Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs, running back.
No way.
Jahmyr Gibbs with the 12th overall pick. I was waiting for this sort of reaction to the first one of the night where it was really going to floor you. What do we think about Jahmyr Gibbs landing in Detroit with the 12th pick?
Can you imagine if you did that in a mock draft?
Oh
what
my God.
Detroit fans would have said to you?
They would have taken your head off.
It's fascinating that they traded away from Bijan Robinson at 6.
Yeah.
And they, I don't know if they thought they'd get Bijan here or if they thought Gibbs the entire way.
Yeah.
Either way, look, I love Jahmyr Gibbs. He is. You cannot name the top 25 players in this draft and not name Jahmyr Gibbs. He is that good of a player, rushing the football, catching the football. He is so sudden with his feet, and the way he marries his eyes with his feet, it is really impressive. So, and we mentioned it when we were talking about Bryce Young. He led the team in receptions this year. That's not ideal, but it also speaks to his talent. And you think about the Lions in that running back depth chart with DeAndre Swift still there. They signed David Montgomery.
Right.
They gave David Montgomery $11 million guaranteed like a month and a half ago.
This is a different type of weapon where I bet you we see him in the slot. We see him all over the formation. It's one of those deals where we're going to make defenses defend us with the different things we throw at them. And Jahmyr Gibbs gives you that flexibility, the versatility. I did not see Detroit doing this.
I thought they were going to take a pass catcher somewhere. We thought they needed one more complimentary pass catcher. You have Jamison Williams, who's going to be suspended, but you have him in the fold. Obviously, you have Amon-Ra St. Brown in the slot, but that one other outside spot or tight end, could they find a tertiary pass catching option? To do it at running back, I did not anticipate because DeAndre Swift is on the roster. They spent on David Montgomery.
Maybe it speaks to what they thought of this this wide receiver group. They look at who's available.
Or the tight end class.
And they say, you know what? Gibbs is our best option. We want to get more explosive. We want to score more points. And that's why we've seen so many wide receivers come off the board early. Teams want to score more points. The best way to do that, by adding wide receivers. We've seen that the last 2 years. This class does not have that caliber of receiver we've seen the last 2 years.
And just speed kills. And that's what he's got. He's got juice. And so once Jameson Williams comes back, now you got kind of guys that'll complement each other as well. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Even Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams are kind of the receiver version of what David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs are. So you got your Thunder and Lightning, the classic running back pairing. And with that offensive line, I mean, DeAndre Swift was leading the NFL until he got hurt with like 9 yards a carry. And I'm not even exaggerating that much there. It was like 7 or 8 yards a carry before he got hurt. Now you get a guy that's much better true running back and has better vision. He's even more explosive than even Swift is. And Swift is explosive. It's, wow, this could be home run after home run and 20-yard gain after 20-yard gain.
I understand it's exciting because he's an exciting player. This feels like a luxury pick.
It's rich.
It feels like a luxury pick. Are the Lions, with all those picks that we've already talked about, in a position to make one? Maybe.
You could argue that, but this feels really rich for what feels like a cherry on top to put it in your parlay.
Yes.
I think this also speaks to maybe the Lions believing Gibbs was not going to make it to 18. They liked him that much, where instead of taking the defensive player here, Christian Gonzalez, whoever it was, they thought their best bet was to take Gibbs here. That's how much they liked him. That says a lot when they're picking again in 6 picks.
Yeah,
that says a lot that they took the running back here. And look, I get it because Gibbs is an exciting player, and I keep going back to them probably not believing in this receiver class, this tight end class, Gibbs being that best option to give just that extra punch to the offense. And so a guy that he ranked top 15 in the FBS last year in all-purpose yards, 135 yards per game. He had 1 drop. All the targets he saw, 1 drop. That's it. So this is a player that he lined up in a slaughter outside 25% of the time. He can be that creative mismatch weapon that a lot of teams are looking for. So I do think I agree with you. It is a bit of a luxury pick, but this is also a team that traded up for Jameson Williams last year, who was, that was coming off the ACL, and it was a lot of excitement about what that could be. This is another exciting pick. They get another Alabama skill player here early.
Let me talk you through my rationale, and potentially it doesn't say they don't like the tight end class. Maybe it says we thought the drop off after Gibbs to the next group of running backs was going to be bigger than the drop off from the tight ends that would be on the board at 18 that we can get in the second round. They have all these second round picks. Maybe they think, we can get a tight end at 54 or whatever, but we couldn't get a running back nearly in this conversation the same way.
Different type of skill sets with those second and third round running backs too. A lot more bruiser types, Charbonnet and other guys like that, like bigger size guys of his own runners. So my dad had a line about running backs. I asked him one time, I was like, what do you look for? What do you like? He goes, can they catch? And can they take it to the house? Well, that's Jahmyr Gibbs right there. So again, with a good offensive line, and also, and you're talking about the auxiliary pass catching role. That's huge in this type of offense that is balanced. They now you can kind of line up guys wherever you want. You can run the ball how you want to. You can get into pony personnel with 2 running backs. You're just giving yourself flexibility of personnel, getting your best players on the field. And when they're balanced like this, it can do like other things, catching the ball and all that. That just gives you flexibility to offense. And Ben Johnson's a great offensive coordinator. So this is a great weapon for him.
I would argue that the pick here with the Lions has honestly nothing to do. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think it has anything to do with the running backs. I think it's more just they love Gibbs that much, right? Where they thought adding him to this offense and the weapon he could be, like they probably just think of him as a weapon more so than it's strictly a running back.
It's not just best player available; it's favorite player available kind of thing. Yeah.
But they drafted the most impactful player.
That's a good way to put
that they could get here. This is we thought for sure they'd go defense, and this is an offense that did pretty well last year.
If you asked me, put a list like what guy I would expect there. Like we did a quick who are the Lions taking next? This would have been 14th on my list. So it's interesting.
All right. The Packers pick at 13 is in. Let's hear it.
Let's see who the Packers take here.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness. Defensive end, Iowa.
Same old Packers. Straights.
I mean, we thought maybe they take a Jackson Smith-Njigba. Maybe they take a Dalton Kincaid. No, they go with the and look, I'm in favor of the pick because Lucas Van Ness is a very good player. I've comped him before to watching Growing Pains, and you see this little Leo DiCaprio. You're like, this guy's got something. He's on the ascent. We're going to buy our stock now before he gets to the Titanic. But
the bowl game was eating Gilbert Grape.
Yeah, exactly. This boy's life. I mean, so look, this is Lucas Van Ness. I get it. He's never started a game. He didn't start a game in college. He played starter snaps. So that to me, that's a non-factor, a non-argument. This is a guy, when you put on the tape, you see power, you see explosion, and you see a guy still figuring out how to use it. He understands that he's a little bit better than everybody, but not quite sure how to get it all out of there. Smart guy, tough, physical, the hockey background.
It's wild. They're showing the hockey rink on the screen right now. That's my home hockey rink.
I
used to go to when I was a little kid. That's where I used to go play hockey because we're from the same hometown. That's really wild.
Funny. The Packers room stand up. But what you're saying too is tough and intelligent. That also speaks to his versatility. He has legit snaps. Again, this isn't theory. This isn't like, we could project him that can kick inside. He does it all the time. He lines up as a 3-tech over the guard. Seeing line up as a nose over the center on like first and second down, not just pass rush snaps, but that versatility. But there's just the traits with him, and he's a better player than just the raw traits. He's not like a true raw guy. I'm glad you said it too. It's like, yeah, he didn't start, but he was playing a lot. Like you were seeing 91 out there a lot.
Just because he wasn't the first on the field for the first play, don't let the
Manu Ginobili close all the games for the Spurs. He was their sixth man too.
We got trade.
Wow. Now Lucas Van Ness landing on the Packers. I believe we'll say if he's a starter because Preston Smith and Rashawn Gary are still there. But we're gonna have 8 guys on the Packers defense, probably in heavy rotation, that were first round picks now. 8 guys.
Wow.
Wow. They don't. There's no mystery.
Yeah.
What they in the first round. This is, we thought maybe they would stray off the path a little bit, but no, they stay put to what they know and what they do, and so it's not really a big surprise.
I mean, this is Sean Gary's going to be a free agent. Who knows how much longer Preston Smith's going to be around? This is always a team that's planning a year, 2 years in advance, and this pick is no different.
You talked about the offensive line run.
Seems like this is the last one, right?
It feels like the Steelers. They're what were they picking at 17 or
17?
Yeah, they didn't feel good about maybe Broderick Jones falling that far. Give up a 4th round pick to move up to 14. You gotta. That's obviously something that if you believe in this player, which if it is Broderick Jones coming in, I mean their tackle depth chart is just it's not. It's not easy to get excited about. I mean, Dan Moore right now is your left tackle, and that's it. There isn't much behind him. Broderick Jones is a young player and not a finished product by any means, but he has outstanding feet. He was actually bigger than we thought he was, longer than we thought he was at the combine, moves really well, and a guy that when he gets the timing figured out with his hands, with his punch, he has a chance to be a really good player.
Yeah, he's a puppy. I mean that he's young as a player, but just sometimes using his limbs like an elephant with its trunk. It's like
when you see a dog and the paws are too big.
Yeah, it's a Great Dane.
Can't walk.
But that's how he is. And we talked about it when we were talking about some of these prospects, including Jones. And I said, you want to focus on the second half of last year because that's where he started really ascending and figuring out how to use those traits. So yes, this is the next of this group of tackles. And then it's kind of a little drop off after this. And this makes a lot of sense that the Steelers will move up and make sure they got him. Because the Patriots are also probably looking at tackles as well. I'm assuming here, but Jones really has that upside. I think he is going to take some time, but he has all the upside in the world because of just all the tools that he has. And again, ascending play, and he's going to the Steelers, which they usually get the most out of some of these guys, like these developmental guys. They're going to coach him up.
Look at the supporting cast around Kenny Pickett now.
You've
spent a lot of free agent capital just kind of rolling through interior offensive line guys, trying to find the right one. Isaac Salamalu, Mason Cole. They went out and got Daniels from Chicago, whose name I cannot remember for some reason right now. James Daniels. Yeah. They have Chuck Sikora for a right tackle, and I can potentially drop Roger Jones in at left tackle. Obviously, still have Deontay Johnson, have George Pickens, Pat Freiermuth. I mean, they have built a pretty solid group of players around Kenny Pickett to kind of figure out what he is on this rookie contract.
Yeah, and I mean, you Allen Robinson. Who knows what he gives you this year? I mean, which Allen Robinson?
I forgot about Allen Robinson.
Yeah,
there you go. So there's your third receiver.
That's right. And George Pickens, the promise he showed last year as a rookie. And Deontay Johnson still, has a chance to be a top 12-ish receiver in the league. He has that ability. We'll see if they find that consistency. They're going to lean on Najee Harris, obviously. They're going to stay true to that run game. But you had to get better on the offensive line, and they have a few holes on defense too. We thought maybe corner with especially Joey Porter Jr.
They have the 33rd pick, right? That's right. They have the 32nd pick in this draft.
First pick in the second round.
It deeply pains me, but they have the 32nd pick in this draft, and there seem to be more corners available at that spot potentially.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
It would have been hilarious if it hadn't been.
I know, right?
We talked about it for 5 minutes, but I think it makes a lot of sense. And we wondered, and we'd heard rumblings about the Steelers wanting to move up because they probably anticipated a run of the position like this. It is a huge need for them. I think this makes sense on 3 or 4 different levels.
Yeah, and also just what Matt Canada was doing and what his offenses are. It's better to have good athletes in that type of offense.
He's a fantastic athlete,
great athlete, and a lot of stuff like where he has to do athletic feats from your offensive lineman. A lot of pulling stuff, a lot of zone stuff, like just get these guys out in space. A lot of screens. that's another thing that he has the athletic ability to be good on screens when he gets out in space. So just receiver screens too, like kicking out a guy. So I think just with Broderick Jones is just, this is you're betting on potential here a little bit, but there is more to him day one than maybe, but there's going to be growth there.
You have to be able to trust a guy on an island, and I think you can with Broderick Jones. And yeah, to your point, I mean, you'll see plays watching it on the Georgia tape. He's near the numbers blocking. I mean, he is getting out in space, getting downfield. So yeah, I think the fit makes sense. The timing of where they make this makes sense. We've been talking all along about the offensive line run. Here it is. Tackle, it really falls off. You know, the next tackle drafted, maybe it's Anton Harrison, maybe it's Matthew Bergeron. I don't know. It might not be tonight. It might not be till tomorrow. So this is a pick that once we saw the Steelers logo pop up, we thought, okay, yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Just so no one knows, we didn't know that they were taking him. It was an easy assumption about
just felt right.
We're not tipping anything. We're finding out.
But just the players available. That's why we knew this, because here's the teardrop of the tackles. Like no matter who's looking at these tackles, this is where the teardrop happens. So this made a ton of sense.
What I really liked about Broderick Jones too is, even though he is really young, especially in snaps played, he was asked. There was a lot on his plate when Jamari Sawyer got hurt last year, Georgia's left tackle. He had to step in. He had never started before. Stepped in at left tackle. Georgia might not win back-to-back national championships without Broderick Jones and the way he played both last year, or the 2021 and 2022. He was forced to grow up early. They put a lot on his plate. He answered it. And so I think if you're the Steelers, you feel good about bringing him to training camp and competing for a job right away.
This is just, there was such a glaring hole there where it's like, okay, they signed a couple patchwork guards. That makes some sense. They're revamping this line. And that's what it just seems like with the Steelers. Like, we have a question mark there. We're answering it. Usually we thought it would be corner, maybe makes sense. But when a tackle like this is available, where they moved up to, it's like, okay, we got to get this guy.
And who do they move up in front of? The Jets.
And the Jets moved down 2 spots. You think about it, if the Jets had kept the 13th overall pick, do they draft Broderick Jones? And then the tackle run is over and the Steelers don't get their guy.
That's it. I mean, we talk, when we talk about the Jets, you talk about, okay, they got their tackles, Mekhi Becton, Dwayne Brown. What are the chances they start all 17 games? It's not high. So getting an extra tackle like a Broderick Jones, that could be that third tackle, that depth piece, but also the long-term answer, that made a lot of sense. But now they're shut out of those tackles. And, it's funny. We're have the NFL Network feed on. We didn't see any Peter Skoronski, from his. I was told he turned down cameras. He's at a pizzeria, local pizzeria.
Okay.
And just he wanted no fanfare. He's with his family and friends, no cameras. That sums up Peter Skoronski. Right, perfectly right there.
Doing the Joe Thomas bit where he was on the boat. Can't really do that now because it's prime time. Back then it was during the middle of a Saturday, and that was
all
a lot
day
better.
Saturday.
Yeah, it was a lot better to do
Marathon,
that. But no, that's a great point with the tackles, because now, or tackles them with the Jets, because that was Deontay Lee and I, when we did our mock draft, we did a tackle run and we had the Jets taking one, because we're like, oh, this actually makes sense. But I reached hard to take the fifth guy. And so here, like, now is it another pass catcher? That would be hilarious. Is the Jets go, hey, Aaron, we'll draft a receiver for you. Green Bay might not, but we will. But that's what's going to be really, really interesting. Is a pass catcher is a defensive
What
player.
do we think it is? Now that Broderick Jones is off the board, tackle made sense for the Jets. What is your gut sense here, Dane, about where they could go?
Nolan Smith and a pass rusher to this mix. Carl Lawson's probably his last year with the Jets. You think about that, obviously Robert Saleh and, the way he wants to build that defense. It's not like that defense is ready to go.
Certainly is.
They needed a lot of help on offense, but adding a guy like Nolan Smith, another fastball in there who can be a chess piece.
And different stylistically guy than what they have too, which is interesting.
Right. And you can get creative with Nolan Smith and what he, whether it's off the edge, whether you're blitzing him from different angles,
dropping him.
So I think Nolan Smith makes sense. Just looking over my best available: Christian Gonzalez, Nolan Smith, Will Levis, Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Michael Mayer, Dalton Kincaid, Miles Murphy. Those are the best available. And we have to mention Will Levis watch. Where is that landing spot? Tampa's coming up here at 19. Minnesota's out there. Where Will Levis, where that fourth quarterback goes, that becomes a really interesting talking point now.
And we thought Tampa, do they have to move up to get Will Levis? Do they have to move up to get a quarterback? And if they like Levis in the process, they can stand pat. It's actually a pretty good outcome when just how much uncertainty there was about what the plan was going to look like for that moving forward.
Yeah. And with the Bucs, they didn't bring in a lot of quarterbacks for 30 visits. They did bring in Will Levis.
Okay.
So they've done a lot of work on him. You would think that if you liked them that much, you'd move up here a little bit, just to make sure you get your guy. But maybe they stay put and say, you know what, if he falls to us, great. We feel like we like him that much. So, but if he doesn't go 19, then all of a sudden we're, going. And I think we also have to talk about Hendon Hooker at this point too.
Yeah, right.
It's not inconceivable that a team would like Hendon Hooker over Will Levis. So both those quarterbacks are interesting landing spots at this point.
God, it's just so funny with the journey of Levis's stock from the last few months. Like
the betting favorite to go number 2.
Yes,
a week and a half ago.
Yep,
not even
a week ago. Yep,
if you're Tampa, maybe you're just not too worried about the teams in front of you. You don't think Washington's going to take him. If New England was going to take him, they're probably going to take him at 14. It's another team potentially jumping in front of you.
The Patriots did like Will Levis a lot too. You never know. I mean,
if they were going to take him, though, the idea that they would move back and then try to take him seems insane for a quarterback. But
unless they just keep calling, all right, you guys keep doing this to us, we got to take him. No, the Levis watch is actually, I didn't think it would last this long. I thought maybe it'd be to 11. The Titans. I was reading lips here and expecting to see that. And no, it's interesting that Levis we talked about the Bucs being an interesting quarterback team. It's like, wow, this might work out. Where they actually get to that position.
It's definitely the most intriguing outcome. Yeah. It's him landing there with those receivers, and they still have some pieces along the offensive line. And again, it just kind of solves like a team building sequencing issue.
Yeah.
Where you have all of these pieces already in place, and it's like, we were too good with Brady to get in the position to draft the guy, but we have this veteran team. Like, how are we going to thread the needle?
Yeah.
Stumbling into a quarterback that you like at 19, that's threading the needle.
Yes, it is. No doubt. And if it's not Levis, what is the plan? What is the quarterback plan there? I mean, Kyle Trask is fine.
I mean, I don't. Fine is a good word.
But I don't think he's an NFL starter.
Yeah.
Obviously, nobody knows better than Tampa, who's seen him at practice every day and everything. But I just Baker's there for the short term. At least Will Levis gives you that long-term idea. Jason Light, he's he has to do something at quarterback to at least tell the fans, tell ownership we have a plan in place. And I'm not sure that what they have going on right now with Baker and Trask, that gives you much optimism moving forward for the position.
Well, all those vets, that's the thing of hitting on so many good players. You have to pay them. So getting a rookie contract quarterback helps that with that too. It's like, okay, we don't necessarily have to trade all these guys, even if they might move on from a couple. But also, it's a good situation if they did drop in a young guy, like as far as line and weapons.
Just looking at the Jets depth chart right now, just so hard to figure out exactly what they would need outside of a tackle. They went out and got Chark Clark in that trade. They already have Jordan Whitehead there. And do they need another safety? Is that the answer? Is a guy like Brian Branch somehow involved here? Do they want another body there, but it doesn't feel like a huge need? I mean, there aren't a lot of glaring holes where it's like, absolutely, that's where they need to go with this. So I'm fascinated by which direction they ultimately go here.
Could we see the first tight end off the board here?
Right.
I mean, I know they spent, and Jeremy Ruckert's still there.
Ruckert, Uzama, and they signed Conklin as well. Yeah, I know.
But I mean, it's all about adding weapons, and Dalton Kincaid's a little different than those guys, so you don't rule that out.
Kincaid would be really interesting, because he's a totally different flavor for them, and it also fills that spot, kind of the inside slottish spot that they might need a pass catcher at. Yeah, I mean, that's the one that you kind of go to because it's just what the position is available. What do they want Jackson Smith and Jigba? Like, they started using Garrett Wilson a little bit inside last year as well to loosen them up and open up his route running. So yeah, just curious what they actually do.
Defensive tackle would be one that I would go to just in terms of looking at their depth chart and the way that they're built. But is there one worth taking? I think that's the question.
The NFL is proud to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. World Wish Day, only a couple days away.
Yeah, likes the length. Yeah, difficult to pin down. We'll see what happens here.
A Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer.
It's a great green tie.
Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets.
Yeah, that kid is.
I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle. Go for it, buddy.
There you go.
The Jersey kid right there.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight.
Let's get it.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York
Live it up.
Jets select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State. Let's go!
It's become like a punchline at this point. It's just like, let's add one more.
Wow.
Do you think we need one more? You think we need one more?
Wow.
It's the scene from Ocean's 11 with pass rushers and the Jets
Yeah.
at this point.
You think you need one more?
I like Will McDonald. I don't love Will McDonald. This is the first pick where
You had him lower on your board than I think other people did. He was consistently not consistently, but I saw plenty of mocks where he was in the back half of the first round, somewhere between 25 and 31, maybe going to the Chiefs every once in a while. But you don't think he's in your top 50, is he?
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy that you love the athleticism, you love the length. I think you love the idea of Will McDonald, but him being able to be a more well-rounded player, I'm not sold. I'll put it that way. And this is an older player. He's late to football. He was a basketball guy is basically his entire life, and he's lighter. He's going to play around 240, 245. Yeah. So how they use him will be really, really interesting.
Yeah, I like you said, they can't have enough. Just get another one, But it's
on the edge.
Yeah.
John Franklin Myers, Carl Lawson, they drafted Jermaine Johnson in the first round last year. Bryce Huff was one of the most efficient pass rushers in the league on a per snap basis last year. They just want an army of those dudes that they can continue to roll out. That's just the edge guys. That's not even Quentin Williams.
Right. Yeah, this is a little rich. I looked at him as like an early second round type. So this is a little rich. I agree with
my number 46 overall player.
Okay.
46. I knew it was somewhere near top 50.
Yep, and that's kind of but again, I love your phrase right there. You like the idea of him, the length, and you see some flashes. You see him inside sometimes. You see some moves. You see him ideas of moves. But he's a little older. I think he's a redshirt senior, I believe, coming out.
He'll be 24 years old in a month.
24. It's kind of similar with Johnson last year. Johnson was more like a late bloomer. Yeah, with Jermaine Johnson, who was a little older as well. And kind of like there's flashes and some good stuff that you want to hone in on. And Johnson was a late bloomer. The last year he had the big production at Florida State. But that's kind of what it seems like to me. It's like, okay, we're looking at those glimpses and we only need you for 20 snaps because we have all these other guys. Okay, maybe we can harness those good snaps and then maybe we can work on all the other stuff with all the traits you have.
The quarterbacks went in such quick succession. We really didn't get a chance to talk all of them at length in terms of what their on-field production, those traits look like. Nate, just explain a little bit more about what type of player CJ Stroud is and who the Texans are getting and who they're making this bet on.
First and foremost is accuracy. And when we talked about it after the pick was made, it's just that accuracy and that ball placement right here. Even with talented receivers, this is Marvin Harrison Jr. that he'll be throwing the ball to right here. Even on this play, this is layering the throw. And this is a far hash throw. These are college hashes that CJ Stroud and all college quarterbacks have to throw from. So he is throwing this. This is the arm strength. This is the touch. This is the ball placement. This is the accuracy. This is the anticipation that Stroud works with. And on this throw, this is with timing. So he hits his hitch here, throws his corner out, and throws it over the corner to Marvin Harrison. Yes, that's a big target. Yes, that's an athletic guy. But still, just that ball placement to maximize this room. That's what CJ Stroud does time and time again. And even here against Georgia, and this is the national championship game, I just want to show some of his pocket movement. Again, this is the polish that CJ Stroud plays with, that he has improved upon as he's played on. Usually guys get better, but leaps and bounds that CJ Stroud showed. And there's been the flash plays. He had a touchdown on Marvin Harrison Jr. where he's moving the pocket. He made Jalen Carter miss in this game. But just here is just that subtle pocket movement, just the one step, and he is ready to throw, and he delivers the ball on time. Yeah. Everything comes out on time as scripted.
You love to see the eyes downfield the entire way.
Yes, feel of pass rush. Yeah. And that's why it's easy to like Stroud's film. And that's why I'm sure a lot of quarterback coaches watched him and was like, this is great. Ball's out, eyes are downfield. He's got great pocket movement. And he does this time and time again. And I'm going to just go with one last play, and this is just the creation. And this is that Northwestern game that I referred to. This game was terrible for Ohio State on offense and just in general for weather-wise. Yeah. But here he is running a zone read. This is in the fourth quarter. They had to dial up plays and find yards any way, shape, or form. So what they did was like, All right, CJ, hey, remember, we don't like to run you. Okay, we're going to run you right now. And this is a zone read classic play, and with a little split tight end coming across. DN crashes down right there. Look at him. He's just looking right at Stroud. He's like, oh, shoot, where'd you go here?
You don't do this.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude,
they were well coached, and they were like, yeah, he's not keeping it. And there goes Stroud. And he opens up here. And this is a 6'3", 215-pound guy. You know, he's not a smaller back, or a smaller quarterback, I should say. And he's out racing. He finally gets pushed out the end. He kind of gives like a weird lower shoulder there. But this is creation. And he can do this as far as a play extender. He shows those flashes. But if you want to tap into some of those designed runs, just like a Dak Prescott, it's, you know, once or twice a game, he can harness that and can do that. So that's why he's a balanced player, accurate, polished, with a little bit of creation on it's the cherry on top.
And that little tiny pocket movement, that's it. You don't need to be this guy who's rushing for 80 yards a game or having all these design runs, even though you just showed one. It's just, can you create something that's not there consistently? Because we know what the ball placement is. That throw you showed against Michigan, that was the one the first time I watched that game where I was like, okay. I stood up very straight in my chair after I saw him throw that corner out, because the ball placement down the field consistently is just impeccable. It really does stand out. But when you start to sprinkle in those little, all right, when it's not there, I can make it there. That's when things really get interesting with Stroud.
And that's key, because you want defenses, they want that in their mind.
They
know they have to defend that. You're not one dimensional.
Make them honor it.
Exactly. And so, you know, you put that on tape and then, you don't do it every time, but you take what the defense gives you. That's what the best quarterbacks in the league do. You know, and so whatever the defense shows, you're going to do this. You're going to zig when they're zagging. So, you know, it's a chess game. And the best quarterbacks, they are one step ahead. And with CJ, if he's able to expand a little bit, be a little more creative, then he's going to be a productive.
Like you said, just enough. It's having that third
with the 16th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive back,
Christian Gonzalez.
Over Christian Gonzalez. So now we have a 166-pound corner drafted over the guy who's probably the most physically gifted corner in this drafting.
I had Emmanuel Forbes in my final mock to Washington because I heard that was a guy they really liked. But if Christian Gonzalez was available, I would have gone Christian Gonzalez. This is a surprise. They must have liked Forbes quite a bit. You want DBs that can get their hands on the football. Nobody did it better than Emmanuel Forbes. Oh my gosh, his. You know, at first I was a little scared of him because he does freelance quite a bit. But then the more you watch, you're like, okay, this guy does it responsibly. He does it at a high level, but also he's not reckless. You know, he's not taking low percentage chances. And he's able to get his hands on the football, set the FBS record for pick sixes in a career, 30 career interceptions, his final 3 years in high school, first 3 years at Mississippi State. Look, you want your DBs to have those ball skills and create those turnovers. Nobody did it better than Forbes. So you see that at 166 pounds, and you hope maybe he gets to 175. That's the hope. But, you know, even though you do worry about maybe holding up physically, he plays tough in the run game.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't back down. He'll play tough. So, you know, this is a guy that it's easy to like. You just have to be okay with the weight. We talked about it with Skoronski in the length. We talked about it with Bryce Young in the size. No different with Forbes. Just have to be okay with that slight frame.
He's a football player. Like, he really is. And his feel for the game really stands out. They showed it right now on NFL Network. But my introduction to Emmanuel Forbes was watching Will Levis. And they were playing Mississippi State. And he picks off a wide receiver screen. Why? Because Kentucky had run a wide receiver screen in that situation twice earlier in that game. So he saw the formation and jumped on it. So like you're saying, it's that controlled aggression. And I'd much rather have my corners doing that than a guy just that has no idea what's going on. He's like, well, you guys didn't coach that up for me. Just that feel for the game and length. And like you said, he is tougher than his frame would suggest. Like, he sticks his nose in there. Is he a great tackler?
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, defensive back, Oregon.
Well, this kid
player. I mean, that's awesome. That's Christian Gonzalez. When you talk about corners, tall, long, can run. That's Gonzalez right there.
I mean, I know you love him, so it's probably hard for you to articulate this. But why do you think we had to wait so long to hear his name and have other corners go off the board before that?
Especially when you compare him to like a Witherspoon, he is more finesse. He is a little more of that style. But you know what? I mean, it's okay. Can he get guys on the ground? I think he can. That's all I need my corners to do. Can you, as a tackler, get your guy on the ground? He's competitive at the catch point. I thought that, you watch the opener against Georgia, and there were a few times where he was late finding the football, but then watch later in the year, he got better.
Yep.
Watch the Colorado tape, watch later in the year for Oregon, and he got better understanding where the tells were, to read the receiver, find the football, create those interceptions. And he's 20 years old. This is a young player who is he's on the ascent. And so I'll bet on those traits. Bill Belichick loves those smart, tough players. I think Gonzalez has that. So this is, I will put money on it that he outplays the 17th spot in the draft.
Oh, absolutely. This is best place to be a corner and land is the Patriots, because you're like, oh, okay. They might coach me tough, but at least I'm going to maximize this. But the Patriots last year, their defense was really fun. And also a defense that was, I mentioned this on our podcast, is that he was a little different flavor than typical Belichick defenses. A lot more cover two, a lot more just too high, and also just a lot more speed on the defense. And this is another speed guy. But they also had some issues covering bigger receivers. So that's why they ran more cover two. They did that one double stuff, the one cover one where they double team this particular player. Still often, but when they had a bigger guy that you could tell, they're like, I don't know how we can do this other than double teaming the guy. So this is their answer for that. Let's get a guy that can handle length and handle size, and he has it.
Before we get to Detroit 18, excited to chat with our Seahawks writer at The Athletic, Michael Sean Dugar, about a big night for the Seattle Seahawks. Michael Sean, how you doing?
Look at that.
I'm doing good. How you guys doing? You guys look good over there.
You look good, man. I love this sweatshirt.
I like it.
Yeah, that all juice
man.
team.
Shout out to Therese, man. All juice team, man. Shout out to
Love
Therese,
it.
man.
That's great.
When we talked earlier this week, I think you were a little bit apprehensive about how much of a need corner was for the Seahawks heading into this draft, just because we haven't seen them really overdraft that position. Then they drop a bombshell on us, draft Devin Witherspoon with the 5th overall pick. Did you see that coming in any way?
No, I didn't. I'm legitimately surprised. I thought they would try to fix the defensive line just because, like we talked about, Robert, Pete Carroll has like some earned arrogance with the cornerback spot. He has found not only studs in Richard Sherman and Tariq Woolen in the 5th round, but he's found like serviceable starting caliber guys like Byron Maxwell and Jeremy Lane. Those I think were like 5th and 6th round picks respectively. So you get a guy like that who can turn, Kobe Bryant, the Jim Thorpe Award winner, a 4th round pick, into a starting nickel last year, as a rookie. That's pretty impressive. So I didn't think that guy would ever feel like he needs to use the highest pick he's ever had at running the Seahawks on a corner. So I'm legit surprised today.
Why do you think they went with Witherspoon over Jalen Carter or somebody to kind of give them more help at what we thought was a bigger need heading into the draft?
I think with Jalen, money does play into it. I believe the 5th pick is projected to sign for 4 years and like $34 million, fully guaranteed, with the signing bonus around $21 million. And when you take that type of risk on a dude and you're saying, hey, man, I give you 8 figures up front, I mean, you need to know that he's going to show up in shape, motivated. He ain't going to do anything silly when he's not at the facility. That's a big deal with that type of financial investment for a team that honestly is cash strapped right now, not just cap strapped, cash strapped. Which is the difference there when you're talking about signing bonuses. So I can see why they went away from Jalen with that pick. I was surprised that they didn't go with their biggest need, which is a defensive lineman, maybe taking Tyree Wilson, a long arm guy who can play in a 3-4, even at that like long pterodactyl body type. I was surprised by that. But at the same time, Pete Carroll did tell me at the combine, I asked him, I said, hey, does where you've drafted cornerbacks in the past reflect how you view the position in terms of positional value? Look, he's like, no, it doesn't. It just happened to be how the board fell. And this was one of those times that wasn't a smoke screen. So I credit to Pete Carroll for not lying to my face, during this draft process.
It's interesting. In the last 2 years, we've seen 2 guys from that Seattle tree where corners haven't been overdrafted. The Jets and Robert Saleh took Sauce Gardner with the 4th pick, and then Seattle comes back a year later and uses a top 5 pick on Witherspoon. But that's not the only Seahawks pick in the 1st round. We got a Seahawks pick coming, about 2 more spots here with a 20th overall pick. What is on your mind with that pick? Which direction do you think they might be looking with the guys that are currently on the board?
I think they're going to try to trade out initially, which is I do think they tried to do with the 5th pick. I'll find out for sure later tonight. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe push someone up the board at defensive tackle, because that is a spot. I mean, I like the Devin Witherspoon pick. I think he'll be a fine player. I got some film of him queued up right now on my laptop while I eat. But I'm also looking at old film of the defensive line, and guys, they only have 3 interior defensive linemen on the roster right now: Miles Adams, Jaron Reed, and Draymond Jones. And those 3 are fine, but that's just 3, you know? So I do think maybe you push up with Kalijah Kancey. You push up the kid from Northwestern. You push up Mozzie Smith, which may be where I would go. The Clemson defensive tackle, Brian Bresee. Like, any of those guys, I think, would be a nice pick. But, I mean, what do I know? These guys are going to take, like, Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer or something like that and just shock the world with their next pick.
Michael Sean, thank you very much, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your night. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you guys for having me. Peace.
Dude, thanks.
All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break before we get back to the first round. Excited to get back with you guys. We'll talk to you in a minute.
You really mustn't, darling.
All right, we are back, and we are back with some big news. The Detroit Lions, with the 18th pick, take Jack Campbell, linebacker from Iowa. You had Jack Campbell mocked to the Lions, but I think it was at 50, correct?
Exactly.
We'll count it. Put it on the board.
Wow. I mean, this is top 20 is early for Jack Campbell, but you know he's an easy player. I don't know anybody that doesn't like Jack Campbell.
Yeah,
right. I mean, really we could debate whether or not this is too early for him, but you like Jack Campbell. You know, he especially because he can play in coverage.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just that he's big and physical. He's going to go downhill. He can drop in space. I mean, watch him again on the Ohio State tape. He intercepts CJ Stroud.
Yep.
You know, he can cover tight ends. He has a really good feel for zone.
Yeah.
You know, and understanding, okay, in my spatial relationships with the routes and the combinations.
That interception came on that, right?
Exactly.
Yep.
He has a good feel for that. It's very natural for him. So you're looking for that throwback, Chris Spielman type of linebacker who can get downhill but can also drop in space. You know, I understand why Jack Campbell is going to be a first-round pick. It's just surprising to see him as a top 20 guy.
It is, especially, you know, may have thought maybe Drew Sanders would probably be the first one off the board. But that Ohio State tape is where he popped for me, because also he was shedding guys.
Yeah.
When the offensive lineman climbed him, he stacked and shed. It was like clinic tape. I had some high school coaches. I posted a clip on Twitter. Some high school coaches were like, I'm using this. I could tagging other coaches going like, we got to put this on the reel, because it was like such clinic tape and such good technique. Like you said, it's hard not to like him. He's like, and honestly, the Lions needed linebackers.
They did need a linebacker. I mean, they re-signed Alex Anzalone on a pretty big deal, which I was like, all right.
Yeah.
Because that was their biggest issue.
Still, you know, you're excited for what he's going to be, but yeah,
and you have to understand what he is. There's going to be the limitations for probably durability as well. So
And
Campbell,
did Jack Campbell test better than you thought he was going to as well?
His short area
Yeah.
agility was off the charts. I mean, so I don't think you always see that on film. I mean, I know some scouts had 3rd-round grades on him. So obviously the Lions had a different grade on him. They saw him as a player worthy of. I think the Lions probably didn't have a 1st-round grade on him, but they must have had a 2A grade on him at high 2nd-round pick.
and that's what we figured. This back half of this 1st round is going to be,
Exactly.
hey, we're getting the players we like. Screw like positional values.
I think they've done that the whole 1st round.
Right.
I mean, the Lions with all those picks have come away with a like change of pace running back and an off-ball linebacker in the top 18. So
at the beginning of the day, if I would have said, hey, the Lions, in this draft, they're going to come away with Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell, you could have made the argument, so in the 2nd round, they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah,
and
maybe they
Jack
moved
Campbell.
bound from 18. They got Jahmyr Gibbs at 24, and then they got Jack Campbell in the 2nd round. No, 12 and 18, those are the 2 guys that came away with.
And you know what? When they get on the field, it doesn't really matter where you're drafted. It's just, can you live up to it? And, the Lions obviously felt good about these 2 dudes. And, they needed that presence on defense. Jack Campbell also won the academic Heisman. This is a guy that is sharp as a whip.
Yes.
Character off the charts. So, not someone you're going to have to worry about away from the building. I mean, he fits a lot of, I'm sure Dan Campbell watching this guy, interviewing, talking to Kirk Ferentz about him. I'm sure it just hit all the right notes with Jack.
Here we go.
Round to draft.
Bucs at 19. Let's see.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Kalijah Cansey, defensive end, Pittsburgh.
So Will Levis watch continues here.
Yeah.
The Bucs go with Kalijah Cansey from Pittsburgh. I mean, just an absolute pass rushing force on the interior. Dane was easily the most productive interior pass rusher in college football this year on a per snap basis. But again, another size outlier in a draft full of them.
That's it. We talked about it with Bryce Young. We talked about Skoronski. We've talked about size outliers all draft so far. And here's another one. I do like the Ed Oliver comparison. A player who's a top 10 pick, but maybe hasn't lived up to it. Cansey, I think, brings a little more violence with the way he plays. The hands, it's the wax on, wax off, and he's going to go with some force. That first step quickness.
Yes, that's what stands out.
Guards struggle to match that first step quickness. And so if he has an opportunity to shoot that gap, a lot of times he's going to win. Yes, he's undersized, does not have the length you look for. He is the first defensive tackle in the last decade with a sub 74-inch wingspan to be drafted. Not in the 1st round, to be drafted, period. Does not have long arms, doesn't have the wingspan, but a guy that, at 280-ish pounds, ran really well at the combine. He has the tape to match because, again, the quickness, the violence that he plays with. The question is, are you comfortable with him on rundowns? Are you comfortable with him stacking, shedding, taking on doubles, being able to be more than that, that one gap penetrator? Or is he more one-dimensional? That's where teams were split based on scheme and what they value in a player like this. But obviously, the Bucs are betting on that first step quickness as being something that can really ignite their pass rush, because that's something they needed to fix. We thought maybe on the edge, but here they go with Cansey on the interior.
I wonder how it's going to shake out.
Yeah,
because now you got Logan Hall. They drafted in the 2nd round last year. Vea is still there. They signed Greg Gaines in free agency. He's more of a depth piece, but on passing downs, who are the guys on the field and where are they lining up and how do they see Cansey fitting into that?
Totally different flavor of guy that they have gone for.
Yeah.
I mean, just picture
usually
big,
they go super long.
big,
That's usually
long,
what they want.
traditional DNs. Like we talked about Miles Murphy on our Edge show. I was like, oh, this is a Bucs DN right there. And yes, he plays the defensive tackle. Kalijah does, but it is just a gap shooter. Todd Bowles is a traditional 3-4 guy, and this is not. This is a 4-3 defensive tackle that they're really going with here. And so that's just interesting. What is his best spot? Do you see potential on outside at all? Like him bumping out there?
That was kind of my question.
A sub-package guy?
Without that length, it becomes harder on the outside. But with his quickness, that speed, I
just get off and everything.
Right.
Yeah,
I think it's, you can mix him up. He's not strictly a B gap only guy. I mean, I think, you move him around, get creative with him. And the other thing too is, we thought maybe this is a Will Levis spot. Will Levis watch is still going here in the 20s now. So, we know Seattle.
I was going to say the Seahawks at 5 were potential quarterback
Yeah,
spot.
right,
So
right.
this is interesting that now they're at 20 and potentially that they have Levis available. Also, we're speaking of the versatility. Kansas might have some outside ability. Maybe it's not his best spot, but potential. But everybody's versatile on that defensive line now. Like that's what's kind of cool. Tryon, all those guys have outside inside stuff. Even Logan Hall, that was kind of like his MO was kind of like he was like, can kind of do
outside,
both.
inside. Yeah.
So I kind of like that though. I love when everybody kind of has that versatility because it makes passing down so much fun because you can just it's up to how creative the defense coordinator is. And Todd Bowles is pretty dang creative especially with his blitz packages and stuff.
All right. So now if the Bucs didn't take Will Levis, and let's say the Seahawks don't take Will Levis, who is going to take Will Levis?
I mean, the Vikings, you can't completely rule them out. I think it'd be a surprise if the Vikings did it, but you don't completely rule them out. Liam Cohen, Kevin O'Connell, there's a relationship there from their time with the Rams before Liam Cohen became the OC at Kentucky in 2021. So you don't completely rule that out. But if it's not the Vikings, then, I mean, you're looking at potentially a team having to move up from the second round into the first to go get him. And again, Hendon Hooker is also in the mix here as a quarterback that could go. So no guarantee that Will Levis is the next quarterback drafted.
Right. And a team in the second round, the Rams potentially moving up.
Well, that was my other thought.
Six right now.
I mean, that Liam Cohen connection, but do the Rams like Hendon Hooker? I mean, was the little rumblings about them liking Hendon Hooker? Is that a product of them thinking Will Levis wasn't going to be available? Right. So I think there are a lot of different questions to consider, thinking about where the landing spot is going to be for Will Levis. But now Michael Sean said he thought Seattle might move back from this pick. They are still on the clock here with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left. Among the guys that are still available, Dane, who do you think makes the most sense potentially for Seattle?
I mean, I don't think that Nolan Smith is a great scheme fit. But he is the top pass rusher available. And again, I think with Nolan Smith, you're looking at a guy that has some versatility. Yeah, he's 240 pounds, but you can use him in different ways. It's not just strictly as an edge rusher. So Nolan Smith, I don't rule him out here, even though I don't love the scheme fit. After that, they're not taking Joey Porter Jr. They're not going to take Brian Branch, Jackson Smith and Jigba. We thought the receivers 11 to 20. We thought Jackson Smith and Jigba would go somewhere 11 to 20. We're at 20, and he has not gone yet. So that number 3 receiver spot has been not what they wanted in Seattle. And so give Geno some more help on offense with DK and Tyler Lockett. That Jackson Smith and Jigba would be a perfect fit.
I know. Again, a totally different flavor. Yeah, I love the basketball room.
I love it so much. I can't stop thinking about it.
Yeah.
The moment it became clear, like, okay, he might be available at 20 because of some of the concerns. You think about his skill set and how it aligns with who Tyler Lockett is and who DK Metcalf is and what they have, that hole they have in that offense. I haven't been able to stop thinking about it. It was my favorite landing spot for him. And if it happens, I will be thrilled.
Right.
It'd be great to see because I think that Geno Smith would love it. I think the fan base would love it because it just makes your offense tougher to defend and gives you different options. They still have high hopes for Noah Fant and what he's going to be in that offense. But could we see the first guard off the board here? They feel good about their tackles, but they need help on the interior. Could no Cyrus Torrance be in the mix?
Yes.
We start talking about Steve Avila at this point. So interior offensive line, you don't rule that out. We know they still need help on defense. That's adding a Devon Witherspoon. That's awesome. But we heard Michael Sean talk about they still need help on the defensive line. We just saw Kalijah Kancey go one pick earlier, so he's not in the mix here. Could we see a Mozzie Smith, Adebawari from Northwestern? Could we see him come off the board here? So defensive line. There's a lot of different directions Seattle could go.
I mean, this is even like a Kincaid, even though they have tight ends on the roster, Dalton Kincaid, but that answers your slot guy.
Their pass catching
a
option.
pass
that was what we were thinking about. And Dane, we talked about how early the tight ends might go, whether there's going to be a run on them. We see 3 in the first round. We're at pick 20. We have not seen a tight end come off the board yet.
And the Chargers are on deck. And they're a team that could potentially go. So they're very interested in what this pick is going to be at 20. If it is indeed a tight end, is it wide receiver? Because we know the Chargers could go either direction if they want that offensive skill player that's going to help Justin Herbert.
At the combine, the impression I was under is that the Chargers just wanted an offensive difference maker in the first round, a playmaker in the first round. There is a chance that the only one in this draft that is off the board by the time they draft at 21 is Bijan Robinson and then Jahmyr Gibbs. That's it.
Yeah.
So they could have their pick of pass catching options from this entire draft at 21. I can't imagine they believe that's how it was going to work.
Like everyone's alternated tight ends and receivers for them in mocks. It's just like it's just somebody.
Right.
Just
but I think that was their mindset.
Yep.
We just need something. We just need a little bit more juice within this offense. And now they're going to have the pick of every single guy that came in this draft.
They felt good that somebody would be. Zay Flowers, Addison.
Justified. They were correct.
Yeah.
And sure enough, they're going to have their option. And so that makes it even more fascinating to see which direction they go. If it is the receiver, is it the tight end?
Do they get a totally different dude than what they have? Like that, like you don't know what they prefer. That's what's so interesting too.
And now some of my other dream scenarios here with JSN potentially going to Seattle, and then now that tight ends haven't gone, is Dalton Kincaid going to be there for a team like the Bengals? Like it's just all the different things that are now in play here.
Comes with some company.
Got it? The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Bethany Uribe. Go ahead, Bethany.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba, a wide receiver.
There it is.
I love it so much.
Yes.
All right.
It feels right.
It does.
It feels
the rug
right.
really brings the room together. It really,
does.
really does. It just, when you think about skill set and complementary pieces and what it feels like in that offense, you're really cooking with gas with these three guys together, because Dane, he has such a specific skill set. For a guy drafted in the first round to spend 88.6% of his snaps in the slot in his final college season when he was a full-time player, that doesn't happen. We don't see that very often. So he needs to find the right offense to get the most out of who he is as a player. And I absolutely think that this is the right offense.
No doubt. And he's going to a spot where he's probably going to be playing mostly in the slot. And his spatial awareness as a route runner is what makes him special.
Yeah.
It's not just that he finds the soft zones, but he knows how to set up DBs.
Yes.
Snapping guys off.
Consistently. And he does it with his footwork. He does it with his eyes. He does it with his body rhythm. He is a pro right now. Out of the box, no assembly required.
Right.
So Jackson Smith and Jigba, if you're Seattle, this is not a development pick that you're thinking in 2-3 years he's going to help us. Day one, really, both of their picks. Devin Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba, these guys are going to help this team right away. And Seattle, tell you what, they knocked out of the park last year with their draft class. So far, you got to feel great with what they're doing.
It makes sense too, and just stylistic fit too, and that's what the receiver room, the synergy, like it's perfect. It really is. DK Metcalf is the true outside ball winner. You got Tyler Lockett, who's the intermediate, can go vertical. He can work inside it out as your Z, and then now you got Jackson Smith and Jigba, who's a true slot with feel. And you were talking about his routes. I always like to say tempo his routes.
That's exactly
he knows how to throttle up and down. He might not have the fifth gear, but he can go to 1 to 4. So quickly in and out, and just has that feel for space. It's just the puzzle pieces make a ton of sense.
Just little tiny shoulder movements, little head movements, setting guys up.
It's pacing.
Yes. Yeah. And when you think about these slot receivers, I think a lot of the time people envision them having a feel for avoiding zones. I'm more impressed by what he does against man coverage. When he's got a guy trailing him, or just understanding how to set guys up at the top of his routes. It's beautiful to watch. Like he's one of the more nuanced players at the position. He's so specific what he does that has come along in a really long time.
Savvy. That's what he is. He has a really good feel for it. And it's just, I really like him after the catch too. There's a yak element where
that Rose Bowl, man. I mean, that is all just him making plays with the ball in his hands.
It's like he has eyes in the back of his head. As soon as he catches the ball, he knows, okay, what's going on around him and what he needs to do. Because again, he's not a burner. He had a 1.65 10-yard split. That's horrible. But he understands everything going on around him, and he maximizes those skills. So, this is no surprise. He set the Texas receiving record for a career in high school. Like, this guy has been a pro for a long time with the way he goes about his business, goes to Ohio State because he knew that they would develop him as a receiver even more. Even though he didn't play this year, it still felt like a safer pick where you know exactly what you're getting. He might not be that burner I can put on tape where a linebacker catches him.
Right.
And that's okay. You kind of sacrifice the straight line speed a little bit, but he's going to get open. He's going to catch a football. Last time I checked, those are the two most important things to playing the position.
And they needed a technician. They didn't need speed.
Yes.
And so it's like perfect.
His ceiling is defined, but that's not what they needed within this offense. We talk about, I mean, these are glowing reviews. So like, okay, then why is the 20th pick? Because one of the reasons that there's no assembly required, there's nowhere to go. Like, this is who he's going to be.
Exactly.
And that's fine. You have to understand what that is. That's why he's not a top 10 pick. For what he is, he's really intriguing.
Absolutely.
A guy whose ceiling is completely limitless and somebody whose future and where he can go is very, very exciting, Nate, is Anthony Richardson. But let's chat a little bit about where you think Richardson is and why you're so excited about him.
Well, first and foremost, it's the athletic ability. That's what you're going to start with. Is just, we talk about problem solving and creation right here. This is a play against Tennessee where it is a 4th and 1 right here. And the true difference maker athleticism, especially what Anthony Richardson shows, this is a bootleg. And I want to show you what Tennessee's doing right here. This is a defensive back. Defensive backs, you generally run what, 4.5, you know, that minimum, you know, ballpark right there. Here's Anthony Richardson out racing a defensive back to the edge, to the corner, and getting back about 15 yards on this play. But the fact that this is so fluid, throws the defender off of him and just creates a play right here, a huge first down in a tight ball game. And this is like, that's where it starts. Just these athletic gifts that he has. But I also want to show just some of the mental polish that he plays with as well. Right here against South Florida, this is just a classic cover two from South Florida. And this is a classic high-low combination from Florida. From South Florida. And then Florida is running a classic high-low. Cover two beater right here, smash. So you're going to have a hitch on the outside and a corner route from the slot. So if you look here, right there, there's your hitch. And then this is going to be a corner route. This is the soft spot in cover two. That guy's going to go right outside there. Now, Richardson knows this. The defense knows this. That is the soft spot. That is where you want to beat in cover two. So how does Richardson, along with his arm strength, how does he beat this? If you see that safety right here, you see him just kind of be flat-footed and not get width. There's a reason. That's not just because the player is not very good, which might be the truth right there. I'm sorry for that player. But if you watch right here from the end zone, this is polished. This is being a technician. This is being a quarterback. So if you look, there is Richardson with his eyes. Again, you want to look at the helmet right here. He is looking outside. He is seeing, he's confirming the picture. That is cover two with South Florida showing me. See him glance right there to the middle. That's him holding the safety. And that's why that safety freezes. He is not looking at the receiver there. Yes, it looks like it. That's where the safety is right there. He's holding him. The safety doesn't know which way to go now. He should be getting width. So he holds him there and then drives on the throw, all within rhythm. And I just want to show one last play because this is just the freaky traits that Richardson brings, again, but also with polish. He's throwing a sail route here against Eastern Washington.
Now here come the Chargers.
Trying to get the ball off.
With the
21st
pick
him down.
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select
yes, it's Eastern Washington.
Quentin Johnston,
he's dragging up and
receiver,
still throws the ball from
TCU.
the opposite hash all the way to the sideline. Huge first down, which should have been a sack. That's what Richardson is. It's surprising polish along with, freaky athletic gifts. That's the package that he's bringing to Indianapolis.
So here's our answer about the playmaker that was going to get opted into the Chargers offense.
Great draw. That was outstanding, by the way.
Wow.
Quentin Johnston. Wow, to the Chargers. That's not the receiver we thought would be the next off the board.
Okay.
Not who we thought maybe tight end. They go with the big receiver who is not the freak necessarily we thought he was, but he's a good athlete. He has size. What you like most about him maybe is just that ability to make that first man miss.
Yeah.
He's got a really good sense for it. But he's needs to be more consistent in all areas of his game. Route running, finishing at the catch point. We talked about polish with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Quentin Johnston's the opposite. He's unpolished in a lot of areas, but you see the ability. And anybody that watched that TCU offense, you saw him make plays after plays after plays. Plenty to be encouraged about what he's going to grow into.
Yeah.
This is a home run swing.
Yes.
And I understand why they wanted to make it. When you think about just how condensed and lifeless that offense could feel times last year, over the last couple of years, they've had no one that could just take it to the house.
Right.
Let's put the ball in his hands and let's see what he can do. And with his physical profile in the frame, you think, oh, downfield guy, ball winner. That's not who he is.
No,
He's a yak monster. What he can do with the ball in his hands is his best trait, and they've lacked that skill set. And now, potentially, in the best case scenario, they have it.
And he can do this from the outside. Like all of his highlights that they just showed. I don't know what happened with my voice right now. all those highlights that they just showed, it's crossers.
Yeah.
Get the ball in his hands, yak monster. Home run threat, but it's yak. It's yards after the catch.
Runway routes.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
They've
Get
had
him
no
on
one
the
to do
move.
that.
No
A
one.
guy you can get the ball in a slant to and just have him take it to the house. That has not been
Their
in the
best
offense.
yak guy has been Austin Eckler
Yes,
for the last couple of
right.
years. Who's
Absolutely
very
has
good at it. But if you want guys that are truly creating something, like last year, they tried to make Gerald Everett work.
Mhm.
And so that's why, like, even when we were just talking tight ends and receivers, I was like, Johnson actually makes more sense than I thought 5 minutes ago. And it actually worked out right here. But getting a guy that's different than Keenan Allen. Keenan Allen's your slot guy now. He's your power slot, but more of that crafty route runner. Mike Williams is your outside ball winner. So you don't need that vertical ball winner. Now you got the guy that's creating the yards after catch. Again, we're talking about synergy of the pass catcher room. Boom, right then and there.
I think in a lot of teams that were desperate for pass catching options, he would have been miscast.
Yes.
They would have tried to use him in ways that weren't conducive to his skill set. On this version of the Chargers, at least the 2023 Chargers, we'll see what happens after this.
Yeah.
But this year's team, you're not going to have to worry about that because you can have him be who he kind of is at his core based on the other players around him. Absolutely.
And when we did the wide receiver preview show, I mean, you threw out Ayuk as a
I know.
potential comp,
That was
which I
pretty
had
damn
not.
good.
You know, I don't think you initially think of that, but when you factor in what he does best and Ayuk, what he does best with the length and the yak, it matches up. It makes some sense. And so I it really kind of clicked. I was like, never would have thought about that. But when you think about what they do best, I understand why you would come to that conclusion. And for a team like this that needs that infusion of something that give you a little bit extra. You know, when you have Mike Williams on the outside winning those comebacks and back shoulders, and Keenan Allen with his ability over the middle of the field and some of those short to intermediate routes. I had a guy like this who he can't, watch the Kansas tape. You see him win deep. He can do that, not as a true ball winner, but someone that can track over his shoulder, make plays, but then also take simple slants and take it to distance. He has that ability in him. So it'll be interesting to see how they sprinkle him in the offense.
Yeah.
Josh Palmer's still there.
They don't have to rush him. That's also the nice thing about
Nope.
this. And we talk about veteran presences in these positional rooms to land with Keenan Allen,
Yeah.
who is the most nuanced and advanced player. And you talk to receivers around the NFL. It's like, who do you like? Who do you watch? Keenan Allen's the first name out of their mouth every time. Him and Devontae Adams, every single time.
makes sense.
And for that, you to land in that sort of spot is huge. And Nate, think about Kellen Moore. Okay, that Kellen Moore offense with all those stop routes, where you got guys turning around the sticks. The Chargers did a lot of that over the last couple of years to a frustrating degree. Every single time that happened, the play was dead. Come back, catch it 1 yard ahead of the sticks, no yak
Especially with
whatsoever.
DeAndre Carter doing it.
And
Yeah.
that's what. But you drop Quinn Johnson into this. Think about that Kansas game, Dane. Isn't that the game where he just took that stop route, spins on a dime, and takes it 60 yards for a touchdown? That was not in this offense. I'm getting excited thinking about it because I just want more. I just want more. And this seems like a route to do it. I don't love him. I think there's a ton of risk associated with this, but I understand the vision based on what you already have.
Like just like Ayuk ended up in the perfect spot for him with Shanahan, that offense, a lot of yak and everything. It's as far as the other players he's playing with, the fit, like you're saying, I'm glad he brought up Joshua Palmer too, because that he doesn't need to be that guy right away eating 120 targets. No. It's like, no, he's probably not going to have a very impressive rookie year. I'll just be honest, but it's like you're going to see those flash plays from him, the yak and everything. And that's kind of how Ayuk ended up in that great situation. This is a good situation that he might have a path where it's like, okay, you add more to it. They're both just, I wouldn't say, I actually will use the term sloppy route runner. He wavers and he kind of just doesn't have that feel and that tightness. Who has like the epitome of no wasted movement? Keenan Allen. But just maybe get to like 50% of Keenan Allen and we're really got something going here.
A team that's going to have to worry about defending the Chargers and defending Quinn Johnson as the Las Vegas Raiders. They added to their defense tonight. Here to chat with us about that is one of our Raiders writers at The Athletic, Deshaun Reed. Deshaun, very good to see you, my friend. How you doing?
Good to see you, man. I'm doing pretty good here at Raiders headquarters. We finally got a media meal. They usually don't give us food. We got the nice chef, everything, making steak. They treating us nice up here, man.
What do you think of the Tyree Wilson pick? Obviously, we thought the Raiders might go defense. They had needed every single level of their defense. Why Tyree Wilson over the guys who are available at that spot in your mind?
Yeah, so before the draft started, I put out there that they probably didn't consider, 4 of these quarterbacks to be first-round guys, let alone top 10 picks. And so even though Will Levis was there on the board, it just didn't feel likely that they were going to go with him. And obviously they didn't, targeting the defensive side of the ball. And Tyree Wilson in particular, he's their top rated edge out of this entire draft class, even over Will Anderson. They believe just his raw tools, his size, his length, his athletic ability, the potential to sort of mold him into something greater was something that they just couldn't pass on at this spot. And so they view it as a great value. It's a premium position, obviously, and it's not necessarily a need for them, since they have Max Crosby and Chandler Jones already on the roster. But both Dave Ziegler and Josh McDaniels have been adamant that they're going to go with the best player available, or whoever they consider that to be. And obviously for them, it was Tyree Wilson.
Obviously, this is going to be, we'll see what unfold over the course of the season. It's kind of a long-term question, but what do you think the plan is for him with those two guys already on the roster? You think we see the three of them together? You think we see him sprinkled in a little bit? What is the deployment plan for Tyree Wilson in your mind at this stage?
Yeah, I think he lines up as their third edge rusher in the rotation. I think with Chandler Jones not being the best against his run, that's not really what he's made his money for. Tyree Wilson maybe could rotate in on some of those, rundowns, and even just to give him a breather. I mean, Chandler Jones is getting up there. He's not coming off the best season. He's dealt with injuries the last few years. And I also think Tyree Wilson has the versatility to rotate inside. The Raiders are a team. They have a multiple front with Patrick Graham. They fluctuate between a 3-4 and a 4-3. And so, like Tyree Wilson, maybe you don't want him as a 4-3 defensive tackle, but when they are in a 3-4, whether it's lining up as a 3-4 defensive end or a 4-3-3 technique. I think he has the versatility where he can get on the field pretty often, even though I don't expect for him to be a starter this year. In terms of his role, this is more of a long-term move. Jones, they can get out of that contract next year, and ideally Tyree Wilson is ready at that point to become the starter at edge opposite of Max Crosby.
We talked about this heading into the draft. I mean, we were just discussing who they might take at 7, the idea that this team knows what they are now. Last year they got a little bit ahead of themselves with the Devontae Adams trade. This feels to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, like we know it's going to take a couple years. Even if this is more of a pick for 2024, where we're at in our development, that's okay with us.
Yeah, they know what they are. Like last year, they thought they were a lot closer. Obviously, if you trade for Devontae Adams and sign Chandler Jones, you think you can win, and it's reasonable. They made the playoffs in 2021. They almost knocked off the Bengals, who went to the Super Bowl that year and almost won. And so we couldn't really fault them for that, but. I think it's good that they're honest. They don't think that they're close right now. I think you can go off of their free agency moves. I know they signed Jimmy Garoppolo, but they got rid of Derek Carr, who's better than Jimmy Garoppolo. And they haven't really made any other major moves. And so you can just read their actions. Like, I wouldn't say they're not trying to tank. I don't think they're going to be that bad, but they're not necessarily trying to go for it either. It's going to be a slow and steady build, and really the only way to do that is through the draft. And drafting, like I said, the best player available, even if it isn't an immediate need. And so we'll see. They have 11 picks left. This isn't obviously going to be all that they do in the draft moving forward. But, I wouldn't be surprised if on day 2 and day 3 we see them load up on some positions that maybe these guys aren't year one starters, but they believe they can be starters moving forward and high-impact players. And obviously owner Mark Davis has given, both GM Dave Ziegler and Coach Josh McDaniels that runway to do so. I don't know if necessarily they could move on from either one of those guys, even if they wanted to for cash reasons. But they're all in on the long-term build here, and that's not the most exciting thing for Raiders fans to hear, especially since they haven't had too many playoff bursts, since I've been alive, really. But I think it's a sound process for where they are as a team.
All right, well, you go enjoy the rest of that meal. Always good to chat with you, buddy. We'll catch up soon.
Appreciate you having me.
All right, guys, we're going to take one more quick break. We will be back here shortly. Stick with us. Talk to you soon.
You really mustn't, darling. darling.
All right, we are back. And while we were on break, the Baltimore Ravens take Zay Flowers, receiver from Boston College. It's all coming together for this Ravens offense. It's been a big, big day. We get the Lamar Jackson extension. Now we get another pass catcher for Lamar Jackson and Todd Monken and that revamped look. I kind of like it. I think you got a lot of intrigue now with what that receiver group looks like.
Yeah, you know, doing my 7-round mock, I was in the middle of it when Odell Beckham signed, and I was like, oh, I had Zay Flowers going to 22. Now I got to go back and change it. But then talking to more people, I was like, you know what? They could double up. Why not? I mean, Odell Beckham's on a 1-year deal. Yep. Zay Flowers, you add him to the mix. He's can be that inside-outside guy maybe, 3-level threat. He put more downfield on tape this year, which is good to see. He's a smaller target. He's 5'9", 180. Mm-hmm. And so, you know, he is what he is size-wise, but speed, another guy that knows how to throttle up and down. Yep. He has a little bit after the catch. He's not going to break a ton of tackles or anything like that, but he has speed. And, you know, there's a lot of when you focus on receiver and you think about guys that get open and that just really threaten defenses, he has a lot of that.
Yeah, and also just another guy with Rashad Bateman, Odell Beckham, and now Zay Flowers. It's kind of there's some
Aguilar's in there somewhere.
Yes, there's some kind of sameness, but actually in a good way. Yeah. And that how Todd Monken's going to use them is going to be really interesting. But I think their whole offense is let's get the ball in their hands. Even if they use stuff like RPOs, these guys are great for that because they're all great. Going to be good on slants. They're all going to be good just getting the ball in their hands, let them create yards after the catch, and have kind of some of that interchangeableness. Like I think that's what's nice. I think Odell is trying more an outside. He can bounce on the inside, but Bateman can go inside and out as well. So I think that's kind of a fun little, like these three can just make a little difference and do the same things, but I mean that in a good way. And then you pair him with Mark Andrews, and that's your size. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, get the ball in these guys' hands. Let's get speed. Any touch can be a touchdown. That's really fun.
Todd Monken's offense, the last time we saw him as an offensive coordinator in the NFL calling plays was in Tampa. Yeah. And they had all of those receivers. Right. And now this kind of feels like the next step in Baltimore's offensive shift and offensive evolution. You know, for years they had one receiver and then all of those tight ends. Yeah. And now we could be looking at a team that has Rashad Bateman, Odell Beckham, Zay Flowers. It does feel like this is the next phase. And now it's coming together in a way that we really couldn't have imagined before they did the Odell contract.
Yeah. It's really like you said, the mixture of types of receivers is really interesting.
Yes.
And when you factor in Lamar, and Lamar loves to work between the numbers. You know, he likes the middle of the field. He likes to work down the seam. That's why, Mark Andrews is so productive in that offense. Zay Flowers is a guy that can working out of the slot, can do that. He's got that competitiveness. He has that suddenness to him. So, yeah, you like that quite a bit. And, I mean, talk about overhauling that depth chart at receiver, adding an Odell Beckham. You bring back Bateman healthy now.
Yes.
Hopefully he gives you a full season, and a former first-round pick. You can't make any claims that the Ravens haven't tried a receiver.
Right.
With Bateman's a first-round pick. Here's another first-round receiver. Yeah. You paid Odell Beckham a lot of money.
Yes.
You bring in a Nelson Aguilar to kind of round things out. So you can't fault Eric DeCosta and that staff for not at least trying. And we got the Vikings on the clock here.
Here we go.
10 minutes before making it.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
We talked about
the runner receivers
in the preview, the runs on positions. Okay, we had the offensive tackle run early. Obviously, the quarterback run really early. Then we had a few corners. No tight end run yet, which is interesting. I think teams look at that as a position that's going to stretch. I think the Cowboys at 26 are loving it.
Yeah, they got to be feeling really good. And Cincinnati potentially too.
Yeah.
If they make it to 28, I mean, Dallas at 26, and then Buffalo, you never know.
They absolutely could take another pass catcher.
Dawson Knox is their tight end one, but you work in more 12 personnel sets. So with Addison, Adam Thielen obviously no longer there. I think they feel good with Osborne being that second option, but Addison gives you more flexibility. Inside, outside. A guy that can win at all three levels. The route running. Watching him, you did sometimes get flashbacks to Stephon Diggs with the way he would run his routes, and obviously connection there with the Vikings. That Kirk Cousins, we don't know how long he's going to be there, but this is a guy that keeps the Vikings competitive. And we always talk about with Minnesota walking that fine line of reloading without rebuilding. And
forever.
Exactly. Right. I think Jordan Addison is another example of that, a guy that helps restock that wide receiver room, but is also someone that's going to help you right away compete.
Yes, and exactly. He's hit the ground running. Being in Pitt's offense under Mark Whipple,
right?
Like that's a pro offense. So as far as terminology, and then going with really a guy that I really respect, I think a lot of us do, and Lincoln Riley in his offensive system, and looking good in both, and looking good. And like you said, there's some outside inside versatility. KJ Osborne came along a lot last year. At first I was like, man, I kind of touted him as maybe a little quasi breakout guy. Oh, this isn't looking good. And then he came along, so yay. But he has that more physical side to him, that size, that strength. Justin Jefferson, of course, can do that, but it's also like we're not going to use him blocking. Let Justin Jefferson be Justin Jefferson. But why I'm saying that is Addison doesn't. It's like, okay, he's not going to be the dirty work guy, but this is a great Z, a Z receiver that you can pound and zone. Anytime you he's an ultimate secondary pass catcher.
And that's what I love about it.
Yeah,
it's last three guys that went off the board. They're being dropped into these offenses where they aren't going to be asked to be the number one guy.
Yes.
And that was, I think, a fair characterization of this receiver group in general, Dane.
Yeah.
If you were looking for your number one receiver in this draft, you were probably going to be pretty disappointed.
Especially Warren Necks.
Yeah.
They're not in stock in this draft.
Right. Yeah.
So the shelves are empty.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to wait on a guy like that, and that's not super surprising. I mean,
it's the new and used on Amazon. We're looking at the used section there.
I mean, true number one wide receivers. How many are there really?
There are.
Not that many, and so we got trade up here. The Giants moving up? No, Giants are on the clock, right? Or no, the Giants moved up from 25 to 24.
The Jags.
Yeah. Giants moved up from 25 to 24.
Okay, so interesting. That's one
after a run of receivers just happened, and they were they're building the whole boat out of slot receivers right now. But it's also they were a team that was looking at some of these guys.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Is this
interesting?
Okay, looking at Minnesota's offense, and now let's see what that kind of competitive rebuild looks like. So in 2024, for example, if they move on from Cousins and if they kind of have to step into this new phase of the roster, Christian Darrisaw, Brian O'Neill, Justin Jefferson, TJ Hawkinson, Jordan Addison. It's not a bad way to start.
No, it's not.
And think about where Kevin O'Connell comes from and how they built that offense in LA. 11 personnel, 3 receivers all the time. Who are our 3 receivers? Let's get 3 real guys out there as often as possible. And I think they're trying to chase that a little bit.
Absolutely.
That makes sense. Yeah. I think that's a pick that was often mocked because it made sense. And, it's okay. So here the trade, 160 and 240. So 2 late round picks to move up 1 spot.
I wonder who they like, what they're going for here.
It was always receiver corner.
I think corner makes sense, right? There's still a bunch of corners on the board. They have a need for corner.
Yeah. Maryland corner saw it there. If they wanted to go with Branch, who again more that nickel corner, that slot corner, that's a possibility.
They go Osiris. That might be.
I think
wouldn't love it, but it was like, I don't know.
If you're moving up 1 spot, you're doing it so the Jags don't take them, and then no one else trades up for them.
So you're trying to think where the drop-off spots are.
Right. It's kind of tough to
gauge
to figure out exactly who couldn't they wait for.
Yeah.
Who is the guy?
The other thing with the Vikings too, I want to say too, is they signed Josh Oliver from Baltimore. Yeah. It's not like the sexiest signing in the world, but they paid him okay money, and he's a blocker. And why that unlocks Hawkinson a little bit more. What these guys do, Addison and Oliver combined, it's versatility of the offense. Totally. Now they have more answers
because Justin Jefferson can play in the slot. So if you want to have him in the slot, you want to have Addison outside. There's so many different things that you can do. And think about that Rams offense when they were really clicking in 2021, for example, and how often they would have Tyler Higbee line up as the number 1 receiver to create matchups for themselves. They are built that way. They want to operate that way. And now they have the flexibility to do that. I think the Vikings offense has a chance to be pretty good next year. I mean, who knows what the ceiling is and what the long-term play is with Cousins and all of that. But I think the 2023 Vikings offense, if Addison hits the ground running, it's going to be fun to watch.
Interesting. Yeah, if they can stay healthy, especially up front, I don't know. They just have a lot of pieces. Like, as you see it all come together, you're like, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Like, originally, I looked at Addison with Vikings, I'm like, okay. But then you start breaking down the rest of the roster and how they're used. And it's like, not everyone's, like you said, there's no X's in stock. And I always want those guys. Oh, yeah, you're drafting a guy in the first round. They got to be your true number 1. It's like, no, but if you already have Justin Jefferson, top receiver in the game, you need these guys, the auxiliary pieces. Now you have Hawkinson. Hawkinson sometimes isn't going to have the best matchup. Okay, now we have other answers. Always having answers for your offense. That's huge.
You could make the argument that the passing game is the strength of the Vikings team.
Yeah.
Offense, defense. Strength and a strength. Make it even better.
Right.
You can't overdo it at this point. If you have 11 personnel, if you have 4 receiving options, they all need to be good now.
Yeah.
That is the world that we exist in. Think about the playoff teams from last year, what their pass catching options looked like. I don't think you can overdo it. And you talk about if you draft a guy in the first round, he has to be your number 1 receiver. The Eagles drafted Devontae Smith. The Eagles drafted we're getting later. The Eagles drafted Devontae Smith, the 12th overall pick in the draft, and then they had to trade a first-round pick to go to AJ Brown. Like, we're in a new world now.
Yes.
We're in a completely new world. So I think using the 21st pick, 22nd pick on the 2nd or 3rd receiving option on your team, that's totally fine because they're all starters. They all play. That's necessary now.
It's changing it's always preferred to find the X. And like you said, there's only 6, 7 of those in the league. Okay, we can't get those guys. All right, so let's build 3 of them. Well, it helps with the Vikings have Jefferson, so they do actually have that guy. But it's getting to the point where you need 3 options. You need a big 3 in the passing game. It's just
and this
not even
makes
a question anymore.
Makes Jefferson even better.
Even better.
It protects him. It's you're about to.
You saw what happened last year is teams truly going, we're not letting Jefferson beat us. He got the Randy Moss game plan.
Right.
Cover 2, 2-man, every single snap. So the Hawkinson trade was 1 step. And I'm like, okay, this gives us 1 answer. And now Addison gives us another.
I totally agree.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
It makes total sense.
The next guy to go.
Let's look at some of the corners, the outside corners currently on the Giants roster, not named Adoree Jackson, who might not be there very long anyway. We got Cordell Flott, Nick McLeod, Aaron Robinson, who's been hurt consistently, barely played last year. I mean, absolutely was a need.
This is a guy with size and speed. So you're talking about a guy that's over 6 foot, has 4.3 speed, and he's a cover and clobber guy. So he will press you. He can play off. He's the one guy that actually played Marvin Harrison Jr. Against Ohio State with some tenacity and limited the separation. And so you love the package of skills that he brings to the field. So I think you can play him in zone. Does he need to become like a more disciplined player? Really hone in on what offenses are trying to do, understand route combinations. He does. This is why he's available at the 24th pick. But if you're the Giants, this is the type of player I think you feel great about that he fell to you at this point.
You're ruining my job as host. I was literally going to ask you, well, why did he fall to the 24th pick? Is you have this intriguing package of tools, and you're one step ahead of me here.
And usually you don't find, okay, what are the guys that go at the top of the draft? Usually the toolsiest guys that have some good tape. He has good tape, like you said, the Marvin Harrison Jr. That's where he stood out to me as well. And then also he had some stuff last year, but then also the traits, but also he's going to a place that loves sticky corners, how aggressive they are, and Wink Martindale.
Yeah.
So this is a guy that would be aggressive. Go for it, man. This is our whole philosophy on defense. And they need
setter.
Yes. And also just with that upside too. And just he's going to be unlocked in that system. He's going to have he'll let up some big plays. Like that's just what's going to happen, but especially how aggressive the Giants will be on defense. And I think it's perfect for Wink Martindale. This is what they need. They needed guys like this.
I feel like Leo in the meme with the
point.
Every time I see that little logo change,
anyone watch it, I know I can wrap up my point when I see my co-hosts here. Their eyes get wide and looking at the screen because I know
Buffalo
exactly
trades in front of Dallas. Is this our first tight end off the board?
We see the run on tight ends.
I tell you what, I think Dallas is fine with either one. Obviously, if this is a tight end, Buffalo obviously sees one that they want more than the other.
These next 4 spots. Okay, Bills with the Jags. Okay. But it's
Jags trading back twice.
Yeah, all these next 4 teams could use a tight end. Yeah. Like this is kind of interesting.
The Bills gave up a 4th round pick.
Wow.
Giants spent most of the offseason trying to build up other areas of their defense, right? So they go get Bobby Okereke in free agency.
Yeah.
They signed A'Shawn Robinson this week.
That's right.
It's a really smart signing.
Yeah.
I was excited to see where he landed. He's the exact type of guy you can get late in free agency role player. So now you got Dexter Lawrence, Leonard Williams, A'Shawn Robinson, Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of pieces now in the front 7. I thought that last outside corner was really the thing they needed the most to make their defense at least interesting in 2023. And I think the Banks could, in the best case outcome here, be that guy.
Linebackers and corner. And well, if you're taking a lot of Sanders here, maybe, but it's like corner makes sense. The perfect slot for the type of player he is and what he can bring to the table.
If it's a tight end, who do we think is the most interesting skill set that you could drop into Buffalo's offense?
I mean, I really, you can make a case for either guy. Mayer probably complements Dawson Knox better if you're looking for a true, a guy that's different than what you already have. But can you really say, would you really disagree if they went Kincaid with the guy that can be the better pass catcher and create more mismatches? So, this is a really interesting decision. If it is a tight end, maybe they go in a different direction as well. Buffalo, we thought maybe an offensive skill player, someone that helped Josh Allen, help that offense. They also need more offensive line.
Yes.
They also need, have other areas of need. So I'm not sure it's going to definitely be a tight end, but if you're going to jump Dallas, tight end makes sense.
Yeah. And it seems like just how you laid it out right there, and even just the last couple of months, everyone's kind of gone like, well, this makes sense for them. Oh, this makes sense for them. Interior offensive line, that makes sense. Oh, yeah, a tight end makes sense. Oh, a receiver makes sense. Like, so that's what's kind of fun here. But Kincaid this is actually one of the spots I would actually like it. I cherry on top is what I've labeled.
You think it's too much of a hat on hat with Dawson Knox, though?
A little bit, but also just how they use Reggie Gilliam last year as more the inline guy. They went jumbo a lot last year with a big offensive lineman, a 6 offensive lineman in there. So yeah, it's a little hat on hat. And also maybe how they've gone about this offseason. It seems they're trying to find a little more physical identity. That's why I went nuts about the Damian Harris signing. But I think that if they are in that philosophy, I think this will indicate a lot. Because if they go Mayer, it's like, oh, they're trying to get that bully element. But if they go Kincaid, then
it's one of my favorite parts about the draft. It's like, all right, what are the teams telling us?
Yes.
And I think that we're going to learn a lot about this pick.
I know that's Buffalo, why I want to talk to the Lions.
going into the season, I think it was totally fair to paint Buffalo as this juggernaut. They had one of the best rosters in the league. But by the time we got to them getting bounced from the playoffs, you really saw what they looked like in practice, and you looked at the depth chart. It's like, they need more pieces than we thought they did. Yeah. And I think that a secondary pass catching option, another guy, is absolutely part of that equation. Offensive line is part of that equation. So they were just a team that I think our perception of them shifted as the year went along, and especially with the way that their season ended. And to change that perception back, another pass catcher makes the most sense to me.
They're winning games that have like a top 5 offense and defense. And everybody, I think we were all in agreement, universally, like, just doesn't.
That's why Josh Allen was my second team All-Pro quarterback. Yeah. Because even though they were a top 5 offense, it felt like he was doing so much of the heavy lifting based on the lack of help within that offense.
Yes. Right. And I think this is they gave a 4th round pick. This is not a team that needs bodies. They need
difference makers.
Exactly.
Makers,
so I think this is what this move is all about. And whether it is a Mayer, whether it is a Kincaid, I don't think you can go wrong with either one. Both will help this offense right away. And it will be interesting to see which direction they want to go. Because, Mayer, he's not a dominant blocker, but he's at least more in that mold.
He can do it.
Right, exactly. So in line, you want to detach him, that's fine. Maybe we're wrong. It's not a tight end, but that's what makes the most sense.
Watch it go like Darnell Washington. It's like, we really see where you're going.
That's really a pivot. Yeah. That's really an identity shifting.
Yes.
I was having the same thought. It's like if they want to send us the biggest message they could, they would go Darnell Washington.
They're really going bully ball. That's but that's the joke I've made. Like, can they do it on a cold rainy night in Stoke? And it's like that's what I think they're trying to answer.
Yeah. The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
Well, the league.
There it is.
Wow. That's fun.
I love it.
It's fun.
That's fun.
I love it.
Yeah.
One of the teams I'm actually like,
please show. Where's Josh Allen? Show his reaction.
Yeah.
I want to see how happy he is right now.
Pepper him.
Again, you could make the argument that this is the best pass catcher in the draft. I don't know what position.
Yeah.
The best pass
totally
catcher.
I'm with you too.
His ability to get open, to be a ball winner, catch the ball comfortably away from his frame, the hand-eye coordination, put it away, and then do something after the catch. He is really loose for a big man.
Yes.
So in his routes, again, throw in the USC tape. 16 targets, 16 catches. Dominant in that game. USC had no answer. And how quickly he goes from pass catcher to runner is so efficient, so natural that it really might be what he does best. And he does a lot of things really, really well. So love the fit here. We thought Buffalo coming out of the first round with some type of weapon made a ton of sense, and they do that. I don't know that they thought Kincaid would make it this far.
Yeah, this is of the teams because that's like I appreciate Kincaid the player, and we were talking to the tight ends. So it's like some teams I wouldn't like him with though. And it's like that, but this is perfect for him, and they needed a slot guy too. Yeah, and this is it. He doesn't have to come off the field. How the Bills play offense, how they prefer to play offense, even though I just talked about how they might go bully ball. Is I think they want that answer, but how they prefer to play offense is spread it out. Let's get it as spread out as possible. Let Josh Allen go to work, and if it doesn't work, let him run. And this is great for them.
Let's be clear about something. This isn't like Mike Gesicki type of blocking.
No.
Like he is a better blocker than that. He will get involved. He's
smart. He's got good technique. He tries. It's just that
he is competitive, but he's limited. And this isn't just a guy that's allergic to blocking.
No, it's not.
That's important to point out.
And it is because he could have. I mean, this might be the best comparison because he's a better receiver. But like Dalton Schultz ended up being like a fine shield blocker. He could do that. His eyes are great in the blocking game, in the run game. His technique is good. It's just sometimes he's just overwhelmed because he's 240-ish and not the longest guy. So, but just like you said, you're talking about his loose hips, yards after the catch. They've needed that element. It was they were trying to get
pepper Isaiah McKenzie. He's their slot receiver.
He is
like that.
He's their slot receiver.
He had 35 catches out of the slot last year. It was the most among any tight end in FBS. If you play more 12 personnel and you just make him your slot receiver, he might be the best slot option in this entire draft outside of JSN.
You're doing what the Chiefs do. Yes. We don't need a third receiver. We just go 12.
And I think that makes perfect sense. Them and the Chargers. My feeling when I watched them on offense at the end of last year is I couldn't articulate exactly what it was, but I needed more. I just need more. And so we talked about the Chargers. Just drop one more difference maker into the offense. I feel the same way about Buffalo. And this is the exact type of guy who could be
because they made it feel hard.
Yes.
It was like even when they were putting up 30 points, it's like, man, that was a hard 30 points you just had. Like because there's drives where they go 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. It's like, what is missing? Sometimes or the guy gets tackled right away, or it's a drop by Isaiah McKenzie.
Yeah, and you think about Buffalo slot. I mean, they brought back Cole Beasley.
Yes,
exactly. They're searching for something.
Yep.
And I don't think it'll take long for Kincaid, Josh Allen get on the same page, develop that repertoire. Man, that's fun.
Yeah,
that is a lot of fun.
And also, I'm just thinking this is because they use so much RPOs and everything. Sometimes those this is why Dawson Knox has been able to be their wide tight end, even if he's not that, is because they don't ask him to like down block and be that heavy Y. So let's just not have him block. Let's RPO it. Let's just get him out on the route, and he can get north. He can create yards after the catch with the ball in his hands. I love this. And also, just real quick, that former basketball background you see with him because he high points so many throws.
He goes and gets him.
Josh Allen's going to give him chances.
Yeah.
Like, he's going to be a red zone monster, and he's going to target the hell.
His
out
ability
of
to isolate is and frame the catch. It's really impressive.
Natural pass catcher.
When we were talking about the tight ends, I think you said if he was available at 26 when the Cowboys were picking, they'd be interested in Michael Mayer. You still feel that way?
I think that they wanted Kincaid. I think they would have taken Kincaid. But with Mayer on the board now and Kincaid off the board, that makes the most sense. I think they love Mayer. Because ideally they do want someone that is more of a blocker in that role. This is not a franchise that drafts tight ends early. You have to go back to the 90s, the last time they drafted a tight end.
What round was Jason Witten drafted in?
Third. So it's been a while. But at this point in the draft, I think he is their best option because Jerry wants to put points on the board.
Yeah.
Jerry's not getting any younger. Jerry wants another championship.
Yep.
Michael Mayer helps them do that. He is going to replace Dalton Schultz, give you an upgrade over, no offense, Jake Ferguson.
Yeah. Not taken.
So he's a guy that's going to help the run game, but also help the pass game.
Yep.
And the red zone. I mean, that's something that Dak Prescott, once you get down there, you don't have it. No more of just handing Zeke the ball and trying to pound it in. You're working with Pollard, you're working with your receivers, and then if you do add a Michael Mayer in here, I think that really helps you in the red zone when you close that goal line.
Absolutely, and like an early comparison people had for Mayer was Jason Witten, kind of that does it all. Why? Like he might not be the most explosive guy, but reliable hands, strong hands. The thing about Jason Witten, he was like 265, moving like that, and that's a little different there. But just a balanced tight end, a 3-down tight end. He's a 3-down Y, and they do need that. I do love Ferguson, you're right, but he's not really that. Like he's more of an F type that can go in there. But that I don't know. It would make sense to me. Just another reliable pass catcher. They have CD. Brandon Cooks is now the vertical guy. They have Gallup as well. It's interesting mix of guys.
David LaFleur, 1997.
David LaFleur,
LSU. Yeah.
Oh,
last time they drafted.
Kent is a Cowboys fan. Our producer.
All right, we're going to hear our producer Kent coming from the back room. Clearly, he's excited about whatever's happening here.
Or he's happy about this pick.
And it's funny you mentioned Jason Witten because when I was watching Michael Mayer and you look at the testing and just he's not overwhelming in any way physically. It's hard to articulate why he's as good of a receiver as he is. Jason Witten might be the best historical example of that ever.
Yeah,
right.
Strong.
Yes.
The ball goes there and he is catching it and popping the ball as it comes there. I love also you're talking about the red zone stuff, and that's where I think Mayer would be so good at because he has that feel for space. He's good in contested catches and tight spaces. He's strong-handed. I mean, it hasn't happened yet, but I really like that fit for him and also for the team.
Yes. I mean, one of the better contested catch tight ends I've ever evaluated.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter what the traffic is, the crowd around him. He does a really nice job catching the ball away from his frame, strong hands, putting it away. There's just a lot you can do with Michael Mayer. It would have been interesting to see if Kincaid and Mayer were both on the board, kind of just like the Bill situation. Which identity do you see? Which player do you prioritize there? But obviously Kincaid off the board here. Does that make their decision for them? Or do they go in a different direction here?
I think if you drop Michael Mayer into that offense and the skill position player they already have and the offensive line the way that it is, it's hard not to get excited about that.
Man. Oh, my God. I know. Like, why don't we drop on one more running back with Pollard? And it's like, woof.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith, defensive tackle.
And as we talk about Michael Mayer for 5 minutes, the Cowboys go with Mozzie Smith.
Okay. They passed on Michael Mayer. That is surprising.
Well, we talk about what the Cowboys needed when we were doing our draft heater show, what that would ultimately look like. A run-stopping, kind of like space-eating defensive tackle was absolutely on that list. Yes. They needed that based on the construction of their offense.
That's the thing. They do not draft nose tackles. They don't see the value in drafting nose tackles in the first round. And so this is different than what the Cowboys usually do, which speaks to how desperate I think they felt like they were on that defensive line.
They signed or traded for Jonathan Hankins last year, and I think they saw the light. They're like, oh, because they have so many, I wouldn't say undersized, but not the biggest. They're not the biggest defense. Leighton Vander Esch is gigantic linebacker, but it's speed. That's their whole defense. Speed. But they realize, I think, with Vander Esch and Jonathan Hankins, they're like, oh man, this actually kind of is nice. They kind of plug it and they let the other guys kind of clear it all up. So why not get a young guy that has some upside there? This is because my exposure to him was I was watching Ohio State's offense, and then this guy was popping. I was like, he's bursting around. And I look up, he has half sack. He is a nose, and but does have some 3-tech versatility, I think, because he is explosive and athletic, has the athletic ability. But I think this is a interesting. It makes sense, actually. It's more of a super role player, but it makes sense for the build of the Cowboys.
In the
defense.
Grander scheme of the defense, absolutely.
I love it.
I mean, I think it's really kind of the last piece that you need after trading for Stephon Gilmore to have everything come together. But again, it's pretty rich for a player with his skill set, Dane.
Right. He's a 2-gapper. He's a guy that can take on doubles. He does have more. He has traits to be more than that if you want him to be. So he can be interchangeable. You want him to play the 1 technique. You want him to play more of the 3. He can do that. But this is a player that had a grand total of half sack his entire career. 6 tackles for loss his entire career. Now, obviously, what he was asked to do in that Michigan defense was, play over the center and just create those pileups. But that's why Mozzie Smith is really good at what he does. And I would have been very surprised if he did not go tonight. Yeah. Too many teams need that.
Yes.
Especially, coming up here with Cincinnati, the Saints. I mean, too many teams could use a player like Mozzie Smith. Including the Cowboys. I just didn't think they would do it because they don't usually draft this type of player in the first round. But I think it speaks to, you mentioned Jonathan Hankins and, they brought him back, but look at the deal they brought him back at.
Right.
That tells you
and
everything.
And he's 31, 32 with an injury history. Yeah.
It's like $1 million.
Yeah.
It's a veteran minimum deal. I mean, it's not a long-term play.
So when you say they brought back Jonathan Hankins, you have to kind of explain that a little. But again, we're at the end of the first round where you're wiped out of your first round grades and you're looking at your second round grades. I'm not surprised Mozzie Smith to pick. I am a little surprised it's over Michael Mayer.
Yeah.
At this point, it's very. I think it speaks to the tight end depth of this draft. I know, the Cowboys really like Sam Laporta. Maybe they're looking at him in the second round. They love
that type of tight end.
Exactly right. So. You could find a Sam Laporta in the second round. You can't find a Mozzie Smith in the second round.
Right. Yeah.
So, I think it's a little bit away from what they usually do, but I think it's a good pick.
Yeah. And that's the thing. He's a nose, but he's athletic.
He was number 1 on Bruce Feldman's freak list.
Yes,
number 1.
That sums up right there. And that is, so even though he's that different role, he's the plugger and everything, he's still athletic and speed. Yeah. So you're not like going against type here. You're not just all of a sudden bringing in Vea, or bringing in Danny Shelton, something like that. This guy has a little bit more to him with that versatility. And I'm glad you guys brought up with Hankins coming back and everything. It's like, this is perfect because now you get the next guy coming up for there to eat those reps.
You still have Odigizua there.
But they don't. There's not much else.
No.
I mean, there's not much else. It's absolutely the thinnest part of their defense.
Neville Gallimore hasn't quite been the guy they thought they would be when they drafted him a couple years ago. So
that's what's funny because all the other pieces on defense, it's like, that makes sense. The Gilmore trade happened. It's like, okay, this all makes sense. So.
And they bring back Donovan Wilson. They bring back Leighton Vander Esch. I mean, they have a lot of pieces all back and forth. You bring up Sam Laporta being available in the second round. Now that Kincaid's off the board, I kind of would love to see Sam Laporta go to Cincinnati with this pick. I know it'd be a little bit rich, but I wonder if they prefer Laporta's skill set over Michael Mayer.
Interesting.
I think Mayer would be perfect for them. Or maybe the Jags are here with tight end.
They absolutely can use a tight end.
Don't rule out the Saints too.
All of these teams, when we did a show about the heaters that some of these contenders would have to go on to put themselves over the top. Going through that list, pretty much every single team picking in the 20s is like, well, they could probably use a tight end. Every single team. And then Buffalo did it. And then now we have other teams. Could they be the ones like, you know what? We could use a third receiving option. And this is the type of guy that we can use.
Again, especially with the receiver draft and all the receivers, just the bottom fell out there. So now everyone's going, oh, okay, we're into the next tier of those receivers. But especially if this is what the Jags do, it would make sense. Evan Ingram had a fantastic year, but you only can ask him to do certain things. And that's some of his limitations. So, I don't know, just get another guy that can balance out. Now you have Calvin Ridley working on the outside, Christian Kirk working from the slot when you need to. It's like, I don't know, a Mayer type would be amazing for them, but I don't know if they do go down that path. They could be a corner as well, potentially. I know
I really like Brian Branch here. I think he'd be a great fit with what they have and what they need and what he could bring. That makes sense.
I think it makes total sense because last year they really kind of unlocked that defense when they moved Darius Williams back outside. Trey Herndon was playing in the slot. They re-signed Trey Herndon, but it's not a big deal. I mean, this is somebody that if you drafted a guy in the first round, you wouldn't mind.
Get someone with pedigree there.
You can upgrade.
Yeah, I think I actually really like that a lot.
I know.
Can he play safety a little bit? I mean, that's one that I think makes a lot of sense for
Branch
them.
is a fun player, man. Like he really is, and it would be a lot of fun if they went with him because he's a guy that's like now that role used to be like, oh, that's a niche role. He's only a slot guy. It's like now it's like that guy's on the field every snap. So that's might as well let's get him. Let's get the guy
one of the
like that.
smarter defensive players in this draft. And is he undersized? Yeah, he's 190 pounds. Did he run great? No, ran a 4.58. And you know he doesn't have those elite size speed measurables, but man, how do you watch his tape and not love him?
I know. I compared him to Jimmy Ward, which makes a ton of sense because I
definitely
love Jimmy Ward.
To look out up front. With the 27th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
This makes more sense with the recent news.
Yes.
Right.
We know that Cam Robinson is suspended. Do we know how long Cam Robinson is suspended?
6.
Is it 6 games?
Did they say?
I think it was 6.
Okay.
Yeah. But I could be wrong. But that's just usually with PEDs. So.
Right.
Yeah. Well, this is Anton Harrison. I mean, this is another projection pick. You're like betting on the upside here.
Yeah.
And also, I think has both side versatility at tackle. Like, and I'm way more comfortable Harrison getting selected here than 10 picks earlier or 12 picks earlier right after that first run of tackles. Yeah. This just makes a lot more sense for what he is, where he is now, and what he can be. But I like him. I really do. I like the upside with him. I think he has a true athletic ability, do stuff like cutoffs and movement stuff. And yeah, you're just betting on that he has to keep growing into the role.
He's one of the youngest players in this draft.
Right.
He just turned 21 years old, and so he's still learning. Really, it's tough with that offense, that Oklahoma offense, you know, all the RPOs and all the way what they ask of their tackles. It makes it a difficult evaluation, but when you just focus on his movement patterns, you can see how that's going to translate. And when you ask him to play on the outside, on the edge against NFL athletes, you feel like he can do it. He can match, he can mirror, he can answer whatever.
Light on his feet. Like that's my best compliment I can get.
And
He's really light on his feet.
And it's not just he has light feet, but light on his feet. And it's a great distinction because his whole body moves well.
Yes.
So, and this is they have Walker Little at right tackle, Cam Robinson, obviously it's
going through something.
Right. It's a short-term thing.
Well, he's suspended for this year, but he has almost no guaranteed money left in his deal after this contract. It's a 3-year contract. So they can move on from him after this year if they like Walker Little. Yeah. So you can get a short-term stopgap. Yeah. But I was interested. So I looked up the contract. It was like, how long have they actually committed to Cam Robinson? It isn't beyond this season if they don't want it to be.
Interesting.
Yeah, it is. I really like this for him. Like for the Jaguars, like this, I loved them to inject more for the offensive line. This is what I kind of was like hoping they would do last year. Like I was like, offensive line in the first round, tight end in the second round, or receiver in the second round, tight end. They got there in just their own bulky way. But I like this. I thought help out your star, help out your Trevor Lawrence. Like, just why not? Let's build up the offensive line so that's never a weakness.
We know they're going to go traits. Anton Harrison has some really intriguing traits.
What's his arm length again? He's 34.
He was 34 and a quarter.
Okay, yeah.
All right, we're going to take one more quick break here. We will be right back.
You really mustn't, darling.
All right. While we were away, the Cincinnati Bengals take Miles Murphy, defensive end from Clemson. Nate, you said something when we were doing the show with Deontay, talking about the edge rushers. He's from Central Casting. Like when you're thinking about a defensive end, Miles Murphy was a former 5-star recruit. That's the type of guy that you imagine, Dane. That's the type of guy the Bengals are dropping into their defense here.
6'5", 270, runs really well. Knowing that, you wish the tape was a little better in terms of production, in terms of getting that pressure on the quarterback. But if you're going to bet on the flashes, bet on the traits that he does have, Miles Murphy is a first-round pick all day.
Yeah.
So, I think that you probably grade him as a second-round pick, but you have no problem taking him here. And you look at the Bengals, I don't think edge rusher stands out as necessarily the top need on the team, but this is a good chance to get better. Add a young player who doesn't need to be the guy from day one.
Right.
Bring him along, and he's ready to take over as a starter. Maybe sometime this year, maybe sometime next year.
270, drop him as an interior rusher if you want to get those guys on the field at the same time. They just need more pass rushing, just period. That was the one area of defense
there too as well. Yep. Being more kind of middle-aged on defense, and that's what we talked about, I believe, in the Heat Check episode, was because now the offense has been so cheap for these last couple of years, it's about to get really expensive, and they bangled up the defense with all these free agent signings. Now I think they're going to flip the math a little bit. Let's go younger on the defense as the offense gets more expensive. But yeah, typecasted 4-3, classic 4-3 D end. That's
first defensive end they drafted. Bengals have drafted in the first round since Justin Smith. A long time ago.
Dear to my heart, Justin Smith, the man with an Anheuser-Busch tattoo. He was exactly what you want from this state.
I was going to hear David Pollock, but he was he was quite edge. Edge.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. All right, joining us now, your good buddy from Prospects to Pros, one of our college football stars at The Athletic. It is Andy Staples.
How are we doing, gentlemen?
Doing very well, sir. How are you doing?
Oh, it's been a wonderful night here at Draft Headquarters. I have more seats in my house than Michael Mayer, who has precisely four. And then everybody else is just standing up. So I'm telling you, Peter Skronsky had the best idea. He's in a bar. He's got the purple hat with a question mark on it. I mean, he was prepared for anything. Dalton Kincaid, probably second place, having all the hats just at his house. But, I just feel bad for Will Levis. This is one of those things where you got to go to the Boulevard Beer Hall or something at this point.
Biggest surprise of the night for you is that Levis has fallen this far?
Carter going to the Eagles, I think. Jalen Carter going to a place where the rich get richer. That's just... we talked on Prospects to Pros about maybe they get Bijan, some sort of luxury item, but you can never have too many good interior defensive linemen, and that is just a ridiculous wealth of talent they're going to have there.
Somebody who got drafted a little bit higher than you might have thought, outside of fit, somebody that man, I cannot believe that this was this rich. Anybody stand out to you?
Jack Campbell, I think, and I understand why they did it. It's interesting. They got Malcolm Rodriguez for a song last year. He should have been drafted much higher than he was. And Jack Campbell, similar kind of production in college, but much more elite traits. But you feel like they've got a bunch of picks still. You felt like they could have gotten him a little later.
Now, as we kind of get toward the end of the first round, heading into the second round, outside of Levis, anybody that you're excited to see where they land, somebody that kind of defines day two for you potentially?
We got a few more picks left, but I'm interested in Mayer right now. Like, where's he going to land? Because that's a very complete tight end. And, maybe he winds up with one of these teams that still got a pick left, but that surprises me that he's this slow, been around this long. And then, the tight ends in general fascinate me. Like, where does Sam Laporta go on day two from Iowa? He's one of my favorites. He's just, the offense stunk. Everybody knew they were going to go to him and force feed him, and he still put up numbers. So I'd like to see where he winds up, because I think he's going to make somebody really happy.
What do you think about Richardson going to Indianapolis?
I'm surprised, because it's one of those that I felt like if they were going to pick a quarterback that high, it's somebody they're expect to start right away. For Anthony Richardson's sake, for the Colts' sake, I think they should, let Gardner Minshew start it off and then work Anthony Richardson in. But Shane Steichen, you saw what he did with Jalen Hurts. I'm thinking of Jalen Hurts 13 games into his career as a college starter. I would have never predicted what I saw in the Super Bowl. So if Shane Steichen can do that with Anthony Richardson, then they're in really good shape. It's hard to say because you didn't see the production. And I've always been of the mind that if you're going to be drafted that high in the NFL as a quarterback, you got to drag your college offense to some success. And they really didn't.
Andy, really appreciate the time, my friend. We will talk to you very soon.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Andy.
The Saints pick is in. Brian Brzee.
Yeah.
I want to add a little bit more flair to it than it might deserve. Brian Brzee going to New Orleans. This is a team that absolutely needed defensive line help after the kind of exodus in free agency. Somebody like Myles Murphy, huge recruiting pedigree, some questions about his production at Clemson. What do you think about the fit here?
Yeah, he was the #1 high school recruit 3 years ago. Goes to Clemson, and right away you saw it as a true freshman. Then his sophomore year has the ACL. This past year is just one thing after the other with injuries, and then the tragic passing of his younger sister. So there's a lot of things that contributed to maybe not the production not lining up or the tape not being consistent. This is a really good player who does he play high at times? Yeah, and that does worry me a little bit because when you play high, it's harder for you to win when you don't have that leverage. But he has quickness, he has power. Throw on the North Carolina tape. Throw on. There's plenty of examples of him winning one-on-one. But also stacking, winning the edge, winning inside. He's still a very young player. And, I mean, Robert, you said it. This is exactly what the Saints needed. I didn't think Mozzie Smith was going to get past 29. Brezee's the next guy. This is someone that they can drop in there from day one is going to help their run defense.
Kalen Saunders, Nathan Shepard, Malcolm Roach. I mean, they needed another body here, and they needed a high-end body here.
They had an exodus this offseason, all those defensive linemen signing free agency. And this is you don't see many 300-pound defensive tackles running a 4.85. Like, you understand why this guy was a huge recruit. And you see, and my exposure to him is this season, and I had heard all about the pedigree and what he'd shown early in his career. It was all flashes, and you see it. Like, you can just see it. It's like he's just harnessed those things. And some of the Clemson, what they do, you can deflate some of the stats and everything because they rotate guys and they have players and everything. And like you said, he was banged up, but he has flashes that are like, oh, okay. Like, especially when we're this part of the round, part of the first round, this is what you're going for. Let's go with the guy that has that upside. If we tap into stays healthy and everything, there's more to him than what he's shown this last year.
That's why when you watch tape, it's so important to have context about what's going on away from just what you're viewing on the screen. In September, he had nasty strep throat that led to this kidney disease. He gained 45 pounds. I mean, he's mostly water weight. He lost it pretty quickly, but still, he was in the hospital. Like, there's all these factors that contribute, and obviously, you hope he stays healthy now that he's in the NFL. And if he is, I think we see the real Brzee, who has a chance to not only be disruptive, but be a really solid run defender in the middle.
The target the Saints are trying to hit, signing Derek Carr and competing right away in that very down NFC South, part of that equation relies on their defense continuing to be very, very good. And this, I think, is the one spot on that defense where you think, all right, this is going to be a top 5 unit. This is what they need to shore up. And hopefully Brzee is that for them.
I mean, you look at the defensive line and what they lost, Onyemata, they lost Shy Tuttle, Marcus Davenport on the edge. So, and I mean, you look at some of the numbers with their pressure rate, they're at 26th. I mean, their rush efficiency on defense was bottom half of the league. So they needed to get better up front, especially on the interior. You're running out of defensive tackles. Defensive tackle is not a position that stretches this year. So that's why I thought there was a great chance Mozzie Smith was going to go. He's off the board. Now Brzee's off the board. Running out of defensive tackles, and a lot of teams still need them.
Yeah, especially in this part of the draft. That's where there's some that was like, oh, those guys more as a second round. I was like, some teams are going to take these guys. Because like you said, there was a drop off. Even, I mean, you just saw it like when you watched his film, at least especially at Clemson, it does translate to what the Saints do as well. Being more 4 down, being straight up the field, and all those types of things, and being a bigger body. There's no undersizedness with this body right here. It's
no guys lacking on that Saints defensive line. Never have been.
Yeah, and that's kind of what he brings to the table. That's what he's going to be able to do day one.
Can I reset and do my best available?
Let's do it.
Yeah.
So Nolan Smith, edge rusher, Georgia, Will Levis, Kentucky quarterback. Joey Porter Jr., Penn State, still out there. Brian Branch, the Alabama nickel, the safety. Drew Sanders, Arkansas linebacker. Luke Musgrave, Oregon State tight end. Darnell Washington, Georgia tight end. Jalen Hyatt, the Tennessee wide receiver. And then B.J. Jalary, LSU edge rusher. So, I mean, most of my top 35 guys, most of them are off the board at this point. But there's a few that, Nolan Smith, I'm surprised is still out there. We talked about, the Eagles, they seem to be collecting Georgia defenders.
Right.
A lot of people thought Nolan Smith could go 10.
Yeah.
Could they do it here at 30? I also, Northwestern, Adewari, the defensive tackle,
Right.
but they went Jalen Carter earlier, so I doubt they double up here. So could this be Nolan Carter or
Right.
Nolan Smith? It seems like that would be a slam dunk if I'm graded here. I mean, Nolan Smith, he fits that scheme. He fits what you think about the edge rushers they've had there and the success they've had there. Smith fits in that mix.
Yeah.
So I think he'd be a great fit.
And just the versatility, like you said, he brings. That's what's fun about him. If they want to be more aggressive, you can drop him. That's really nice. When it's not like a loss where you're just like, oh, just hold on to your hat. It's like, no, he actually is decent at it. Who's your best corner available?
Joey Porter Jr.
Okay.
I was thinking about that as well.
That,
corner
that'd
makes
be
sense.
like the one if I were to pick one like that, can maybe as a transition plan going on from what they have right now with Bradbury.
We did talk about in the preview, who was one guy that could fall or go later than we thought. And I mentioned Porter Jr. because, again, he's a specific type of corner that if, you want more versatility out of your guys, he's not really it. So that I could understand why maybe not everyone's as high on Joey Porter Jr. as many on the outside think.
It would be such an Eagles move to have 70 sacks last year. You lose Javon Hargrave in free agency, and you come away from the first round with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith.
Yeah.
Some guys had in the top 10, both of them right there.
If Nolan Smith went 10, no one would have batted an eye. No one would have been like, I'm shocked that happened. Maybe he thought it was a little early, but no one would have been shocked, So it's
easy tape, such easy tape to like. That's why I said it was one of my favorite guys to watch.
What did you just look up?
Avonte Maddox's contract.
It is crazy how much we are on the same wavelength. Because in my mind, I'm like, man, Brian Branch in the slot.
And I love
Avonte Maddox. They have Avonte Maddox in the slot. Does that make a lot of sense? I wonder how long they're committed to Avonte Maddox. The fact that you just looked that up is that was rolling through my mind.
I couldn't remember if this was his last year or he had 2 years left. He has 2 years left on his deal. I mean, it's very team-friendly deal, but he's a great slot corner or slot player, but he gets hurt all the time. Yeah, they need
help at safety, flexibility. I mean, I think that there's it would make sense even if you think you do have a pure slot. Exactly. That was my thought as well.
Yeah, Branch actually makes a lot more sense as we talk through this.
Reed Blankenship, they're
safety is a need. I mean, we think about them kind of building on these strengths and kind of luxury picks to a degree. Safety is still a need for them. So if they see Brian Branch as that guy that like CJ Gardner-Johnson, give them that flexibility to play both.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson.
Yes.
And that it really does make a lot of sense if they went that.
And then they go away from Avonte, boom, now you got your slot. Yeah, no, that would make a lot of sense.
I can't believe you're looking up Avonte Maddox's contract information.
I couldn't remember if it was last year or 2 years left. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Made the Super Bowl last year. They're picked second overall.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests.
This is a fun option.
Content creators who you know from YouTube. Dude Perfect. And Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
A natural parent.
Playing in a game on TV at the same time.
Right.
Okay, Travis is there, Jason's there. How in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
Man, I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's just tough to choose.
We had a feeling that would be the case, so we cooked up something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs.
Let's talk more about Brian Branch.
Football personalities, Dude Perfect, apparently.
This is apparently what we need for 3.5 hours.
Don't we do this in the third round, fourth round?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They're doing like a bit.
Yeah, they're doing bits in the first round of the draft
here.
Like
magicians up there,
right? They look like the Property Brothers. We're on pick 30. I can say these things.
After the Eagles pick, we have one pick left. Do we see a trade up? Do we see another quarterback drafted?
Do we see the Teddy Bridgewater trade? The Lamar trade?
Here we go.
30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
You say you went all Northwestern first round.
You actually meant all Georgia first round.
Yes.
Same teams. Very easily confusable.
Exactly. Wow. I mean, you love it. That's again, I think Nolan Smith could have easily went number 10, and that would have not been a shock. Nolan Smith, 240 pounds, a little undersized. Is he a Sam? Is he an edge? What is he?
Think about the pass rush packages. Just imagine what they will look like on third down.
Well, now they got 4 Georgia defenders.
Even if you're worried about his role and what he can be, like, you play him 10 snaps a game this year.
Yeah.
It's insane.
I mean, Hassan Reddick, Brandon Graham. I mean, Nolan Smith is kind of in that mold. He's that type of rusher where you want him to put his hand on the ground, he can do it. You want him to play on his feet, he can do that. You want him to rush over the A-gaps, let him do that. And he's a really good run defender. So I'm not worried, even though he is 240 pounds, I'm not worried about him setting an edge and playing on the outside. Like
some things he does best. It's
this isn't like your typical undersized rusher who is going to give you speed, but then you worry about him holding up against the run. He's different than that. And that's why I'm surprised he lasted to this pick. If I'm the Eagles, this is amazing. I'm feeling great about what I did here, adding Jalen Carter. And this, I just draft all Georgia defenders, I guess. It's a strategy. We'll see how
it's not a bad strategy.
Yeah.
No.
It's like being in the NBA, just draft Kentucky guys. It'll work out. Yeah, but I compared him to Bruce Irvin in the sense that it's like he can kind of do everything really well. And even if he doesn't have that jumbo size, he's tough as all get. This again, I'll bring us up 20 time with him. He doesn't wear gloves. I mean, that speaks to his play style. He's super tough. And usually when a guy is super tough like that, it's because they have to be. Oh yeah, he just goes out and runs a 4.4 or 4.39 flat.
4.39.
Yeah. It just an athletic gifts, and I really liked just how fluid he was in coverage. Just a kind of a Swiss Army knife out there. Yeah. So however they want to use him, it makes sense because he does it all well. And when we did our edge show, I was like, I only had him like 5% start, but I had like 80% starter potential. Yes. It's like, this guy's going to play a lot of snaps and be very useful. Doesn't have to be your ace, but it's perfect for what they have and what he is and what brings to the table.
That's why I was very high on Nolan Smith and why I had no problem. He was my 12th overall player, and I had no problem putting him up there because I feel really good with what he's going to give me. And I think he's going to be a starter for a long time in this league. He's going to be consistently productive. He might never make a Pro Bowl, but I think that in this draft specifically, the number of guys that are going to make a ton of Pro Bowls, there's not a long list.
It's a useful draft.
It is. It really is.
It's not the star
with Nolan
draft.
Smith, I know what I'm getting. And there was not a bigger advocate of Jalen Carter than Nolan Smith.
Okay.
Just would not stop talking about and praising Jalen Carter as a person. And he was one of his brothers, and now they're teammates again. And, it's kind of big brother looking out for little brother. And Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean. Yep. It's really cool to see. It's a really cool setup they have with the structure of that defense. And we know the Eagles' defensive line. It's rarely a need, but they always address it early. Yep. So it's a home run pick.
Brandon Graham is probably in his last year there. I mean, they got succession plans kind of all up and down their roster, and I think that this absolutely plays into that. But again, just the body that they can trot out in some of these packages and what he's going to be asked to do. He said he could be a starter for a long time. He doesn't need to be right now. I mean, this is something you can just drop in, and it is one hell of an athletic specimen to just drop into what you guys are on defense.
And they have to face Micah Parsons twice a year. Heck, try it. See how it works using them like that, where you're just going to be creative and force the quarterback know where Nolan Smith is at all times. So if it's rushing up the middle, if you're going to drop him in space, if you're going to rush him off the edge, just you could be really creative with the pressure packages and overloading and the misdirection. So he gives you options of versatility.
Yeah, like him and Hassan Reddick, have them twisting and knifing and it's just heat. He brings heat, and when you're talking about pass rushers and just having different flavors, there is really nice. It's like because sometimes the offensive line's got you, but then it's like, okay, well, we got this guy. Well, good luck with that. Your right tackle can't get out of his stance. Like imagine him against Caleb McGarry.
Yeah,
like that. Right, poor Caleb. Like he's not gonna be able to get out of his stance, and Nolan Smith will be upfield.
And the thing with Nolan, one of the things I worry about with him is he wants to attack. Yeah, he doesn't use enough finesse and. Like he just wants to rush down the middle the entire time. And I talk a lot with David Pollock about this because Pollock has been kind of mentoring Nolan Smith. He just wants to go, and instead of setting up the rush and
take a breath.
But Hassan Reddick will be able to help him. With
Right.
that.
Just a ton of guys.
Again, Graham will be able to help him.
Talking about the room you're dropped into
Exactly.
with the veteran presences in that room, you can't imagine a better situation for him.
Right. Here's the Chiefs celebration starting. This is it. Captain Knight.
We started with Patrick Mahomes bringing out the Lombardi Trophy. We're going to end with the Chiefs. I mean, if they got a trade offer, I mean, you have to turn it down, right? I mean, you're the Chiefs. You're the home team.
Their pick is in.
Pick is in.
It's a celebration. Let's cap it off. It kind of always feels like the draft is like the end of the league year, really. It's like almost, and it's like, okay, now we got the team set, and here we go to the 2023 race. Like that kind of how it feels. This really feels like that. This is the capper.
It's nice that they have the last pick. The draft is here. They get to kind of enjoy their moment. I mean, it's cool. I mean, I think the idea of moving the draft around and kind of giving each of these cities their chance to shine on an NFL stage is very, very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know if fans will travel. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see 300,000. I mean, we went to lunch and there's nothing but jerseys.
It's
and
great.
Oh, my flight from Vegas.
Random jerseys too. It's not just one team or another. It's team. I saw a bunch of Rams fans. Rams don't pick. We haven't Rams once tonight. They don't pick until tomorrow. So I mean, you can't underestimate the fandom in this league.
Well, that's and also just the Super Bowl goes to warm weather cities. Like that's how it's always going to go. And so this is a way to have those cold weather cities. From one that it's like let's reward them. Let them have a big event. And
Detroit
really, Detroit's next year.
Draft,
and it's been Chicago. It's been all these places. And what's really cool is like this is the fan event. The Super Bowl feels more. It's different.
Yeah.
It's more the spectacle. It's more the corporate event. This is truly the fan event. That's what's so cool about it.
I mean, Jalen Hyatt's still out there. I mean, it'd be fun dropping that receiver into this offense.
Me?
I mean,
right.
Really, I mean, the Chiefs aren't a team where the rookie receivers really make an impact right away. But man, just draw. I understand he's kind of repetitive with Vado Scantling, but Hyatt still be a fun player in that offense.
Try to call my shot from a few months ago from a random show we did Super Bowl week. I think it's Keanu Benton and Chris Jones. This is like I was like I love that pairing. It's like that'd be amazing too.
Defensive tackles.
Defensive
they
tackle.
don't stretch.
He's the next one
if you want one.
Yeah, I know. A lot of positions make sense for them. They're sitting in a good spot. When you nail a draft like they nailed last year, that's what's especially on defense. It's like, oh well, okay, we can just drop whoever we want to drop.
Probably use another edge rusher somewhere along the way. I mean,
Keon Wade is the one I think because when you talk about Spagnuolo and the pass rushers, he wants big, fast, physical.
Yeah.
And so, like Will McDonald, not really a fit what they do. Nolan Smith, probably not a fit what they do. But, a guy like Keon White, he fits what they do. He's a better version of the Ole Miss guy they took a couple years ago in the second round, Breland Speaks.
Yeah.
He's a better version of that where he's bigger, he's faster, and I think he's a more complete player. But he fits exactly the scheme that the Chiefs what they run, what Spagnuolo wants.
Yeah.
And Frank Clark's no longer there.
Right.
They have a hole at edge rusher, and
Right.
so Keon White would be one guy definitely to keep at the top of the list.
Yeah. They're betting on the ascension a little bit of Carl Loftus, but also Carl Loftus is just such a certain type of player.
Yeah.
He really is. So it's like, just even a little more juice, like you said. Just,
And Aduki Uzama, who's a Kansas City native.
Yeah.
That'd be a lot of fun right here.
Oh, he's
Kansas State.
he does rush the passer. That's what he is.
And we also talked about Matthew Bergeron potentially dropping into the back half of the first round. You
Another
could make an
position.
argument that they need another tackle.
And
Really, it's I think it's Lucas Niang at right tackle right now.
Are you betting on Lucas Niang as being they hope he is. That'd be great if it works out that way, but he's an unproven asset right now.
Bergeron, this actually be a great landing spot for him, especially with Andy Heck and everything. Yeah.
In another position where offensive tackle, it drops off.
And
so Bergeron,
he's kind of the last of that. Maybe DeJuan Jones, and it's like there.
Here we go.
Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs, Clark Hunt.
How about it, Kansas City? With the 31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Uzama, defensive end, Kansas
I mean,
State.
is there a better way to end the night with the Kansas City native going to Kansas City in Kansas City at the draft at the final pick of the first round? And that's awesome. That's that is really poetic, and he's a good player. He's with his ability to rush off the edge. He can win in different ways. He's still learning. Does he need to get better as a run defender? Yes. But guys like this that are that productive, he's and I go back to the combine and talking to a lot of the tackles. Who's the toughest guy you faced? Kansas State. And Duke and hey, a lot of them couldn't even say his name. It's Kansas State.
Kansas State.
Number 91.
FAU.
Yeah.
For the Atlantic.
Exactly. So, I mean, you knew exactly who they were talking about. He was a guy that offenses really had to prepare for because he can get around the edge quickly. He can corner. Yeah. So, edge rushers, not surprising to see so many of them come off the board here in the first.
I mean, and he's got juice and he's a technician. Like you said, he's got different moves already. He's got like 4 pitches already, like a pitcher coming into the league. And against the run, he's indifferent. That's why I've compared him to Yannick Ngakoue, because it was like, he has 10 sack potential. I really do think that, but it's if you run at him, he's going to pick his spots.
Well, what's nice about this is they signed Charles Menahu in free agency.
Yes.
And I think they're excited about what Charles Menahu can do as an interior rush.
Right.
So if on base downs, you have a Menahu and Karlaftis in there, and then you can sprinkle him in some pass rush situations, it'd be a really nice development plan for him. I think it'll make a lot of sense based on what they already have.
Spags loves blitzing, but last year he throttled back and he was letting his guys win. And this guy can win on an island with him and Chris Jones. Oh man, that's a lot of heat coming off. And I think his game will just translate right away because he already has that advanced hand usage. It's more just a little bit consistency with it, but he's got some advanced things already, and it has some good traits as far as athleticism.
And the motor. The best thing that he does is he keeps his pursuit alive. Yeah. Does not just shut it down when the first move doesn't work. He's going. The motor's running hot until the whistle blows. And so, some of the sacks, cleanup sacks, that's okay.
Yeah.
You're showing me your effort in the hustle.
Run the hoop.
Exactly. So
keep running.
Keep it going. If the quarterback's going to hold it, chase him down and make plays.
Yep.
Gentlemen, that's the first round of the 2023 NFL draft. All right. When we think about this draft a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, what are you going to remember about tonight?
The Texans being so aggressive. I mean, and how does it pay off for them? Taking the quarterback at 2 with CJ Stroud, then going back up to get Will Anderson, and not just resting on their laurels and having all these draft picks and just adding bodies, going to get the guy they wanted. You have to wonder, was kind of a deal they made, like they wanted Will Anderson at 2, and what if we did this? What if we take the quarterback at 2 and then we'll come back up and get your guy, D'Amico? So the aggressiveness that the Texans showed was that definitely something. And then I keep coming back to the Eagles to trade up like that to get Jalen Carter, then at 30 get the guy I think they were comfortable taking at 10 in Nolan Smith, going back to back like that with Georgia defenders on the defensive line. It's no mystery why the Eagles are such a well-run franchise.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I would say the Texans, that double dip, it was really cool. It really was. It was true name needle movers. Like they have named Ohio State and Alabama guy already. Okay, cool. That got you about 1,000 season tickets. But the actual guys are players and can be your franchise cornerstones. You're hoping for what the Raiders did. That was a first and second round pick where they went Khalil Mack and Derek Carr. And boom, boom. It's like, wow, we got our franchise cornerstones that we got rid of in different ways, but that's what you're hoping for. But that's why I'm going to remember the drop of Levis, his fall. I really did think he had first round tape. I'm actually kind of surprised that no one would take a chance on him here. And also the tight ends, how they shook out with Mayer dropping off. That's why I'm going to remember those type of moves.
Michael Mayer.
Yeah, the Mayer drop. There were some hints that he might go a little lower than you expect. I didn't think it would be outside the first round, though.
Right.
Biggest question as we head into tomorrow, outside of maybe Will Levis, because I think that's the one that lingers over everything here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Michael Mayer, the tight ends, where does that pick back up? Where we see those guys come off the board, Laporta, Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave, Darnell Washington. It is a very deep tight end class, but at a certain point, it's like, okay, let's.
These are the best players left.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I mean, Brian Branch is a guy that he's a first round player.
Yeah.
I mean, this is watch his tape and tell me that's not a first round player. I understand he's 190 pounds and he's a 4.5 athlete, but he's a really good player. So first pick tomorrow night, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Tell me about it.
32nd pick. Joey Porter Jr. still out there.
Yeah,
That'd be, I promise you, we're going to read a lot of second and third round mock drafts over the next 24 hours. And Joey Porter Jr. is going to show up quite a bit with that 32nd pick.
It's a one staple pick right there.
Yeah.
That's really was, again, it's where the tight ends end up. Actually, just now this kind of second tier of receivers, like Hyatt and like who was getting rumored into the first round, where they end up. So pass catchers, I guess, would be a good way to put it. And also, I'm actually just really curious of one team. That's the Rams. I'm just curious what they do with that pick. Because again, we talk about how these teams signal what they're doing with their selections. And it's like for the Rams are you guys you're trying to win games, huh? Okay. All right. So what does that mean? What does that signal that they're trying to do?
No interior offensive lineman.
Correct.
Skronsky, I guess.
Skronsky, theoretically.
But the Titans are for sure going to go like, hey, let's try out a tackle.
But no centers, which not surprised there.
No.
But no Cyrus Torrance, no Steve Avila. And I think that was coming in. We thought that was probably going to be the case. Tackles were going to go.
Yep.
Guards, there's good depth. You could wait till round 2 to get those guys.
Yeah. I thought maybe one would go, like one tier. Cyrus Torrance was probably the one most popular one, but it's kind of going where he should go. Like really, like he was. That was just kind of the draft was supposedly shaking out. So I agree. Yeah, the interior guys where the two centers go, Tippmann and Smith-Schuster from Wisconsin and Minnesota, like that. This second round is going to be interesting because it's the useful draft. Yep. And so we're right in the thick of it now. But after pick 15, this is the thing. But 15 through 50 is very similar. There's not much drop off here.
I mean, the two stats that kind of stuck with me as we were coming into tonight are the 85 touchdowns for Stroud over those 2 years and the 51.5 tackles for loss for Will Anderson over those 2 years. The Texans got both guys.
Yeah.
The Texans kind of start this next era of Texans football with CJ Stroud, and then the Colts do the same with Anthony Richardson. What he could potentially be in that offense, and just already imagining the ways that Shane Steichen's going to be able to use him. We knew the quarterbacks would kind of dictate the night a little bit, and for those two landing spots to be what they are, I think they're particularly intriguing.
I'm pretty fired up about him ending up with the Colts. Just as pass catchers, the offensive coordinator, where they're at as a team, it's not. I don't think Colts fans, I'm sorry, but I don't think there should be high expectations. So it's kind of, there's going to be the growing pains. And I think it's the perfect situation where he can play. And it's like, it's kind of fine. Let him go. Let him run around, have fun.
TV whenever they're on TV.
I mean, 100%.
You want to see how it's going to work, and I think everyone expects there to be some bumps, but you just want to see it in motion and see how it works.
They got the monsters at the skill positions between their tight ends, Jelani Woods and Mo Alley Cox, and then all the receivers, Anthony Richardson, Jonathan Taylor, just have them start out there. It's going to be like a offensive basketball lineup with 7-footers out there.
And I love some of these AFC contenders like loading up.
Yeah.
It's like we need
Buffalo.
We are in an arms race
Yes.
against the team that won the Super Bowl and is hosting the draft right now. We got to just up our firepower as much as we can in succession. Those teams
only 7 teams can make it to the playoffs, and there's like 10, 11 AFC teams. I'm like, hey,
what are you gonna do? Not compete? I mean,
right.
Go for it. You got to try. And so, that's love what Buffalo did with Kincaid. That's all.
That was
Josh Allen's going to help him right away. That slot receiver role, but he doesn't have to come off the field because the way you use him. So I love that fit.
Yeah, he doesn't. That was always my thing with him is how many snaps he can play, and he's going to play. Like it's first and second down, 12, 11. Doesn't matter. He's still be on the field because he's catching passes anyways. That was. It was like I was not one I was truly expecting to happen, and I'm like pretty excited to see that unfold.
You give up a 4th round pick to go get that guy
all day.
Yeah, all day.
All day.
I think Dallas takes him. I think Cincinnati.
Yep.
I mean, well, Buffalo's the next pick, but Dallas might have taken him there. So makes a ton of sense.
You guys are not talking about the most important pick of the first round. We just don't know locking down that right
Plug and play right tackle.
Bears. That's what we're all about, guys. That was a blast. Thank you so much for spending the evening with us. And guess what? We're doing it again tomorrow. We'll be back here tomorrow night with live reactions to every pick from rounds 2 and rounds 3. Got some more friends coming to visit us. Until then, sincerely appreciate you spending the night with us. Talk to you soon.